right, man. Pretty sure we're live. Yep. Just coming hot off the heels of Baltimore Comic-Con. Jimmy, how you feeling, man?
Good. It's been a long month. Not just Baltimore. A lot of travel this past month.
It's true.
But yeah, Baltimore Comic-Con, good times. Funny to have dinner with dudes on Thursday night, see them on Sunday, and it was like, we're not in con shape. Everybody just wiped out after a 3-day show.
Dude, it took me about 3 days back home, like, to just get my head straight. I was so beat. And I was a little bit scared even maybe that I caught a little con crud or something, but nothing like that. Just fully zapped. It was so busy. Shouts to all the Kayfabers who came to
Absolutely,
meet
always.
us. There was even a couple of things that were handed to us that are going to be episodes that we're recording today. So that's the cyclical nature, man. That's the sphere of influence that the Kayfabe community brings. And by the way, talk about the community. So many people came up to us in appreciation of just literally the community that has developed.
Yeah, a lot of, I heard a lot of, this is my first comic, thanks. And I heard a lot of, I was kind of done with comics.
So much of that, right?
And then you guys just sucked me back in.
Just when you thought you were out.
That's right.
We pull you back in.
That's an interesting one. It's all this stuff that I never anticipated, but it's good. People seem to be enjoying comics and telling us about it, so not a bad way to spend a show. I had no time for shopping at Baltimore.
Zero.
Which, again, thanks to the Kayfabers and everybody that came by. I mean, that's the reason you do those shows, but it's nice. It caps off a good month of going back into the show circuit and meeting a lot of comic fans.
Yeah, it's a different. We're different people now. You know, like we got to build up our calisthenics. We got to do our cardio and shit before we do comic conventions anymore, dude.
It's kind of true.
Quality probs.
Definitely. Baltimore's a fun show, though. I did manage to walk around, off show hours.
Yeah.
And it's a comic book show, like we were saying. Like, probably one of the few out there, at least, that I've been to. That's nice.
Yeah.
Makes me jealous of everybody who gets to just go through the con floor there. But it's nice that show exists that way.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the other thing you get when you're sitting at a table talking comics is people showing you what they've picked up. Saw a wide range of stuff.
Every now and then, man, like they'll drop a piece off. Like I still got to go through. Somebody give me this spectacular Spider-Man issue where Spidey goes to Pennsylvania and fights a villain called Banjo in the middle of Appalachia.
Yeah, that's a good one.
The dude's conceit for why it would be a good episode is the beyond stereotypical nature of Pennsylvania. He took a great offense to the portrayal of Pennsylvanians, saying that, like, this ain't Alabama. And I was like, I don't know, man.
There's a lot of rural country in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I just
There's
don't know.
There's a lot more rural space than there is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
All right, man. Our first video of the day. And for those that just popping in that might not be so familiar, when we do our recording sessions, we've been enjoying streaming or live behind-the-scenes recording. So this is different than what you're seeing on the stream is different than what the videos will be. It's just kind of giving you a little bit of insight. I've been getting a lot of DMs and messages and stuff like, how come you didn't have the camera down on the thing? You could put behind the scenes, live, like all that stuff in it. Like, there's just people that just don't get it.
Yeah, that's funny, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Exactly, man. You gotta do what we do. And if you're ready to shake a tail feather, man, and get busy.
I'm good, are you?
Yeah, 1 second.
Here's a little tease for those watching at home.
Yeah,
we're gonna be doing some visual aids.
Shouts to the homie who dropped this off at Baltimore Comic-Con. Do it. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Today, Wizard number 50, the magazine that started the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, is under the microscope. But first, we got to let you guys know that these videos are brought to you by the comic books that we make. So we need you to buy them. Keep those lights on, man. Red Room, the antisocial network. Red Room trigger warnings. Murder on the dark web for fun and profit is the name of the game in the Red Room universe. These are the books that I have out on the stands right now. Get them while they're hot. Jimmy has Hulk Grand Design Monster and Madness, wrapping up the complete saga of the Incredible Hulk from beginning to World War Hulk, I believe. It's going to be getting that Treasury Edition format in 2023, super early in the new year. And Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive trade paperback is in stores right now as we speak. It's got a new iteration out there. No excuse not to have this on your bookshelf. 8 complete stories in all. And I'm going to be at Tokyo Comic Con with Uncle Jeff Darrow at the end of November. So if you're in that region, stop by. Got prints, got books, got all kinds of stuff for sale. And without further ado, Jimmy, let's take a look at Wizard Magazine number 50 with a fleared up version of the cover from Wizard number 1. And I could speak from experience as a person who was there at this time. This shit felt bleeding edge and unrefined even back then. You know how sometimes you see like old computer graphics and you wonder like, wow, those people were really fooled, or you know, like my dad has stories about the original King Kong and how it scared the pants off of him. I was never convinced that this is the way to go.
You know what's... We're going to see like 3 or 4 examples of this, though. This was so trendy, this kind of weird, soft painter style. I don't know. I think it's paint, not digital, but I could be wrong because it's so early days. But you'll see ads in this issue of card. They had whole card sets like this, right?
Yeah. This is the Flair Overpower cards.
I don't know how much people objected to it. I feel like if you were drawing in pen and ink, you're like, what is this crap?
Yeah.
But otherwise, I feel like this was it. This was good stuff.
It really does feel like the color layer of an illustration. Like we should scan in the line art for that Todd McFarlane piece, put it over top, and see what that looks like. But Jimmy, over on stage left, or just slightly off camera, you have a copy of Wizard Magazine, and
yeah, I'm looking at the abs here.
Yeah.
And I'm confused.
Yeah,
I'm very confused. It looks like he has a 1-pack, and I thought maybe I would outline what I see there, and we'll guess what this shape is, right? So we've got a leg coming in here, got a leg sticking up here, you know. Just to give some context for what the region of the body that we're looking at, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. Leg, crotch, all this stuff. And there's this shape. It's a gigantic... it's kind of a gigantic ab. And then maybe a little ab beside it there. What is happening in this drawing? Like, what are we coloring in? Am I right? Man. That's exactly the shadows that are on his abs. Am I lying?
What do they call that? A priapism?
I don't know, man.
He took some of that herbal equivalent that cost $1 at the local Keystone hardware store.
If you remember, there was controversy around Lobo's back number 1 because it looked like there might be a penis drawn for a tricep. I feel like the guy painting this picture is having some fun with the Todd McFarlane Spider-Man stomach.
He's got it tucked up.
He does.
That's one of the consequences of getting bitten by a radioactive spider, man.
But hey, 50th anniversary. He's excited.
Jumping in immediately, you got... this is an interesting piece right here. This is an ad for Glory Evangeline. But I just wonder how like the accounting works for this kind of a book. Because it's Rob Liefeld bleeding his Image character, Glory, with his Evangeline character from Maximum Press together. So how do the economics of that shake out? Is this a thing that would be an example of like rising tide raises all ships, where like the Image popular characters are going to prop up this new venture that he's putting together?
It'll be interesting to watch this story unfold in future issues, because I think this is going to be part of the rift between Rob Liefeld and Image, and maybe creative accounting, or having a competitive, competition. Maximum Press becomes its own publisher. Now you're in direct competition with Image.
This era of Liefeld, he's pushing way more to the abstract, and like those hips have never been cocked more than they are at this stage in his career.
It is an acute angle. It's not even a 90-degree angle. How her spine is bent. It's acute. That is contortionist. The only people to apply for a job is an image cover model.
Very good, man. I haven't heard of acute angles since 6th grade. Geometry.
Still see the influence of those cards with the magic ads. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And from the top, man, the new wizard, Gareb Shamus, kind of reflecting on where we are today compared to where Wizard began. And that's what the bulk of this issue is, really. Is just kind of a recap, kind of chronicling the story of the rise of Wizard magazine. It was a losing magazine for a number of months there, and then it just kind of hit a critical mass and just became more popular than almost any comic that was on the racks at that time.
Yeah, I can't remember where it's at, but there's a number in here of them selling about 250,000 copies per issue, which does put it ahead of practically all comics at this point in 1995. That's a big number. And I always and they kind of cited as like whenever the numbers were out of control, Wizard wasn't that high. They were still kind of, you just need one copy.
Right.
And then whenever things dipped, same deal. Like you still just need one copy. So their numbers, they weren't the highest, and then of course they weren't the lowest. So kind of interesting. I always wonder about that because I did think Wizard was one of the better sellers, especially once the bottom sort of falls out on the comics part of it. Here's
the question, man, with these Techno Comics Unleashed ads right here. You see this Cholo type chick, this Loca. How much influence is Neil Gaiman, who's at the top of the masthead there? How much influence you think he has on this comic, man? Like where in his stack of ideas is Lady Justice in his repertoire?
Hey, it's pretty interesting how much Gaiman is represented here. He's got, over a third of the ads on that page are Neil Gaiman titles.
I really feel like the guys at Techno Comics raided the dumpsters behind all of these writers and artists like studios and found like something written on a napkin and said, we could monetize this.
There's so much more Techno Comics than I remembered. Because to me, It was like, maybe there's a little more Ultraverse too, but I just remember Techno Comics as like, here's issue 1s of everything, and then a couple issues followed, and it kind of peters out.
Yeah.
That's like a second wave.
Right.
Gaiman now has 3 titles going on.
Yeah, when comics were crypto.
Any standout letters for you?
No, sir.
Yeah, I didn't think so either, but again, going back through these numbers of stuff, and I can't remember where some of these numbers appear, but they talk about like the first issue got about 30 letters, and now they get about 2,500.
Sure.
So, wow. Almost 10 times as many letters.
I believe
that's a sign of fan interaction at the very least.
Beautiful letter art as per usual. When you're getting a multitude of letters coming in, you really are in the catbird seat to choose some really, really great looking images for envelope art and for the art contests and things.
Yeah, the art stuff is amazing, and again, they talk about that as they recap later in the issue, like some of the surprises. And once they opened up art contests, they were they were overwhelmed with what came in.
You know what? I lied to you. There is one letter that's very important, and it is the very first letter because thank you, Seth. You true online believer, you, and congratulations on writing the first ever online letter to hit Magic Words. So we're in October 1995, and they just got their first email.
You know what stands out there is that they've advertised, like they've had, I don't know, message boards or something earlier on, that they talked about, and took a while for the internet to really start to like find footing, even though it'd been around for what, 4 years at this point?
Well, the World Wide Web was around for about 4 years, but certainly the critical mass is Windows 95. That's when Moore's law caught up to what a normal family can afford in terms of computer software and hardware. When Titans clash, the Hulk meets Pit. One of those other pieces about hardware and software meeting the hands of, let's say, graphic designers. Check out the skewing there. Check out the skewing there.
Yeah, right.
These people are doing Generation 1 bad mistakes when it comes to internet typesetting and graphic design.
Also, really offensive to artists.
Yeah.
To take an artist's work like that and be like, you know what, I'm the designer of this magazine.
Let
me improve John Byrne's Hulk drawing.
Maybe in Photoshop 1 or Adobe Premiere 1, or I guess maybe even Quark Express, right? That was those days. Maybe there wasn't like a shift reduce. Maybe that comes with Quark Express 2.0. But we did an episode on Hulk meets Pit, and here it is showing up in this issue of Wizard magazine.
Yeah, I think it's almost a year out from this too, so it kind of keeps the pit track going.
Like I said, a little bit more skewed imagery. Like that's literally the comments that I have on this beginning piece. It's just like, how do you fucking skew artwork? Because when they first started doing computer, what do you call it, design for these magazines, we noticed like pixelation and those kind of mistakes. They solved that, but you know, the idea of signing off on that kind of thing is kind of silly. You could tell that there aren't like artists on staff at the good old Wizard magazine.
The person doing the layout is not a, you know, it's low on the totem pole, and this is jobs that's like get it to the printer.
Yeah.
The thing that stood out to me, because I was done at this point. Like I'm starting college at this point. I'm not really buying any Marvel DC comics. I'm not buying Wizard magazine. So all this stuff that I remember like a blip here or there, like the Clone Saga, man, they're talking about it, and it's like they're retconning 30 years, and it's running through like 6 monthly books and stuff. It's such a bigger story than I realized.
Oh, I was right there, man. This is a little bit. I mean, has been going on for years at this point. But 6th grade is when some dudes I know, like growing up with, man, they were Spidey heads, and they were going for all that clone shit. And it's interesting how, you know, with retrospective eyes, like this Scarlet Spider character, like it's sort of come back, and you see people dressed up. Like I saw Scarlet Spiders dressed up at Baltimore Comic-Con when we were just there. This tour thing with She, Megaton Man, Dave Sim, like I have a comic that has this on the cover, and I think it's kind of like a Spirits of Independence thing.
Yeah, right. And I don't know if you read their note, but it's a stop in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Any chance you were there?
No, but at the very end in the section where they have like all the states, towns, and stuff, there is a Station Square convention mention that may or may not be one that you attended, I think.
Yeah, I think the timing is suspect. I probably would have gone to that one in like 93, 94 because I did go to shows there, but it would have been a slightly different time frame. Not too much in this early news stands out to me. There's a Caliber Press listing. I think we've only seen them in Wizard a couple of times, not too often.
Yeah. The Max is getting a season 2, which it really doesn't. I guess they developed it a little bit, but...
Yeah, I wondered about that. I couldn't remember. They said it was just 6 episodes, so I wasn't sure if that happened or not.
Oh, well, maybe it did, because maybe the first season was 6, because there's about 13. Mm-hmm. There's about 13 in total. And thinking about it, they did ad infinitum play that over and over. You know, just you could memorize the whole episode because they played it so many times. And one of the things they're talking about is William Messner Loeb is going to be writing the Gen 13 Max team up.
Image Comics is going to be publishing their first issue of Bone, issue 21, right. I believe.
Yes.
So again, snapshot of where this comics distro wars and everything is at, because that'll come up a little bit in this issue.
Peter David's getting a lot of ink, man. He was getting some ink for like the last Hulk story ever written, and here we have last Avengers story ever told. Man, they got him wrapping up all kinds of stuff in a bun.
There is they're going to do like their top 10 list for the 50 issues, and it's based on like numbers of appearances, and Peter David's like the most numbers of appearances.
I believe
like he would have been a top guy at this time, and I wonder how much of it is playing nice with Wizard, you know, with the press, because they'll also talk about that and how much the Image guys played nice with them when Marvel and DC didn't.
Right.
And it's kind of cool. Hey, go back one page, because this is fun shit for advertising. This is an advertised insert from Malibu and Ultraverse, designed to look like content.
Right.
People do this all the time, like not just in comics. Whenever I was working for an engineering company, like you would have that in these magazines, in these engineering magazines, where it was almost like a content article, but you'd have to have your have to be labeled as advertising somewhere on there.
Yeah. Good call, man. That would have just slipped right.
Pretty slick on their part, though. You know, like it really looks like, oh, here's an article to read, everybody.
Right. Former Penthouse Comics editor leaps to his death. This was like a legendary story when I was at Hubert School, and it's never been sort of... It's very mysterious what happened to this guy.
Yeah, 25 floors up that he jumped out of?
Yeah.
500 feet. That is There's not much left at 500 feet. I think 40 feet is what they say in a city. If you like 4 stories, that's considered a fatal fall. 500.
The bullshit is, man, homeboy's in New York. Like, there's just nothing but people walking around down there.
It's true. Small mention, Image, Dark Horse, and Acclaim. I'll go exclusive with Diamond.
Yeah.
Mirage drops comics line.
Yeah, unbelievable, man. They finished that City at War. They did a couple of issues of, I think it was maybe even a color Turtles.
Yeah, there was a color volume.
And I guess it's going to show up in Image Comics sooner than later.
Still, though, talk about like a sign of the times changing. Like, that's the end of an era.
It is, absolutely. Absolutely. Making their mark. I mean, they rolled through 2 waves, 2 bubbles.
They did.
Making their mark. Larry Stroman and Todd Johnson of Tribe fame have a comic called The Mark. I don't know if this ever saw the light of day.
Yeah, I'm curious about this because I have some Mark comics by Stroman. I think they're the early. I think there's 2 versions, at least according to this. If this came out, this would have been like a second volume. And the first volume's much earlier, so it's a little bit different Larry Stroman art. It makes me really curious if this ever did come out, because if so, this is after Tribe. This is like 2 years later. So it'd be cool if they came back to comics, and this will be something I'm on the lookout for now.
Right.
Because I do see I do see Mark comics sometimes in those dollar bins, so I'll be looking a little closer. Any Eisner Award winners stand out? Jeff Smith represented there, Alan Moore, Dave Gibbons, Frank Miller. It's a lot of the same Mike Mignola names that you would expect to see there.
Chris Ware would always get numerous awards. Like, it's probably still early for him, but up to 1999, 2000, like Acme Novelty would get several awards. Certainly at the Harveys, which is very well represented. And talent deserving of wider recognition, Evan Dorkin. How many times do you think he got that one?
Yeah, I feel like he still is talent deserving of wider recognition.
Totally. Ain't this the most 90s font you've ever seen?
100%. But I don't care because I'm so happy to see the Tick in here.
Absolutely, man. It is a successful cartoon at this point, and it was being promoted what felt like years before it ever saw the light of day. Like, we were well primed as little kids for this Tick cartoon to come out. And it feels like a genius idea on the part of New England Comics, which is a comic shop, to publish a comic that they can then solicit lots and lots of addresses. And this is a comic that got, it might be up to 11 printings for issue 1 at this point.
We were complaining about them stretching and abusing artwork. I think this is a really good use. You find your figure and take a dramatic photo of it. Another thing I used to do at that engineering company, like long exposures where you could do things like depth of field. So kind of a neat graphic, I think, for this article too.
Yeah. And
probably just like possibly one of the desktop publishers working there, like go out and get a graphic for this title page. This is a neat article too, because most of this issue is focused on victory laps,
Sure.
and maybe a little previews of things to come. This is kind of a standalone article. This is just about Tick and Edlund and the comics, his background, the cartoon, but all, this is content. This is some of the little bit of content that's in this particular issue.
It's true. And Ben Edlund, he's one of those creatives that we're very lucky that he even touched comics at all. Clearly a smarty pants, because he doesn't have the biggest footprint in terms of page count or anything, but every single page he's drawn is, it counts, man. Like it's a valuable resource, and you get some intel on him. He's a little mysterious in certain ways to me. I don't know much about the guy, but comics was never his aspiration. And isn't it one of those things, dude, when a guy's so good at comics and he's like, yeah, I don't really care about comics, where you just like want to break your pencils and just be like,
there's always a group of those creators, though, in any industry.
Yeah, there
where
is.
It's like, you see it like with, I feel like with pop stars a lot, where it's like they have acting aspirations, they have singing talent, they have all these different skills, and it's like, which one breaks first? Yeah. And then that's how you identify them, but then they go on to do all the other things. So,
yeah. Sam Kinison playing music.
I say it all the time. If you're a successful cartoonist, you're a good writer, you have all these skills besides, like, I can just make comics, and I think that's what you see with Ben Edlund.
Yeah. So, people compared the Tick to the Roach character from Dave Sim, and here he is flat out saying, I think the Tick is much more similar to Don Simpson's Megaton Man than the Roach.
I thought that was interesting. It made me want to do a drawing of like all those characters that are ridiculously big upper bodies.
With the chin, there's Captain Everything, there's
a handful.
Jim Valentino character. And this is definitely one of those things that's at this time like stuck in Don Simpson's craw. I remember a cover of Bizarre Heroes, one of the last Bizarre Hero issues, where this little boy character, it's like all the characters are drawn, all the Bizarre Heroes, and I feel like it's like a little boy, or maybe it even is Megaton Man, who is saying spoon question mark, just like calling a little attention to the Tick. Humble beginnings. He was just drawing this character in sketchbooks. The guy at the guy at New England Comics, saw it and gave him a little bit of space in the New England Comics newsletter, number 1415. Like that's where you're gonna get your first appearances of the Tick, which I think some of that stuff becomes issue 1.
I think it's reprinted in like one of the issue 1 reprints. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And he's off to the races, man. It takes him about 5 years to do 12 issues. And in this article, he's talking about working on the 13th, which is Amorphous Vaporware. Still hasn't saw the light of day as far as I know. There might be an issue 13, but if it ain't by Ben Edlund, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I think Flaming Carrot is mentioned in here too. It's kind of a short list of these sort of, I don't know, funny superhero
like
parody
absurdist,
types. Yeah.
Man-eating cow.
Right.
Nighthawks.
There's some of your painting, similar to that cover of Wizard 50. I feel like that falls in that same, similar style.
It's all building up to that Andy Kubert, Paul Jenkins, Wolverine Origins #1.
I don't think I've ever seen the inside of that. Casting Call 8.
Who cares?
Spawn.
It's real funny seeing them try to Jim Lee up a Superman with those lines. You could tell it's very unnatural to whoever drew this.
I think it's Kieran.
Oh, it is
Dwyer.
Kieran Dwyer. So we know what his natural style is,
I have no memory of this. Red Sonja making a brief return at Marvel Comics. Do you remember that book?
No,
I don't think I've ever seen it.
This is the thing too, Jimmy. Even my young ass, like if you're in college, like I'm 13 years old, I'm checked out of this kind of comics. I'm not buying any of this shit, and this is my opportunity I'm still going to the shop every week. This is my opportunity to put together the run of Love and Rockets, to put together the run of 8 Ball, and keep up to date with this stuff. Time to work. Little article on former X-Men artist Paul Smith. Was touted as the next big thing, but something happened on the way to stardom. And this is a fella that, this article, a lot of regrets in this article. It's full of regrets, and it feels sad in a way. It feels like a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda. The guy's 42 years old and is like, fuck, man, if I would have got my shit together, I would be a multimillionaire.
That's what he says, if he'd have stuck with X-Men for another year or two. Only did 11 issues, but very well remembered, regarded issues that came up at Baltimore. People were coming up to us talking about stuff they'd like to see, and Paul Smith X-Men was requested more than once.
Yes, and it seems like even with the stuff, there were people who are in contact with Paul Smith who came up to us, and it seems like he's the same guy as this article. Like he didn't take any particular lessons away from his hindsight, because people, he doesn't particularly do commissions as for some of these people, but then he needed some housework done, so he'll whip out a couple of X-Men drawings for you to fix a leaky pipe or something.
Did that Golden Age series with James Robinson that I think was kind of part of that Marvels and Kingdom Come, those kinds of like big grand superhero epics.
Here's the thing though, man, he's very honest. He's like, I've been turning in dog shit, like I hit the ground running. I was doing all this and that. Like, he's a Spitfire. Did a piece in Marvel Fanfare 1. Do you have Marvel Fanfare 1? Like
I don't think I do.
That might be one to try to dust off. I might have it. Did a piece in Iron Man 159. Piece in Doctor Strange. This guy's a Ditko head. Wasn't particularly interested in X-Men at all, but he got the call after like 3-4 comics.
Said that he tailored his style a little bit to be not John Byrne, not Dave Cockrum. So that's how you get that Paul Smith like clean line style on X-Men. That, again, stands out. Like people still talk about it 40 years later. Yeah,
his thoughts are like no hatching, bigger black areas, and you could see it kind of on the cover here.
I feel like that's a thing to keep in mind. Stylistically, you want to stand out.
Sure.
Into motorcycles. So what he'd do is work a little bit, get enough money to go buy his motorcycle and then hit the road.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
There's some Mike Golden in that story too.
This dude's the easy rider, man. Captain America.
Yeah, he whenever he found the new BMW, switched their engine after 60 years, and he decided he wanted one. So he goes sniffing for work and gets X-Men Alpha Flight.
Yeah, and once again he talks about, like, it was like 32 pages, then it turned to 48. He made a lot more money, but he was kicking and screaming the entire time. One of the things that I discovered whenever I started to get in the game and meet my favorite cartoonists and artists and things, sometimes I would imagine, like, man, they should be way more celebrated. They should be, have way higher heights. You meet them and then you realize, like, oh, they're their own worst enemy. And part of this article, he's just kind of like laying out very clearly how he kind of gets in his own way. Like when we get to this piece, I think this is probably one of the X Factor comics he was working on. And I look at this and I'm like, oof, you lost your fastball. And he admits it. He's like, I turned in crap. Like the writer, the writers are hitting me up like, Paul, what happened?
Complains about the DC paper on Golden Age.
Yeah.
Dick Giordano tries it, and he said that they did away with the paper after that.
Sure.
They switched paper because it was so poor.
Yeah. And one of the things that is going to be forthcoming is the Leave It to Chance comic with James Robinson that I do think is one of those sort of oases in the midst of, late, middle 90s comics garbage.
Yeah.
A lot of people still celebrate those comics. It's a different kind of Paul Smith. But man, you brought up Michael Golden, and now it's making me think of like Michael Golden because he'll do things with polka dot eyes and kind of cartoony. You see the big expressive eyes right there.
Yeah, I haven't read this. I have a couple of issues that I've picked up over the years. I think I have issue 1 too. Might be worth a read to see if it's something to cover on here. Looking at this illustration makes me think like early proto young adult.
Yeah.
Also makes me think of Kitty Pryde and Lockheed.
Totally.
But hey, you know how the image model, right? What are you known for, Paul?
Yeah, right. Let's fill up the script, man. The Many Faces of Todd, who is, I think, 34 years old at this time. That boy has an empire.
So next time we talk to Todd, one of my questions is about the stuff he collects. Because they lead off, the very first sentence is Todd McFarlane owns Madonna's bustier.
Yeah, her bustier,
they talk
jerseys.
about some other stuff, signed baseball bats. We know that he has the Barry Bonds home run ball.
And I think Mark McGuire, or Sosa, he has 2.
So I'm curious what the appeal of this stuff was back then. Because there's 2 reasons I think you collect that stuff. One is it's an investment.
Right.
And maybe that's what he's doing, although it doesn't strike me that that's what he's doing, but possibly. The other thing is that it's almost like this talisman. It's almost like some kind of power object or something
Sure.
to be around. So I'm curious about, what attracted him to this stuff early in his career,
Yeah. Now with the baseballs, he was on Howard Stern.
Yes, those were definitely promo, and that's what I thought. But whenever you find out he's been collecting other stuff for years before that, makes me wonder.
And by promo, what we're referring to is he was going after, there were starting lineup figures, man. That would be, baseball, football, hockey, action figures that dominated like a whole aisle in toy stores. And he wanted to glom into that market. He was a small toy company, not being taken serious in any real way. So by buying these $60-70 million baseballs, it gets his name in every single newspaper and every single news outlet. He's on Howard Stern, and it's the result of that investment that MLB, NHL, they took Todd McFarlane very seriously, and starting lineups fucking went the way of the dodo.
I had no idea that was the time frame. I remember
him
getting some of those sports licenses, but that's an incredible investment if that's what led to it. It's interesting to me that this big standout type is doodling Spawn, chatting with Alan Moore, and producing an HBO cartoon. Like, this dude had a lot going. Toys aren't even mentioned here.
Yeah.
They're under, he's done a few seasons of them, but they're not even mentioned there. And when you think of what the next 20 years are going to be for him, or 25 years, it's pretty interesting what is cited here and where he goes from here.
Yeah, here's the bullet points of what they witnessed that day. He's got to put out some fires with Ray Capullo, who notices that there is a slump in sales, and McFarlane has to let his guy know that it's not because of him. Which is true. Like when Greg Capullo comes on, I'm done. Like I got this thing for McFarlane.
Sure, but every single comic book there was a plummet in sales.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Snapshots of a mold for Hamburger Head Spawn.
That's a funny description. I was picturing like literally a hamburger, but it's just the mashed up face.
Yeah, the Freddy Krueger face. Looking for a scripter on the Spawn cartoon. What else?
Go over the movie script for the $37 million budget Spawn movie.
Yeah. Checking out every single level of the Super NES game with Terry Fitzgerald. Going over some sketches for Rob Liefeld to finalize which 6 figures will be a part of the Youngblood toy line. I don't know that 6 got made. I know there was a Shaft, I had the Badrock, and I had Dutch. And I think I think there was a Vogue maybe.
I can't remember that.
I don't know that there were 6.
Also, because they another one of their good design choices. Start the bullet listed with almost a widow down there in the corner, but it's funny. Go over details with Alan Moore on the Spawn Blood Feud miniseries wrap up.
How much did you eat this shit up though? Seeing this kind of element.
If they'd have sold a poster of it, it would have been on my wall.
This is at the very beginning of the Spawn cartoon. Also, like I don't know if you get like a DVD of the cartoon if they include this piece, because what they end up doing at the beginning of each episode when it aired, they would have Todd McFarlane come out doing his best like Rod Serling Twilight Zone kind of host thing, and that's where you get to see this bit. And I just remember watching that cartoon with my pops, and he's like, "Boy, he draws kind of fast, doesn't he?" Like concern.
I used to make my girlfriend at the time, because she had HBO and I didn't, record the Spawn show for me.
Same deal, man.
Now she's my wife, so it worked out, but she should have known what she was getting into from that. This is a really fun paragraph for me, and one that still rings true to me today, where they find a mistake checking out the blue lines. I used to do this in some of my jobs. That's how they would print those like proofs and stuff back in the day. And finds a mistake and leaves it there and says that, you have to live with imperfect stuff or it would never get done.
It's the opposite of that Dan Clowes 5% gimmick.
I think there's a lot of truth to that. Like I say it all the time, like art just is not... perfection in art is an impossible thing to be chasing.
Certainly this brand of periodical art, that would be the heartbreaking stuff whenever I would do the workshops with in academia, and you would see these kids get lost in like a OCD loop of draw a line, erase it, draw a line, erase it, draw a line, erase it, draw a line, erase it for like 5 minutes, and then I'll go to the next line, draw a line, erase it, and just like looking at it, like there are certain things I have to keep certain things in check myself, and when I see that, it starts to trigger to use a new turn of phrase.
100% true. Like there's definitely a group of cartoonists that don't produce work because they can't get out of their that perfect kind of OCD.
How about Uncle Todd, man? We're some cheaters. Who knew that?
They say never before has he let anybody photograph him in glasses.
I never knew he had glasses. I don't think he's ever let anybody see them since.
Dude, is Terry Fitzgerald wearing boxer shorts in this picture?
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Because you see him sitting here next, like, did the dude just roll out of bed?
Yeah. You
How casual is this office?
You could see the yam bags through the leg hole, I think, man. This is interesting, man, because this is something that presumably didn't see the light of day. It's a Japanese animation studio putting together a couple minutes presentation of Spawn animation. It doesn't look that far different than what they ended up using. But I'm so curious, like...
It looks really cool.
It looks like Madhouse level, Ninja Scroll type shit.
Right.
Here's your toy gimmicks. This is the dope shit, man. There's a dude on YouTube, you could find it. He was a sculptor for G.I. Joe figures, the Real American Hero shits. And he explains the whole process, and he's got some prototypes and what they call bucks, which is like an armature that you then put, it's a human proportioned armature to keep consistent sizes, and then you apply your wax and your clay over top of it, and then you could sculpt it so that it's legit. And it's where I discovered that the concept of the pantograph to downscale the bigger sculpt. That was something that I was always curious about. Like, okay, so you have this big ass thing, how do you get it down to that? And it's this like Mason-like, compass-like.
Really?
Absolutely. With like all those, it sort of retracts and bends and has like all the like compass type pieces. And there is a stylus that touches the main sculpture, and then there you can adjust it to scale, and it will carve at a smaller scale. You go over every millimeter of this thing, and it will carve a reduced version to get you the
I had no idea that's how it was. I thought it was a chemical you mix. So like you would make a mold of the big one, and there's a shrinking agent that you mix, and then you cast your next character with that shrinking agent, and 3 days later you've got the smaller figure, and you make your mold to size.
That could be at this 90s level, but that wasn't how they did those OG G.I. Joes. All right, man. There's our bustier.
It's even in like that little Batcave Robin display case with the
Totally.
mannequin.
Yeah,
look how long the neck on that mannequin is.
He created the man cave. Got his Gretzky joints. Gretzky was always a LA King to me.
Yeah. And a little bit of family time at the end. I didn't recognize only one name in here that I flagged for a possible future pro. You recognize any names on any of these?
No, I don't.
So the drawing board contributions, always a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, there's Lionel Yu.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, and maybe just they messed up and it should be F instead of G.
Right. He had another piece in the Wizard fan section some months back.
I like this drawing. That's one that I'd probably read a comic if that guy was doing a comic.
That's a power comic.
Bit of a retro look for that time period in 95.
Yeah. Greg Capullo giving us a crash course in perspective.
This is pretty much how I do perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, like find your eye line and build everything from that eye line. And I don't know if it comes from, this isn't the only time I've seen it outlined this way, but it's kind of a really basic, like, if a dude's knees are on the eye line, then the knees are always kind of on the eye line, and you can have all your guys in perspective, and you're off and running.
Do you push it and cheat it also?
Sure.
Yeah, like that's this kind of thing, and we could wax in this all day. This is sort of what Jimmy's talking about. Like, okay, the noses touch the horizon line or eye line, as you put it, and if all these guys are in perspective and they're the same height, their noses will touch. These floating things. This is so funny because it's just such an abuse. But there's a place for this even. Like Robert Crumb will do this.
I do this. This is the same. This is the exact same principle. Like everybody's two heads below the horizon line.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that one's legit. This is the one that's like all over the place, and try to figure it out. I was trying to look at it because you're supposed to adjust this as like the contest trial homework thing.
Yeah.
And I was figuring like these two nose lines are the same, but then you've got to redraw like those buildings are wrong, filing cabinets are wrong.
Like these buildings,
it's a lot off.
These buildings are okay.
If that's the line you're going to go with.
Yeah, if like this doesn't work with that, but in certain ways, it kind of like I'm fine with it. He's such a good drawer that it almost doesn't matter. I mean, it's clearly wrong, but still looks kind of cool.
This wouldn't bother me.
No.
Like, I'm going to try not to do that.
Yeah.
But also, like, if I did that and then realized after I've got this page that I'm happy with that I'm really off on perspective, it reads. You're in an office. You can see windows, buildings out the windows, filing cabinets. Like, I'm not going to worry too much.
In my original of this, I inked this, right? Like on this shitty paper
Really?
with like Sharpies and stuff.
That's funny.
Look at this, boy. Techno Comics is so popular. There's a Technophage fake character.
Yeah, how about that?
This Black Vulcan thing, I was reading about Black Lightning and the creation of Black Lightning and how, Tony Isabella has claimed to that because he created the character before, yada yada. So when it came time for Super Friends, like they went with Black Vulcan instead of Black Lightning so that don't give those guys a piece, like so stingy. Wizard Exposed. We're going to go through this pretty quickly, man. But it's just giving you the lineage of Wizard Magazine, beginning in 1988 when there were 3 monthly issues of The Wizard of Cards and Comics, which I believe might have been the name of the store that Gareb Shamus's mom owned.
Yes.
At the time. So put together 3 typeset newsletters, and that gave those dudes the bug to just get into the print game.
If anybody at home watching has one of these ash cans of Wizard #1, send it here.
Yeah, that's an episode for sure.
500 copies of that ash can produced.
And we're getting little anecdotes all the way up to Wizard number 50 here. Probably one of the most noteworthy pieces is the Wizard 10
Absolutely.
cover.
Censored.
Yeah, that's the Cable Shaft cover that Rob Liefeld just put together. You know, they wanted 2 covers from him. They wanted a newsstand. They wanted a direct market. He consolidated and put his guy. Like talk about going into business for yourself, man. Both of his characters on the same cover. Sent it to him. Just drew it willy-nilly, however he felt like drawing it. So the sizes were all screwed up, and they asked to reduce it. He said, "Don't do that." So they had to come up with creative ways to get the logo on there or whatever. Marvel saw it. They were like, this is bullshit. The Wizard guys are like, it's already in print. Can we just still do it? And they were like, don't ever show it ever again. We're going to have problems. We're not going to slide you any intel, any free information or books or anything.
Yeah, and who did that hurt?
I know,
Marvel. By the way, he notes that Marvel, they replaced the poster instead of the Cable Shaft poster. We ran with a god-awful Spider-Man poster that Marvel supplied us.
Yeah.
It's such a summary of like what's going on there. You know, and I'm going to conflate this with an interview of Seamus later in this issue, but he talks about kind of how like Marvel had stopped marketing, and Marvel's not marketing at the same time that the Image dudes are coming up. And it is such a recipe for how did that Image and Marvel collapse? How did all these things happen? And it's not one thing, you know. It's like Marvel's asleep at the wheel.
Nature abhors a vacuum.
But also, like around here, like they talk about, you know, Wizard #8, sales still sucked. You know, like they're struggling up to this point. And I think Wizard 10, like he says, is the most important issue they ever produced. That's whenever sales start to turn around. That's my first issue. Everybody go watch, if you haven't seen, our Wizard 10 issue coverage, because that's the heart of my like Wizard, you know, interest. But the reason was I was thirsty for any Image info possible. And what we're going to hear later on is that the Image guys were like Rob Liefeld, Jim Lee, Todd McFarlane are all like, I want to do covers. I want to do covers. They wanted to sell their Image characters. Where was Marvel?
Yeah.
Marvel wasn't lined up to do covers. DC wasn't interested in doing covers. So you had this new upstart company show up, you know, some hunger in their belly. And guess what? They took everyone's lunch.
That's it.
Yeah, so this is little like bits of trivia kind of as you're going through here. How about this gimmick when they were selling Wizard rings?
Steve Jeppy was on that tip, man. I saw him showing off.
Oh, you know what's a fun note? And this goes back to Baltimore is we have Tom Palmer Jr. shows up around
we got Palmer. Oh, yeah, right.
issue #6. And he's working as Simonson's assistant.
Yeah.
So at some point, I feel like we're going to talk to Tom Palmer Jr. So we'll start with Simon assisting Walt Simonson.
Yeah.
I mean, man, what a pedigree. But
there'll be more Tom Palmer Jr. Talking this
yes.
issue.
There's stuff like that. There's stuff like Brutes and Babes column, you know, so you get a couple of these milestones spelled out in there as well.
We knew him when. So more retrospective stuff. We're looking at sort of the next generation of superstar creators, and they had some connection to Wizard Magazine early on. Greg Capullo. You know, one of the things that you could create your own story, right? So there ain't no Fantagore or a Fantaco Gore Shriek comics mentioned in here. We're talking about what if issues and Quasar.
Yeah, I mean, Fantagore's before this, and I assume it's whenever he's working in advertising.
Yeah.
Doing some black and white comics locally on the side.
And Capullo's still a superstar artist in direct market mainstream comics in a giant way. Joe Quesada was in the game early. Right now he's with Event Comics doing all that stuff. Like, he talk about sizzle and no steak kind of comics, man. Like, he's in these Wizard magazines promoting this Event Comics so much, he and Jimmy Palmiotti. And I never seen these like on the racks in any store, but I see them in many quarter bin at this point.
I bought these when they were coming out.
And I think they successfully, made some Hollywood deals and things.
I think it gave him some experience for going on to like a Marvel editorial position too.
Yeah, sure.
You know, just putting out fires and putting out books consistently and working with a bunch of people, like if you're running your own creator-owned company, Like it's going to be a lot of dealing with printers, colorists, secretaries, just a lot of stuff that probably served him well in editor-in-chief. I look at these three and it's like, man, there's some cautionary tales down here.
It's
because
true.
you figure in 1995, here are three guys, worlds of talent, big fan followings. What do they do over the next 27 years?
It's true. Dale Keown, they do mention Aircel for him.
Mm-hmm.
Gets his Hulk deal, translates that to a Pit, and
We'll start to fall off.
sure, Pit does extremely well, nearly 1 million copies. I can see how. Remember when we interviewed Peach and they were talking about now she knows how popular she is, and it's kind of nerve wracking. Wonder if some of that element plays into it, man. Where you now feel like there are expectations now that you have to serve 1 million people.
You know what else too? If you're going from Aircel Comics, and nothing against Aircel Comics, but what are you selling there? You know, a few thousand or something. To go from that to like almost 1 million, it's almost like, oh, I won the lottery.
Yeah.
This will last me the rest of my life. And it's kind of like, if you're frugal and make some investments, maybe, but not if you're just casually like assuming, hey, I'm good.
Yeah.
Not forever.
Yeah. No. Certainly not as young as he was at that time. Mike Allred, the former news anchor. I went on YouTube, typed in Mike Allred news anchor to see if I could find any good footage of him when he was. Just look at the cut of that jib, man. That's a guy who's got a face for TV for sure.
Yeah, I think there's another pic of him in this one. He's always good looking.
Yeah.
He's kind of too good looking for comics, but it's funny that he was a news anchorman because it's Pat Boyette.
Yeah.
You know, like he's our generation's Pat Boyette.
No, we're never going to get that shoot interview, man.
Alex Ross, obviously a big one there. Pretty good story on him too, just walking into Now and leaving with a job, and pretty quick ascension once he gets that first comics job.
Yeah.
Jim Ballant, no mention of the Kubert School, and I swear he's a QB.
He is, yeah.
But it's not mentioned in here.
For sure, man. And had a whole long career, away from DC. He sort of parlayed his Catwoman loot into his own publishing imprint that, as far as I know, I don't see those in comic shops on the racks ever. And I think some of those Tarot or is there another one?
Three Kittens, but I think that's only a couple of issues. But Tarot's the one, I think, over 100 issues.
Yeah, over 100 issues of a comic that we've never seen on the racks.
That's the thing. When he did Catwoman, he did, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 issues, and I don't know if there was a fill-in issue. Like a very dependable, reliable artist there. But yeah, once he goes off on his own, figured out how to make that work. Probably one of the most successful of those bad girl self-publishers. His thing starts out with, I buried 32 people, and it sounds like you're doing a bit. I guess he worked for, in a cemetery. Literally, he was digging graves.
So goth.
Crazy.
Sam Keith enjoying the fruits of the Max cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
And jumped on the scene with Max the Hare. Somebody sent us a primer issue that has an original Max the Hare strip. We'll do an episode on that at some point. It talks about that guest spot in Hulk 368, which I think really turned him on to a bunch of us. Definitely put his name on my radar.
Yes.
And
we have videos on that and his Marvel Comics Presents Wolverine story, which is an all-timer, man.
I think we're going to have to hook him up with a playlist to make all those videos real easy to get to.
Yeah, I guess there's quite a bit of coverage on him.
Yeah. Billy Tucci, I sent you those Anti-Gravity Room episodes, man, and there's the one episode where Billy Tucci's putting together a big press party extolling the fact that sold 1 point something million copies of She Comics that prior year, and talking about the plans that he has moving forward, working on some collectible card game with Jim Lee or something at this time, and he does possess this exact mullet. That's the one I was trying to communicate to you when we were at Baltimore Comic Con, and then in the alleyway across from him.
You know, this magazine's 95,
yeah,
and She #1 hit stores in early 94, so this is a year in.
Yeah.
You know, they're talking about where these guys are or were, and it's that's still right in the beginning. He hit pretty quick. She happens, and it's almost I hate to say overnight success with anything, but I mean, he went from completely unknown to everybody to kind of a version of Stephen Platt. Not quite on that scale, you know, the indie self-published version of it. To be able to sell 1 million in a year.
The only way, you know, he in some ways, he's a dude worth talking to just try to figure that out. I have some thoughts about how that could have happened, because like, how do you go from nowhere to everywhere? I think he was an early Wizard darling and getting coverage pretty early, and it makes me think that like there ain't no payola laws when it comes to magazine coverage. So like, what kind of fruit baskets and shit was he sending to Garib and the boys? Probably close proximity. I think Garib is like a New York cat. I think Tucci is like a New York cat. So you could probably get like legit FaceTime and, you know, one hand washes the other type shit.
And then speaking of the overnight guys,
Yeah.
Stephen Platt, probably one of the few guys you can really point to and say overnight success in comics.
Yeah.
Because it was like Moon Knight 55, his first published work comes out. He's on the hot list. And that's another one where like, if there's no Wizard, I don't know if you can ascend that quickly.
They take credit for that at some point. I seem to remember Garib or somebody saying that they were like, we're going to create a superstar. You know, we're going to take somebody from obscurity and push them way forward.
The problem with this piece on Stephen Platt, he did a Moon Knight 4-part Marvel Comics Presents story that's never seen the light of day.
Yeah. I have
Who's
it.
asleep at the wheel?
Totally. I have it. Shouts to Dan Fraga for hooking a dude up.
We need to take a look at that.
Norm Brayfogle. This one feels like now we're padding, and the only reason I say that is because the dude had a career, man.
Yeah, it's nuts. They barely mention Batman. Like, they do Batman, Shadow of the Bat, and Birth of the Demon. But was he not drawing Detective for, like, I don't know, 4 years or some, like, significant run?
Yeah.
How's that not mentioned?
Right. Yeah, he's in the game. You know, I get, is it just like we need another DC guy? Like, you couldn't think of anybody else? Because the conceit is like, these are people who just came out, like, presumably, like, 1990. Everybody else is that way pretty much, man. But he's closer to a veteran. And, of course, Jeff Smith, man, closing in on 30. And the dude has a unstoppable machine in the form of Phone Bone.
Yeah, it's wild. We looked at that recently and talk about a fun video, like his college version of Bone.
Yeah.
And then it's like almost 10 years go by where he's not making comics before it comes back and becomes the juggernaut, you know, one of the top 3 creator-owned books in comics history. And it almost doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
Like 10 years where he's just away from comics.
All right, we got some Fumetti
Yeah.
at the Wizard office.
Did you take anything out of this?
Real Sausage Fest.
got
I didn't
nothing.
read this shit.
Yeah. Talk about filler.
Yeah. Damn, talk about filler. We're doing nothing but turning pages.
This is how you know that Wizard's doing well.
Yeah.
We just passed 12 pages of ads.
Cheese Whiz. I didn't read this.
This is the interview. This is where I was talking about like 250,000.
Oh, it's Kayfabian doing the interview.
And again, giving those image dudes a fair amount of credit. And I think that's a thing you can really point at in terms of Wizard's success, especially with that other article where it's like, oh yeah, around here's where Wizard's fortunes turn, and it's also the rise of image.
Garib sporting a mullet. The Roger Cruz Youngblood, man. You can't get your hands on Joe Madureira, so you get Roger Cruz.
Garib cuts promos on Marvel through this.
Yeah.
Like, he's pretty hard on them, and the quality of their books, like really critical of their quality, and then says they just stopped marketing, to their readers.
It's funny. I don't think they started up again. By Holker in Design with that in mind.
Yeah, really.
All right, man. Leia Hernandez, manga scene. Guide to Japanese comics and animation with a little glimpse at Ninja High School, man. Ben Dunn Comics, American manga. We did a Ninja High School issue number 1. We positioned it as like, is this the longest running manga in America? Plus 100 issues worth of stuff, and we're just getting that glimpse. It was Amazinger Z, man, some Go Nagai comics that gave him the bug. I think he's a military brat or something, moving around with his pops, and came across those comics when he was overseas.
Yeah, this is a whole overview of 10 years of Antarctic Press, which is pretty wild to think they're 10 years into the game at this point, 95, and talks about things that he's learned publishing, like manga that he published that maybe he shouldn't have, things that were a little bit too edgy for American audiences. And he mentions the books Dojinshi, reprinted art that was never meant to be seen outside of Japan. and apologizes for it. But that stuff is from Comiket, the amateur magazine convention, which at the time was 300,000 attendees.
Which even back then is more attendees than San Diego Comic-Con. It has since ballooned to 750,000 attendees per year. And it's going to be running again for the first time in 2022. I'm going to miss it because it's the end of December. But I think the Columbus crew that's taking a trip out there, Caitlin McGurk, Eric Reynolds.
I can't even imagine that.
They're going to that. But check this out, dude. I was reading about it. And because of COVID restrictions and shit, right? They're limiting it to only 90,000 people are allowed in there at a time.
What a problem to have.
But yeah, I mean, this is just a giant machine. And what Comiket is, you know, amateur magazine convention. There's not even superstar artists to bolster those numbers. This is just doujinshi.
Incredible.
And most of it is, you know, boy love, yaoi, gay sex comics. You know, like that's the bulk of it. You get a little Dave Cho in one of our, I think it was our Turtles episode, where he described the culture of it, where like there's even like a shame component where like the ladies like bow their heads because it's a big female base that is the creators of this and actually the consumers. Like at the Mandarake in Akihabara, which like floor number 3 is the doujinshi. I was the only dude on that floor, like, and it was like middle-aged ladies who wanted to see Winter Soldier and freaking Captain America 69 in Peens, man.
It's fascinating though. I've been on, you know, interested in this doujinshi stuff since we've been to Japan and since reading manga. It's incredible to me that there's that big of a readership, of a fandom, of all those pieces in that market, and I feel like it's growing here. You know, it's definitely getting bigger here, and we show off bootlegs.
Shots of Josh Simmons, man, who just put out this bat in a beautiful slip case with a French publisher. So, like, you know, I think it's more and more becoming a thing here, and especially with the tools of publishing that are available now to everybody. I think you're going to see more and more of it in our world here, but. Shouts to the homie Ben.
Japan's been doing it for a while.
Shouts to the homie Ben at Baltimore Comic-Con who hooked us up with washed-up midlife crisis turtles.
That's a good example of it too. Absolutely, and we've got. I don't know if we have a bootleg playlist, but if we don't, we will soon.
Yeah.
Because it's the same deal. Like those bootlegs are the amateur press that I see for the most part.
And send us your doujinshi.
Absolutely.
And we have copies of the doujinshi that
been done published.
Exactly, 4 issues, I believe. Transformers one.
Yeah, Transformers. There's a I'm trying to think of what the other ones are, and they're
like a Robotech, I think.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and I wonder if it's like trademark stuff. Like when he says he shouldn't have published that, if that's what that means.
Right. Yeah,
because they're not offensive.
Right.
They aren't boys' love.
No.
Maybe one of them might be, but for the most part, it's not Transformers hooking up with their human counterparts or anything like that.
Right. She provided a real service when she's putting a spotlight on this kind of material.
Absolutely. Even the sidebars, it's just coverage of a lot of different stuff and material. I still don't know some of this material.
And dude, this was that thing too where like I was just getting into anime and stuff. Like Ninja Scroll was so important to me. We finally at this point got Sci-Fi Channel, and that's where you get to see Akira on TV. So Suncoast Video then has a blossoming anime section that's like a bookshelf amount of space, 5 racks, maybe 2.5 of those racks is just Bubblegum Crisis. But the cost, right? Like these 1-hour episodes, $30 a piece for a video. The Maycross joints, maybe they put 2 episodes on a tape, but it cost you $20 a pop. Just too much, man. Too cost prohibitive. And in fact, I actually have Angel Cop. Dude, Ninja Scroll's right there.
Yeah, there you go.
How about that, man? I got that on VHS still. Here's what we can talk and wax about Tom Palmer Jr. a piece, man. Meet the Press. We're talking about Small Press Expo, Bethesda, Maryland, dude. One of our sort of home bases growing up.
I dreamt of going to that show
Yeah.
for years
Me
before
too.
I went there because of
Absolutely.
the coverage of it by Palmer.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Totally. And dude, it feels like it was a different animal in a certain way because I guess, cream rises. So the stuff that he's talking about are all the biggest cats who are at the joint. I say that, but they would do the anthology, right? And all those anthologies were like super super accomplished. There was never a dog in any of that. But part of what he's doing is covering specific people, and then he's talking about how they choose to use SPX as either like a promotional avenue or it's a big moneymaker for them, something like that. So it's he's talking about the stuff that guys are bringing for promo and things, and I don't think really most people think of it as like a promo piece now. It's like Dan Clowes has a new comic out, like he'll be a guest and he'll be signing copies. It's never like Dan Clowes showing up the year before to promote a book that's coming out next year. It's never used for that anymore. Some of the names that are bandied about: Dave Sim, of course. You can't talk self-publishing or small press without his name coming into the mixture. You got guys like Mark Hempel, like those dudes that I sort of looked up to that had a career in the mainstream and did their own thing. Mazzucchelli, Dave Lapham. Greg Hyland is a guy, man. Lethargic Lad Comics. I met him at Pittsburgh Comic Con a couple of times. We grabbed a bunch of Lethargic Lad. I think I discovered it because he was on that Anti-Gravity Room television show.
And he's talking there about distro, which is, it's this like running under the story of all of this stuff is like, what's up? What's going to happen? Because when you get down into some of that like smaller self-publishing scale, like Diamond's turning some of that stuff away, and now you've got Capital City as like the only distributor after having like 18 or 20 distributors. Man, that's just people. It's unsustainable.
Yeah. I think what they would do is allow solicitations, and then when the orders come in, if it doesn't hit a metric, they're like, dude, later for you. But Lethargic Lad is it's a very crude kind of primitive style, but there's a lot of substance in terms of the writing. So I could see the distributor being judgmental about that, perhaps.
Yeah, this is really a survey.
Dave Sim is nearing issue 200. The entire time I remember like cheering that dude on, like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And I think he hit issue 300 when we were actually buds, man. When we were kicking it, 2004, something like that.
Funny to see ideas of like Mazzucchelli, who's doing Rubber Blanket at the time, but just got a cover on the New Yorker.
Yeah.
Kind of pointing out like how these people are positioning themselves, not just in comics, but beyond, which is kind of interesting because you see that stuff with the mainstream of like, oh, Spawn's getting a movie and an NES game. Like these guys are sort of expanding outside of comics too, but in a different direction.
That was a cool period, man. I had a teacher in middle school and early high school that had that subscription to the New Yorker, and she would just pile them up. I think it was just her reading in break time and stuff, but they were in the class and recognizing, oh, there's a Crumb cover. Oh, that's a Charles Burns cover. Mark Zingarelli, the first Mark Zingarelli art I ever saw was New Yorker covers. We might be done. Top 10 comics. What is this? Presumably of the past 50 issues?
That's right. It's based on compilations, how many times these things have appeared on the list and stuff. Kind of fun to look at.
Yeah.
Kind of fun to see the stuff that, like, at this point, when they're talking about back issues, like, the Valiants are all just plummeting in value. So at one point, Magnus 12, super hot book, and now it's, like, moving back towards cover price.
Like I'm saying, man, what is the payola?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because not only is She Comics up there, but it's the only one in its little category.
It's a good spot. Ahead of Vampirella, to give you some idea on like name recognition. Like that is a book that comes out of nowhere and gets a high rank.
Got your first Carnage. Got your first high-tech Daredevil. Scott McDaniel. Sharing the space with Stephen Platt. Comic Watch 9. Spawn. Spawn number 9, the most expensive comic ever created. Not for the consumer, but for the creative people involved. Go check out our court deposition videos.
That's the truth.
the Shadow 7. I probably have several copies of this, but I don't know what makes it sexy for them.
Yeah, I don't either. It just seems like it's a good story. It's a kid that's going on like a killing rampage, and Shadow's a bit of a supporting character. I'll tell you what makes it interesting to me and why I'll probably dig it out of my boxes sooner or later. Marshall Rogers and Kyle Baker on art.
I'd like to see what
Marshall
that looks
Rogers, man, you know, pretty hot guy, and not sure what he's doing at that time frame. There's your Scarlet Spider books. Like, just bizarre to look at this stuff for me. Spider-Man, Batman, I think there was no fanfare on that release.
Yeah, I had no idea it even came out.
Underworld Unleashed. Talk about a book that you couldn't pay me to read.
Right.
Cool to see Batman and Robin Adventures get a little bit of a spotlight here, you know, doing that Batman animated style.
Ty Templeton is dope, and you know, he works into that style pretty seamlessly, but he has comics. Like, we're going to be doing a video, or we have done a video, on the Kevin Nolan Man-Bat story, and thereabouts, an issue or two ahead or before, like, he's got a secret origin story. I forget what the characters are, but he's doing his best, like, kind of Toth, and you really get to see what his superhero style is. It is a clear line, and it you know, is, he chooses the right lines, not too much filigree all around it, but he's an underrated cartoonist.
He's a respected guy. Like,
Yeah.
I'll see stuff. Is it Stig's Inferno that he did as an indie book? You know, like, he's a guy that I often will hear about from other fans, other pros.
Nothing much else that
Now, Kira gets a listing there for issue 35.
Which I think it's been getting listings for that exact number for some time.
Yeah, it could be. There's the other all red poster child for good looking cartoonist.
Yeah, man. There's your hamburger head.
Right. Yeah, it's a kind of an abysmal time period for comics. You know, there's little bits. Stray Bullets #6 is listed there. That's kind of a timestamp for me.
Joe Madureira, Uncanny X-Men joint. He's on that book for a long time, man. Up to about issue 350.
Yeah, and you know, here's, I don't know if this is a Marvel thing or what, but you look under the X-Men books, he's not even mentioned. You know, like, they're not even, don't want to give any shine to the creators, I guess.
Yeah.
They've been burnt by Image, so now every book is just by Marvel.
Right.
It's a shame, you know, because I mean, like Joe Mad would be one of those guys you could really build a fan base around.
Yeah. Yeah, just very stingy. When you know, they operate the opposite of that abundance mentality, and it's only bit them in terms of their publications.
So this is your back issue, kind of like What's Up, and they highlight some manga is gaining in popularity.
Battle Angel Alita. Was that a movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at our top guys. Billy Tucci. What's the payola, man? What's the payola? You hook up Gareb Shamus with a couple extra John Byrne X-Men's or something like that?
The top 10 hottest artists, Frank Miller on Big Guy and Rusty the Boy Robot.
No.
#4.
That is fucked up.
Dude, what do you make of that? Do you think that they mean to put Jeff Darrow in that spot since he's the artist of that book, or do you think they're just lazy and wrote Big Guy instead of Sin City?
Yeah, I think they copy and pasted. They just copy and pasted. That's real dumb. Shouts to Uncle Jeff, man. I'll see you in a couple weeks, man. Trent Canuga, I feel like he puts together a fruit basket or something too for the Wizard Cats, because he gets a lot of shine. He gets a little coverage like every issue, starting a couple issues back.
I think that you've got a young readership, and like when they did that first article on him, he's like 16 or 17, and that's it. Like every teenager that wants to make comics is now on board.
Yeah.
They probably got a ton of response. That was something Seamus, it's mentioned in several places in this issue, but just like keeping tabs on readers and sending out surveys and stuff. So I think if something really had a bit of a spike in attention, they were on it.
Yeah.
Which smart, they should be. You know, any publisher should be. I didn't have too much on their top 100. It's a lot of X books. Something like the top 10, I think you have Spawn, Gen 13, and Spawn Blood Feud, and the rest are X-Men books.
Right.
And that continues on till, like, you know, the top 20, I think something like 15 of them are X books.
Yeah.
Which kind of speaks to them flooding the market.
Hall of Fame books, Detective Comics. At this point, Detective Comics going for $125,000. We're talking about at Baltimore Comic Con, that very first Overstreet guide.
Yeah.
What was the price for a detective comic?
It's
number
two
27?
something, 275, 225, something like that. $200. That's not 200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible, man.
Shows and conventions. This is that shit where it has the Station Square conventions, which I've never been to one of those ones.
You know, we talk about Paul Smith early in this issue. That's where I got my Paul Smith X-Men's at one of those. Something like a quarter a book too. I scored on the way out with all the money I had left.
Oh my goodness! You know what? I'm gonna need your help on this one. I didn't read the Ego column. I didn't find it.
This is something.
Yeah.
So McFarlane talks about what he knows about Wizard, and he had done a signing, you know, around the time promoting Spider-Man, and part of it was at the store, the Wizard store, and ended up trading a bunch of artwork for hockey cards.
I remember this.
Including Spider-Man #1 cover. They fleeced him. Like, they won. He even says the grift, and I think it's semi-good-natured in here, but dude, they walked away with... He said it was like the biggest collector of McFarlane artwork after they made their trade.
Jimmy, who sold that Heritage auction cover with the Hulk Spidey?
That's right. That's right. So they
for what's the number of that? Tell the people. They might not know.
Was it 675,000? 675,000.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
For some hockey cards.
And that's amazing Spider-Man cover of Hulk Spider-Man. They also got Spider-Man #1 cover, that iconic spiderweb sitting Spider-Man. Good Lord. What would that thing sell for now?
Right.
It's hard to even imagine. That's over $1 million.
I mean, we could keep with the fleecing, man, because he just drew them just a random piece. He added the Wizard motif because that's the name of the store, being a nice guy. They want to use it as a cover. He agrees to that. And, you know, it's on the cover of this thing even.
Yeah, I'm trying to look really close at the ab muscles and trying to figure out, like, what...
You think he's got gimmicks
What's
in
the
there?
original look like?
You think he's on the blue chews?
I think it's sound. It looks like maybe a little bit of a six-pack in the drawing part.
Right. So he's on the blue chew just on the cover.
That's right.
of this one.
Mm-hmm. New technology. Yeah, he ends the column with... I think it's pretty good-natured, this back and forth, but boy, the Shamus family did well, because I don't know what those cards are worth, but I bet they're not worth a couple $1 million.
Right. McFarlane's a businessman, and at this level, he's like, good on you, guy. You got me. Yeah. We made the deal. We made the agreement. I agreed upon it of sound body and mind. You got me.
Yeah, it's quite a story, though. You know, it does feel like, I bet you he came out of there and was like, that's never happening again.
Fuck yeah. I don't think he's gotten rid of any Spawn art.
Smart.
Of course, as you could imagine, Tucci shopping around She. I think, did Tia Carrera play her? Or was that a name that was attached at some point? Did the movie come out?
I don't think there was ever a movie.
Madman, the movie.
That's what all this stuff is, though. You know, like so much of this stuff. Tia Carrera is the one listed in this article, but I don't think that movie was ever actually made. But I mean, that's true for like all this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
You know, you see stuff like Speed Racer being developed, but who knows if that's what actually ends up being the Speed Racer movie.
No, man.
Because, I mean, how much long... You know, that's 10 or 15 years later.
Yeah, and the Wachowskis are just... they didn't even do Bound yet.
It would be, it'd be a producer or somebody that got the option and just keeps going to meeting after meeting for a decade with it.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, but when you have that high buying temperature of the Matrix directors, like then that's when it's like, okay,
oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
we could greenlight that now. We got good names attached. Live action Pinocchio. Didn't that just come out?
There was a Pinocchio. I don't know if it was live action or not, but there was a Pinocchio that just came out. The Hair Jordan is Space Jam. They don't call it Space Jam yet, but I mean what other Michael Jordan Bugs Bunny movie is there? And the time frame's about right there. So that's what that is. That's probably, out of all the articles listed, that's probably your most, actually happened. Although almost all this stuff happened at some point. Like there's the stupid Catwoman movie. This Green Day is Green Hornet, which, there was a Green Hornet movie. Like, all this stuff comes to pass.
Directed by Michel Gondry.
Yes. Seth Rogen. What a weird... I think I saw an advanced copy of that or something.
Yeah.
All the weird stuff.
Dude, this is the era of Anti-Gravity Room from Sci-Fi Channel, because there is a piece with Andrew Vax talking about his Batman comic in that show. These comic CD-ROMs... It's just so funny, like, how all that stuff shook out.
Yeah, I think early 2000s Marvel releases a bunch of those.
Yeah.
And those are amazing because they do complete issues.
Yeah,
Ads, letters, pages, everything. Like those are the things to get hold of.
And we'll wind things down with a quick little glimpse, talk. John Romita Sr.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway here is loves Terry and the Pirates.
Yeah. And if you would have saw those 1950s Captain Americas that he did that were like maybe concurrent or before his romance career, you see a lot of that in those Captain Americas. And he may or may not, I think some of his Captain Americas were even the ones that were like Leroy lettered. Because there's a dark period of Captain America where they carry the title, but Captain America becomes an ersatz crypt keeper and just like introduces the horror comic that you're about to read, because the EC comics were so popular, and the pre-code horror was a thing. And then when Captain America comes back, it sort of retains a little bit of that EC-ishness.
He says his favorite work of his own is Amazing Spider-Man 108 and 109. Makes me want to go revisit those.
I have those at the very least essential format.
That might be the best, like that would be the most highlighting of John Romita Sr.
Yeah. Sharp as a needle. That artwork, man.
It's pretty cool. He's one of those guys that's been in comics forever and seems like he did all right for himself. And I realized he had an office job.
Yeah, it became administration. You get health insurance from the company. You're going to be all right.
There's so many bad stories of that generation of artists, and he doesn't seem to be one of them.
Sure. You got to make that Faustian deal, man, and get that health insurance and be a staff guy, and then, got to praise Stan Lee all the time in the Daredevil documentaries and whatever comes out as extra back matter on the Marvel movies of the day. I feel like it's an extra thick issue with extra less material.
A lot of filler in this one. A lot of Garib Sheamus in this one.
Yeah. Doing the Barry Horowitz hand on the back gimmick. But we got that good Ben Enlund piece and a couple other little joints, man, that make it worthwhile.
Yeah, it sets up our future Paul Smith coverage.
That's goddamn right, man. You good to go, Jimmy?
Yep.
All right, man. Let the people know what's going out there. But first, you got to like, follow, and subscribe to the YouTube channel and hit that bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Tell them what's out there, Jim.
Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Live, back in print after almost a year. Pick that up wherever you get comics. 8 complete full-color stories. Great place to start with my work. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, available in comic shops now. The retelling of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. And pre-order right now the Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition, oversized, extra pages, best thing ever designed.
It's beautiful.
It'll be out in early 2023, but pre-order it now so Marvel knows to print a copy for you. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I am just posting a collection of all of my comic book covers. Is the latest giveaway, but downloadable PDF on my Patreon. So pick that up. Should be up tomorrow, the cover PDF.
Monday?
Oh, should be up 2 days ago whenever you're watching this video.
Red Room. Trigger warnings. Red Room, the antisocial network. Murder on the dark web for fun and profit. Boy, I heard that bandied about a whole lot when we were in Baltimore Comic-Con, and I thank you guys so much for supporting our comics. It keeps the lights on at the Kayfabe Studios and makes it possible for us to do these videos on a regular basis. Each of these comics is completely self-contained. Each contains 4 complete stories and about 70 pages of additional material within the covers of each of these books. And I serialize regular comics on my Patreon, patreon.com/edpiskor. 3 books get you the archive. There's comics up there that won't see the light of day in print until 2023. You can get to all those destinations in my link tree in the description below this video. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, and stickers on our spread shop at the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Giving those marching orders will be on our way.
Read more comics.
I just realized I have some visual aids, man, because I got a box full of Kayfabe shirts. Let me go. Let me go crack them open real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious what you got. Did you order them, or did they just send you like a random selection? How do you figure out sizes?
Yeah, I got all larges.
Okay.
I got all larges, and I needed a hoodie. My boy Aki needs a hoodie. I'm taking him to Japan to hook up the homies, man. So there's one hood or maybe a couple hoods. Anyhow. Shouts to DJ Kaufman for hooking it up. Let's see what we got here. Wow. I think we got a lot of hoodies.
That box is packed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that may be something that we start figuring out for future shows, is having some of these shirts on hand, perhaps.
The white, man.
I saw a really good shirt, and it was it looked like it had been well worn, and it almost looked like the black lettering had faded to purple. And I would have bought the shirt that way, you know, like how the like vintage shirts look
with an ombre.
Yeah, it
with some
cool.
patina. All right, man. So
yellow's a good color for a shirt.
Yeah, as for the yellows, like it was either going to be black or yellow. Boom. How about that shit? Size on these bitches, man. Mediums. Yeah, super cool. So we could show this shit off. $50 issues of Wizard, Jimmy.
50 issues.
Probably
What a milestone for
maybe 70 hours of
it's a real measure of us. How many videos we've made over the years.
Yeah. I'll do my 2 smaller ones and then I'll put my stuff on the charge.
Yep.
Where is my Visions book? Where did I put that? Let's filibuster with the chat room for a second, Jimmy.
We have a Perth Comics is on here. Is that out of Australia? Is that actually like a retailer in Australia?
Yeah, I don't know.
Speak up there, Perth Comics. Someday I'm going to make it to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. There have been a couple people that reached out. Okay, here's my joints.
There was a zine maker in Jacksonville that was from Australia. That's a long way.
Amazing.
For show.
When I did the Tom Hart school thing down there, Saw, is it? Mm-hmm. One of the fun things was, this was like a workshop that you could just buy, and there were dudes from Europe that came to buy the Eddie P workshop and like came to Gainesville, Florida to get some comics wisdom. Like that's that ego boost, man.
Yeah, Perth chimed in. They are in Australia.
So I'm actually going to do color backgrounds.
I love the international audience.
That's the fun shit, man. Like
it's pretty cool.
We just hit the PO box and grabbed all the books that you guys have been sending us and things, man. And it's always so cool seeing these like foreign envelopes. A lot of Australia, actually. Like if you think about it, man. Like we've gotten dozens of Australian boxes, and what's cool is they're giving us like their own kind of regional comics so that we can like educate ourselves on that. That's a fun thing.
Yeah, 10 p.m. in Perth. I think we might have a few Australians in the channel right now.
Amazing.
Watching this stream. Ooh, Dublin represent. Nice. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I enjoy seeing the international comic scenes represented. There was, I can't remember if this was, it might have been the first SPX that we went to together. But you remember they used to have like ICAF, the international. They would always have like some international
like
representation. They had one year from Australia, and it was cool. Like it's the same deal. They just bring like, you've got a handful of cartoonists from there, but then they also have kind of a table's worth of stuff from people that couldn't make it there.
Yeah,
you get a little survey on what's going on. Montreal in the house. That's awesome, man. People up around the globe watching.
This one, if you guys are familiar with the stream, is the Kick to the Nuts episode that we're recording because we recorded it before. I edited it, and I fucked it up because I accidentally uploaded a Peach Momoko video and deleted the hour and a half's worth of edit that I did on this one. So we gotta re-up it.
It's 3 p.m. in Berlin. from our Berlin correspondent.
That's so cool, dude. We got representation everywhere. Project Mayhem.
Ottawa, Aircell Country.
Rule 1 of Fight Club. Rule 1 of Kayfabe is you do not talk about Kayfabe.
Aircell Country should be a t-shirt.
We should,
with the Canadian flag on it.
We should do a time deal, man, like a Halloween season of the witch, like, you know, like at a certain time, like, all right, I know everybody post this or some shit like that.
It'd be fun. Yeah, there's a few of those we could be doing. Angie, thanks for coming out to Baltimore. Ooh, Korea. Mexico.
Now they're just playing.
Yeah. All right. We get it.
Yeah, now they're fucking with us.
Quebec. Very fun.
What is that, the Rougeau brothers territory?
There you go.
Or Dino Bravo.
Ooh.
With that little trefoil on his tights.
I remember watching him go for that bench press record.
Yeah, and then he cheated.
Yeah.
Right? He gimmicked somebody.
I feel like those weights may have been gimmicked.
All right, man. I'm good to go, Jim. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be taking a look at Takashi Okazaki's Star Wars Visions comic. But first, I got to let you guys know that our videos are brought to you by the comics that we make. So we need you to buy these comics. Red Room, The Antisocial Network, Red Room Trigger Warnings, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in the Red Room universe. These are the comics that I have out on the stands as of late. 4 complete stories in each volume and 70 pages of additional material in each book collection. Jimmy has Hulk Grand Design Monster and Madness on the stands in issue format. Get them while they're hot. It is going to be getting a Treasury Edition format in early 2023, and we need you to pre-order those ASAP because it's been delayed a little bit by Marvel, which gives us extra time to sell more copies. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive has received a new printing, 8 complete stories in this volume, so you have no excuse not to have this on your bookshelf, man. Great representation of Jimmy's hallmark character. And without further ado, let's take a look at Takashi Sensei's Star Wars Visions #1.
Start right here with credits on the cover. You get one guy's credits, you know, and it's a cartoonist,
yes.
You know, writing, drawing, doing it all there. So pretty cool.
My homeboy Takashi, man, creator of Afro Samurai. You might know his artwork from designing Samurai Batman, or maybe it's Batman Samurai. Afro Samurai creator. He shows up in that Criterion collection box set with Godzilla, where it has a book full of illustrations and things. He does a Mecha Godzilla joint.
Makes sense.
Visiting the dude.
If you're designing this book, don't you make Star Wars a little bigger?
I think so.
Isn't that the sales point? What do people know? Visions or Star Wars?
Yeah, they're not trying to sell very much. But that said, I scooped this up the day it came out and was talking with Takashi, and as soon as I grabbed my copy, there was only one left in town. Scooped it up, hit him up like, dude, I got it. He's like, yeah, just got a call from the editor. It's going into reprints already. So it's doing well for him. Met Takashi during Manga Quest #1 in 2019 when I went out there. In fact, hooked him up with Aki Yanagi, who's going to be my liaison at Tokyo Comic Con, me and Jeff Darrow. He is translator and is my homeboy. Like we spent a lot of time together, and I blended the crew and introduced him to Takashi Okazaki because Nate Cabrera, who worked for Top Cow for some time, hooked me up with Takashi. So this is like a book bound by kayfabe.
It's nice to see that kind of thing, like relationships that form that way.
Yeah.
Where it's like we're all hanging out, and here you are 2 years later.
We all ate brains together, man, with the CEO of Mandarake.
I guess that'll bond you.
And Takashi was like, oh, this is torture. They kept bringing them yakitori skewers out. And then me and my homeboy, HB, were like, are we caught in a politeness loop where they're just going to keep bringing food out if we keep eating it because we were fit to bust? And they just didn't stop bringing food. Turtle soup, all kinds of stuff. My homeboy, because they were bringing us some weird shit, my dude was like, I'm happy to eat this, but if they pull out a dick and balls on a stick, I can't eat that, man. Because it was like we're eating spleens and livers and all kinds of stuff. It felt like...
That's wild.
It felt like, Temple of Doom a little bit. Turtle soup, like all kinds of crazy shit. But A5 Wagyu, little Cubidat shit, really, really good. Going to Takashi's studio, the dude has a drawing table set up, does the Wacom, Cintiq, all that shit. But to the left wall, there is a shelf above the drawing board where he has every astromech droid that ever made it to toy form, all the way up to like the more expensive kind of Franklin Mint ones. So when I see this element right here, I'm like, oh, Takashi's in his zone.
Right.
Another piece that was important to Takashi while we were kicking it, Lone Wolf and Cub, giant influence on the dude. You could see it in Afro Samurai, and that has made its way into this production.
It's what you want in these comics, right? Like, you want the guy to do what he's good at and what he wants to do, because it comes through. Like, there's a lot of energy throughout this story, and I think that's a result of, hey, what do you want to draw? Have at it.
Afro Samurai begun as a doujinshi. It's one of those things that you're like a Chakon the Forever Man or something, where there were like 1,000 copies, and it just so happened that one of those copies got into the hands of the right person who could expand it and make it much bigger, which, cartoon series, I think some sort of OVA type movie stuff, soundtracks with reputable rap crews, the RZA putting together shit. Like, Takashi's hooked up, and if you even go onto his Instagram, like, Samuel L. Jackson is always commenting on his shit.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And you kind of have the Afro Samurai.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the droids, and Afro Samurai's like the other half of the team.
Totally. And there's a connection, because, like, Sam Jackson does voices in Afro Samurai and was Mace Windu in Star Wars. So there's, like, this sphere of influence.
Totally.
This is the culmination. Now, breaking kayfabe, this is the second time we cut this video because of a fuck-up I made. And one of the things that you mentioned when we first looked at it was some confusing storytelling, both visually and verbally. And I think that verbal part is certainly noteworthy because fucking Marvel editorial, man. It's all on Aki to get the point across. And clearly there was no polish on the part of the editor in certain pieces, because there is some confusing language. It's the dude's second language. Like, pick up the ball a little bit and help him out, Like, that's the difference between this and the Peach Momoko comics that have that polish by Zach Davidson, who is a native English speaker, who's able to take the Japanese stuff that Peach provides and put a little spit shine on it to make it consumable for the American audience. That said, still a ball to look at. We have our Afro Samurai and his droid with a rice paddy hat overlooking something. We see that he has a blind, so, like, is he using the Force? To do that looking? He's literally got, like, a blind man cane in the form of a lightsaber. And I think it probably would have helped if we would have seen maybe the tops of our guys right here.
Because that's what I needed. That's the confusion for me in this opening scene, is like, where's this guy in relation to what we're going to kind of now zoom in and focus on?
Takashi's artwork is really interesting in comparison to so much other manga, because he does not shy away from using, like, lots of black area, these chunky blacks that you just don't often see in very much manga. Maybe speaks to some of that Western influence. But always able to communicate that breeze with the hair of our main guy.
Yeah, the snow's a nice piece for that too. The sense of, like, movement and a sense of depth.
And a very interesting color palette where it's almost completely grayscale with little grace notes of color throughout. Little bits everywhere. And our lone wolf and cub shows up.
Yeah, I suppose our hero.
Sure, okay. Yeah, sure. And what's fun about that is, like, spoilers off the bat. The cub, we associate that with the recessive character. This is the top dog. Mm-hmm. This is the cub. We flip that in this comic.
I really love this page. Like, once the fight happens, our layout goes from horizontals and verticals to these chaotic diagonals. And you see like some really cool movement with like the lightsaber, using that color sparingly to really emphasize that, but curving the lightsaber in conjunction with the diagonal panels, it's just like a blur.
Beautiful designs, man.
Yeah, like, a lot of detail on those guys.
Super one of a kind. Once again, he is the creator of that Batman Samurai or Samurai Batman, where you take these archetypes and then add the Takashi touch to it. That's what he's doing here. Mm-hmm. Cutting dudes down. It's only now in the computer age where we could get those lightsabers with that exact kind of action. Color's important when it comes to the lightsabers and the blasters and stuff. The red is Sith. Red is bad guys.
That's so ridiculous. It's like whenever he guns up ready for action, man, that looks like something I would have drawn in like 10th grade.
Absolutely. Did you ever read The Complete Lone Wolf and Cub?
Mm-mm.
It's 2 or 3 times where there's this kind of Deus Ex piece to the cart where he'll pick it up and it's almost like, it's not a Gatling gun, it's maybe 10 muskets across and like 5 going down, all connected to one fuse, and he will bust that shit out like whenever there's like a horde of dudes coming at him. He'll just pick it up, light that fuse, and shoot 40 muskets at dudes. That's almost like what that feels like to me.
Yeah, it really feels like a callback, hearing that description. And it's kind of what you're going to see here, right? Like, just wiping out this group.
Absolutely.
Like how he chooses to do that, too, because we could have one where guys are cut in half. Yeah. Instead, we're zooming into the screams of, like, the last guy.
Makes me wonder if he storyboarded Afro Samurai, because it has the beats,
mm-hmm.
And this sort of, like, this kind of, these close-ups and things.
I like seeing that because it's a distinct style choice, but it's in the storytelling.
Yeah. Gives you a couple pages to mow these guys down. It has a manga pace to it. Not too much dialogue necessary. Very visually oriented.
This feels Star Wars-esque to me. An alien planet.
Down. Yeah, you got the pan down. You got all the moisture evaporator. And right now we are in, Kurosawa's Hidden Fortress, and that's the one that has like the R2D2 C3PO guys mm-hmm. running around.
Again, can't be an accident, right?
Oh, totally. And there's even a Yoda in there, actually. A Yoda guy, like a hidden dude in the Hidden Fortress.
Now we're joined by our Afro Samurai-esque fella from the beginning.
Afro Samurai meets Lone Wolf and Cub. And they both have competing droids. I would like to see a droid fight. Like a astromech droid fight. That would be a nice thing to see at some point. Our guys getting chummy, going back and forth. Our Sith guy's very goth because he's like, I need pain. Pain is important. He's got the gnarly fucking scars and shit. I need pain because I cut a lot of dudes down. I need to be reminded constantly of the work that I did.
Yeah, the scars are pretty interesting because they look like future stuff where there's like robotic elements in some of them and stuff. Like replace that shoulder joint.
And nearly Blade of the Immortal.
Right.
Talking about the old wars, man. You're just trading war stories.
As old dudes in Hot Springs will.
Yeah. At this point, he's taking those clone troopers and adding his Takashi touch to them. I think there are implications that this is Mace Windu, the Sam Jackson character from the prequels. He gets zapped in the movies. That's how he gets dispatched. But in our universe, he's still alive.
Miraculously.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a drawing. Like both of these pages, just the impact, of being hit by what feels like lightning.
Yeah.
Even into like the line drawing transition. Like the book is full of this kind of nice, thoughtful drawing.
Totally.
And again, what you want in a book, like it's a satisfying one issue.
Yes. This piece right here, I can't help but think of the Jodorowsky Mobius Inkle page where our guy meets like a god, you know, Japanese version.
Yeah, and what a calm page compared to what we've seen up to this point.
Yeah.
You know, as a guy's meeting his maker or whatever, the afterlife, some moment of between life and death.
It almost implies
there's a tone there.
Like this is, you know, the creator of the Force or something.
Also great on scale.
That bottom 3/4 view of the face, man. Good luck drawing that, man. If I tried drawing this, like these eyes would be floating somewhere.
Impossible.
Like it's so solid and very well rooted.
Makes me wonder if he's got a model for that. It's such a hard angle.
Yeah. That's what I hope.
Yes.
Trace off a statue or something.
It's what I tell myself.
Yeah.
If you learn different, keep it to yourself.
As our guys are trading their war stories, some little Ewoks show up and are gambling with our dudes. So cute.
Such a weird inclusion.
Yeah. You know what it is? Like, I want to draw all the stuff I want to draw. And I like Ewoks. There's like a bifurcation. There's a line. Like, the people who are closer to my age have no problem with Ewoks. But the dudes who are alive to see the first Star Wars in theaters, they cannot settle for that. That is bullshit. That is Muppets. Filibuster continues to the point where our guy is more aware and is giving out hints that he knows who this dude is, and our guy's picking up all those hints. So there is a little bit of a tension there. You get it non-verbally. It's a new day. Our boy, even with his back to him, is still watching. Like, he's waiting for the move to happen.
And this was the other point of confusion for me.
Sure.
So we've built to this, it's going to be a showdown.
Yes.
You know, acknowledging, don't you have to kill me?
Master Jedi. And we have literally the standoff.
Yeah, that's Old West, you know, that's Sergio Leone kind of stuff of staring at each other. The close-ups of the guns, the hands next to the holsters.
Yes. And in the fan press, immediately, that is a purple lightsaber. The same saber that is in the hands of Samuel L. Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whenever he was working on some Tarantino stuff and he was doing press, and they asked him, like, what's your dream project? He said, I would love to be in a Star Wars. And then George Lucas even lets him pick his lightsaber color. This is Mace Windu. You know, this is Takashi giving props to his dude, Samuel L. Jackson. We have our double page spread where the dudes, you know, like, the next page should be standing and one dude falls in half. You know, if it was that kind of thing. But they're each kind of scoring a blow, catching the dude like a little on the side, maybe. You know, it's tough to see. But it's unmistakable that our purple dude destroys that lightsaber. And here's where our editor needed to actually step in and maybe read the comic before setting it off the press. Because it turns out he just dispatches the Sith guy. He just destroys his lightsaber and keeps things moving. This line right here. If I had my hands on the sword, I would have died. He did have his hands on the sword. This is a literal... I have no idea. Something is fully lost in translation.
Right.
Because his hand was on the sword. Look, that's his hand on a sword.
Yeah, I don't understand that. What is meant by that line? What is meant by the resolution of the story here?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Get some answers, maybe.
Yeah, and even this little piece where, you know, it's the AC/DC concert. Put your lighters in the air. Gets his little acknowledgement from his droid, and the payoff is that you discover, let's go master, that it's the droid that is the leader of that pack. Super fun to look at.
It is.
It is a match made in kayfabe, thanks to Aki and Takashi hooking up whenever, like, I was out there.
This is one of those projects that I think is a cool thing for Marvel DC to do.
Yes.
To take the stuff that they have, that they own, but allow artists to like go off and do your version of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as a single issue, like we look at so many of these issue ones or single issues and stuff, and it's, if you're gonna do a comic like this, like make it stand on its own. If I buy one of these, I should come away with a satisfying experience, and I feel like this is an example that does it.
Makes me wonder if CB is trying to Karen Berger Marvel with Japanese talent. We have Peach, we have Takashi on the hook. Both of these creators, I don't know that their true visions were to begin with comics per se. Takashi does not have that many pages under his belt. Neither did Peach before she came. Is that the secret to woo Japanese talent over? Because they don't know, they're not entrenched in the machine of manga at that point. But CB will be out at Tokyo Comic Con. It doesn't feel like an isolated incident.
Yeah, for sure.
That he's doing this sort of thing. Anyhow, I'll get you your answers and hopefully a Takashi Okazaki shoot interview in a couple of weeks. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there.
Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive is back in print from Image Comics. This is 8 complete full-color stories of the Deadly Squirrel Alive, the homeless ninja on a skateboard. It's a great way to see my comics. This is where I point people to start. And Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. The comic books are in stores now. The oversized Treasury collection will be in stores in early 2023. You need to let your stores know you want a copy so that there are enough copies for everybody. But that's the oversized Treasury edition that you see the other Grand Design, the Fantastic Four and X-Men books. Probably the best book I've designed so far. So pre-order that one and join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and art. And I just put up a PDF of all of my comic book covers that you can download whenever you join.
Red Room, the Antisocial Network, and Red Room Trigger Warnings are on the stands as we speak. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. In the Red Room universe, each of these books contains 4 complete stories, as well as about 70 pages of additional material inside each volume. I'm serializing new comics on my Patreon right now. Patreon.com/EdPiscor. $3 for the archive there. New strips every Tuesday, and more than 300 pages worth of stuff up there as we speak. Good value, less than a penny a page for comics. Jimmy, just toss me that visual aid and let the people know what else we have out there, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also pick up Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop, also at the links below this video.
Fantastic seeing all those Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts out at the conventions we've been to the
Always
past
a highlight.
couple of weeks, man. And it's a great way to support the channel. Jimmy, give them the marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more manga. All right, you ready to switch?
No, I'll do this for Zeta, and then we'll switch.
Oh, yeah, one more. Gotcha. I'm excited for this Frazetta book.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm excited for my I'm gonna do another big vid probably. Try to keep it to like an hour tops, but I can't wait to go through some of this manga and shit with you, dude.
This is one of my favorite, I don't know about a playlist, but the category is like, these are for your eyeballs episodes. Yeah. Always fun. This is another one where I'm the first kayfabe effect. Just enjoying, this is right up my alley.
Yeah. You know what, I'm going to have you lock these in because I might be focusing on my arm. There it is. Let me grab a sip. How's the chat room doing?
Good. Adam Brooks, thanks for the super chat.
Adam Brooks is like an OG kayfaber, man. I recognize that name in some of our first videos.
Yeah. Filmmaker and artist, I believe. I think I've done actually a DVD cover for him years ago, a long time ago.
And I think he's drawn at least one set of portraits of us.
Mm-hmm. West Coast Dave Vengers. I have never read Bizarro World hardcover. Is that the one with alternative cartoonists?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't read that one. I have the Strange Tales ones, and I didn't realize it, but I'm in both volumes.
Yeah.
Because I had 2 stories. The story for anybody at home is like Joe Quesada pulled one of my stories after it won like Society of Illustrators annual and stuff, and then ultimately printed it like in the second volume, which I didn't know until this week when somebody showed up with it at my table and was like, "Oh yeah, it's nice," because it's in the collection.
Which
I knew
one
it was
is
in
it?
the collection.
The Machine Man?
The one that was pulled was Brother Voodoo.
Right.
And then the one it ended up in is like the Peter Bagg Red Hulk cover issue. I think that's volume 2.
Yeah.
All
good,
right, man,
good if you
ready?
ordered, yeah. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be looking at a gang of Frank Frazetta pencil illustrations today. But first, got to let you guys know that our videos are brought to you by the comic books that we make, so we need you to buy our comics. And what I have on the stands right now is Red Room, The Antisocial Network, and Red Room Trigger Warnings. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in the Red Room universe. Each of these books has 4 complete stories that are totally self-contained and about 70 pages of additional material. Thank you guys for supporting the book the way you have been already. Jimmy has Hulk Grand Design Monster and Madness on the stands as we speak, kind of giving you a complete, incredible Hulk story, something that's never been done. And it is going to be getting the Treasury Edition format in early 2023. It's been delayed quite a bit, which gives us a lot of time to put in pre-orders for that Treasury Edition. Go do it.
Yeah, send Marvel a message to make more grand designs.
And Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive trade paperback is back in stores, getting a new printing. 8 complete Street Angel comics. This is good value, and you gotta get your hands on it ASAP now that it is back in stock. And I guess I should also mention that I'm going to be at the Tokyo Comic Con at the end of November. So sharing a table with Uncle Jeff Darrow. Swing by if you're in that region. Say hi. Grab a print. I'll sign your comics. Whatever. Now, we were just at Baltimore Comic Con, James, and received tons of bounty. This is a standout piece. A erotic collection of 1993 Frank Frazetta pencil illustrations that were done contemporary with the time that it was printed. Had no idea this existed, and it shot up on the list of potential episode fodder.
I've seen like 2 pages from it, and I am genuinely excited to go through this one. It's so cool that it's well, I say contemporary now, it's 20 years old, but like 90s work, like new work by him. So pretty exciting.
Lock us in again. I want to see that typography get real tight. Boom.
That's way dark, isn't it?
It is pretty dark. How's it work? Like we need like this. Maybe.
No, you need something darker.
We need a dark piece.
Yeah, because watch what happens.
Yeah, lock that shit. Now it's blown the fuck out. Just lock on that maybe.
This is the that's the value. This is your focus.
Can you live with it? Got to, right?
You should give me this video because I can fix the levels after.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Here we are.
Man, I love seeing his pencil drawings. We've looked at paintings. We've looked at ink drawings of his on previous videos. And by all means, everybody watching this, if you're a Frazetta fan, we've got some great Frazetta artwork on this channel. But it's so cool to see the actual, like, the graphite and in newer pieces.
Yeah, and this looks like the value is, it changes so slightly. It doesn't feel like the smudgy kind of stuff. It feels like that very time-consuming, like, light touch to fade.
Yeah, I wonder too, because there is texture if that's crow quill board.
Yeah, or just a very toothy paper. I don't,
It's close, right?
It is close. And some of that could just even be the fidelity of like what was possible with capturing grayscale, in 1993. But it's all here. all of the Frazetta tropes.
It really is. It's amazing to see him in different media and still be unmistakably Frazetta.
You know what, man? In my very first Wizard magazine, number 37, it's a Frazetta like article piece in there, and it's promoting this book with this image.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. This image is burnt into my fucking head, man.
Here's what I wonder on something like this. Is he lightboxing? Like, there's no construction lines visible, and it's pencil. Like, you can't get too eraser heavy if you're, like, working out, human forms and things.
That's a good question, man.
Because, I mean, these are damn near flawless and no sign of construction.
I wonder if non-repro blue would not show up.
I don't know.
I'll be able to fix this video.
The creature design, spectacular.
And you can see some play here. You can see the thickness of like what that pencil lead is and things.
Yeah, a little bit of an edge of a non-pointed pencil on that.
Yeah, some squiggles.
Also fun to see him building figures.
Yeah.
Because his figures, he's always great with having movement in a figure.
He ain't one for toes very much. He's the first like anti-foot artist.
That's where Mike Mignola learned the how to draw feet.
Liefeld, like all those guys, like you pay attention to that.
This is almost a figure out of the EC cover.
Oh yeah.
You know, the twist of the figure, it's pretty neat to see him doing that stuff too. I associate that with, obviously, with a Kirby and John Buscema. It's a very Marvel-esque style, twisting those figures.
He would talk about pencil and ink as being it's just tougher because you can't have as many kind of happy accidents. A very precise form, and like pushing oil around on a piece of masonite, you could get some real sexy things happening. But there is no hiding with a pencil.
No,
he's painting with a pencil.
Because with the paint, you can come in and out of focus. Yeah. And with this stuff, it's like it's all more or less in focus. You could probably play a little bit, but great with just that idea of weight on these figures.
That's amazing. Talk about weight, right? Like the gravity and the squash and stretch of the tummy and the boobs.
Even the cartoon of the face.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Man, you can see how this is comics DNA.
Sure.
There's so many cartoonists that have parts of this in their work. I see Wrightson in some of this stuff.
This is nearly the Snoids from Sheboygan. There's a lot of Crumb comics that read this way.
Funny to consider all the cartoonists doing their topless fantasy women next to each other. What a great love this monster creature. Amazing. And I mentioned Mignola a minute ago. That is almost a Mignola piece. Like you can imagine him throwing ink on that and making it his.
Right. Yeah, the lunge, right? It's little things, man. It's the rocks getting kicked up here. It's the movement of the loincloth. It's the movement of his stuff also to like kind of counterbalance.
Yeah, it's great shapes. If you were to just fill in the background in black or vice versa and just have the silhouettes, like the negative space is amazing.
The inertia of the axe feels right in this moment. That feels well balanced, like, you know, that heavy axe is coming forward.
Yeah, are there sketches for this stuff? Because this would be me doing a million sketches to find figures and get them in a form that I like.
Can at least see some of his erasing happening.
Yeah, I wonder how big this stuff is drawn.
Yeah, that's a deficiency in this book. Like, we need some of those details.
I need all of them. And then, like, did he end up painting some of this stuff?
Yeah. I don't know.
Wow, that's great.
I don't know if this is a period, like, you know, he suffered several strokes in a row. And I wonder if, you know, that corresponds with the time with some of this material.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
What a picture. What a creature design. You know, like you just take that for granted, right? There's a little bit of lizard there, but there's a lot more going on in that creature design than just the starting with a lizard.
Absolutely. And getting some splash thanks to the eraser. You know, using all materials, you know, getting some of the water by way of eraser, also cutting in scales with eraser. And this would probably be that kneaded eraser. Like you get like a little tip on it and just just smooth it down and just pick up some of that graphite.
Yeah, some of the scale's really nice. That's another one. It's almost negative space, pulling out a light highlight here and there.
Dude, playing the hits, man. Like, even this piece like could have been like a creepy or eerie cover. Like, he's done these kinds of covers.
100%.
And this has that same feeling.
Boy, the movement that he gets, because that's a Dave Stevens level drawing of like a pinup girl, but so much movement. Yeah. That's what you don't see in people that like pose these things.
Yeah, very stiff.
I don't know that you're getting a good model to grab that pose.
No, and that hair, it's so swooping. You could tell that it's like a spit, like a, this thing surprised her.
Yeah,
and you could tell by just the swoop of the hair.
Yeah, and then it's mirrored, in the fabric around her. It's good stuff. That's half a promotion for the local zoo.
It's cartooning, man. It's Bigfoot cartooning with accurate lighting.
I do wonder, like, in terms of process, because we've seen preliminary drawings for some of his paintings, and I wonder, like, if that's kind of how all this stuff is. A lot of it maybe doesn't go on to be a painting, but it's that same thought process, right? It's like weight and light, movement.
This is such a handsome and elegant figure.
Very minimal.
Like, straight from that Hal Foster school.
That looks like it could be a Warren cover.
Yeah.
Also, that looks like it'd be a challenge to ink. You know what,
Impossible. These aren't meant for ink whatsoever.
That said, I would love to try inking some of these. Maybe not this one, but some of this stuff would be really fun to play with.
In the Swamp Thing, Bernie writes and stuff, when there's the werewolf, like, there will be this kind of thing, and it's massively hatched.
Mm-hmm. I like the very subtle little bit of light shading on a moon in the background. By the way, full moon zine.
Totally.
But it's kind of a neat use of value, because if you're thinking, like, everything in my mind goes through Photoshop now, you're looking at 10-15% gray.
And just hitting the slightest little bits of white, like, it's possible that could even be just like a dab of white out or white paint on those eyeballs right there to give that glint.
Just a shape in the background.
Yeah, and the way he lights those faces. Big kind of forehead, sunken in at the the bridge.
Mm-hmm. These are completely, again, you see the Mike Mignola, the influence Frazetta has on him.
Totally. And you can see all the construction, like all of the sketch that goes in. Like, it's almost like this is the starting line because we see it here.
Yeah, you see much more of that construction in this drawing.
Yeah.
That feels like one I've seen a painting of.
Sure.
Wow, that's a great image.
These are those, like, real stocky dudes, too, that have, like, the beer gut, but have the abs on it. Like, I've seen that.
Yeah, there's a generational wrestlers that would have some of that. The axe overlapping the leg to create that a sense of depth there. That's stuff that we would learn in, like, fundamentals of drawing, like how you create depth, and overlap is one of them.
This is incredible, dude. That head is severed. It is not a part of that. That is the neck stub.
Yeah, good eyeballs in that guy. And he's not blinking.
And that looks like Russ Cochran or somebody.
Ouch.
I don't think it's a diss. But you do see the gish.
What the heck?
He created a whole world, a whole aesthetic. Like, Dungeons and Dragons kind of comes from, the aesthetics of that shit kind of comes from him.
Yeah, all of this stuff looks like it could be concept art.
Yeah.
Creatures
and certainly gets expanded upon
races.
in that H.P. Lovecraft sort of way, where just like the community expands upon the stuff.
The stuff that he's great at too, like women obviously, and then like these wolves are so. I doubt if he's referencing a wolf at this point.
Yeah, cutting in the rib cage with an eraser at that level. That's such a smart, cutting in fur with that eraser.
Very lion-like once you get past the head.
Uh-huh. Do you, I can't find it at my mom's crib, man, but she had that, like, that gnomes book that has, like, the paintings of, like, the whole gnome culture and the orcs and the trolls and shit, and they ride these big-ass wolves. It was a cartoon, like, when I was a kid. David the Gnome, it was called. But it's this super old book, and I was looking for it. It's too expensive now. Like, I don't know if they did a reprint, but that's total kayfabe worthy shit.
I don't know that stuff. That'll be new to me whenever you break down and buy that book, or whenever a kayfaber sends it to you.
Yeah.
You're so right about Dungeons and Dragons, though. Like, how do you have Dungeons and Dragons without this guy?
Yeah.
Wouldn't even be possible.
Your trolls and orcs will look way different.
Wow, man. There's a Bisley character that's like this, I forget what kind of ape it is.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
It looks so much like that face. You know, another guy who's probably hanging around Verotic around that time.
Exactly, yeah. I think that comic is a Verotic comic, no?
No, I think it's a self-published kind of Black Ball, something like that. Although there might be some in Verotic. It's so weird, that publisher. I always think whenever I have, like, those books, that I should store them as Verotica.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's a handful of those small publishers where it's like, just store them all together.
Right.
That's wild. Reminds me of pinball art.
Yeah. I think that's another thing that he influenced in a big way.
It's a 70s, like, there's a 70s aesthetic that I go to when I look at this stuff. Like, and it's, you know, it's van art, it's pinball art, it's those magazine comic covers and stuff. D&D, there's a whole group, there's like a whole subgenre of it.
Just such elegant mark making. You know, that's the only way I can describe it. It feels sensitive. It's not a line that's carved into the paper. It's very soft.
And also, how many of these, like, detailed stomach torsos have we seen in this book?
All different too, right?
That's awesome. I think that's the cover art piece, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. That's really cool.
Gorgeous.
Tentacles are harder to draw than you'd think.
It's true, because of the curve and like the lighting has to go on different sides. Like, you see the shadows here and it's on that side. You could fuck that up.
Yeah, and you need to bunch them up a little bit, otherwise you get like this weird composition problem of like big long lines coming out of the main body.
Yeah, and the overlap is good.
I love seeing that creature though. Talk about like H.P. Lovecraft-esque.
Oh yeah.
Draw an octopus.
He likes that back view.
Mm-hmm.
He likes that back matter.
Ass man.
The hind quarters.
Mm-hmm. Cool veins in the lizard.
Yeah, and these little bumps
flesh.
And stuff. He really constructs a world. Like, this lizard is an unmistakable Frazetta creation.
You mentioned the lighting on the tentacles, and I feel like you get the same thing here as he wraps the reptile.
Yeah, it's an extra challenge with the reptile because you have that middle bone piece
mm-hmm.
that you have to get in the right place. Oh, dude.
You know, the other thing I'd be curious about are what are his morgue files like?
Yeah. Yeah, he is a king of kayfabe and swears that he never references anything, he never looks at anything, but for all his virtuosity, I just find that hard to believe.
I don't know how you could draw this without
something.
Yeah. I mean, look at how much construction is there.
Yeah.
Skulls and bones and horse muscles, like...
And just the lighting, even. You know, it all feels accurate. Like look at how the tension on that cloth is wrapped around the arm like that. You know, like, that's an observed element. But he swears it's not. He also said he can throw a baseball and you will never see where it lands. He says that kind of shit.
I always think of him as one of those guys who, like, I feel like he led a good life.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you think of some of these guys, Wally Wood or somebody would be someone I'd look at and be like, not a fun life.
I think this is Ellie Frazetta.
Nice.
You know, I think he's using his wife for reference right there. I really do.
That does look observed.
Yeah.
You know, you're seeing everything from even like the variations in the back muscles, the asymmetry and everything.
It was white, but she had that hair when I met her. And the museum in East Stroudsburg, PA, had a beautiful pond and things.
That's interesting. I was just looking at this and being like, so you do like a figure reference drawing and then you add the pond part. You know, you give it that exotic locale, but maybe that part's legit too.
And then you get your kayfabe at the end.
These Frazetta books are amazing.
Yeah.
This has to be the best Verotic book they published in terms of quality, right? That's a pretty nice book.
It ain't no going to guy's Devilman.
Right, yeah. It's not a publisher I associate with quality production, and I feel like I don't know what I would change. I'd like more information on things like sizes or whatever, but in terms of reproduction, that stuff looks sharp.
Danzig has a relationship with the Frazettas. I think Felix Comic Art, I think they have a YouTube channel, and he shares some of his collection with the channel and talks about it, and he's got some Frazetta pieces that he got directly from Ellie. So I think he holds Frazetta in very, very high reverence, as most of those metalheads do, you know. So he wanted to do it right, and I say mission accomplished to a large extent. Would have liked some more kind of curated information, as all the best kind of museum catalogs would include sizes and, you know, other little bits like that. But thank you so much to the Kayfaber who brought this on by in Baltimore Comic-Con. We appreciate it so much. You added illumination to our eyes, and I think I'm comfortable getting out of here today. Jimmy, you good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there.
Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live is back in print from Image Comics. 8 complete full-color stories. The perfect place to start with my work for longtime comics fans or new readers. Hulk Grand Design, Monster Madness. These 2 issues are out in stores now. You can pick those up, or you can pre-order the Treasury coming in early 2023. I want those numbers up. I want to send Marvel a message.
Yes.
And that's the best way to make sure you get a copy. It's probably the best book I've designed. So pre-order that one at your local comic shop today, and join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my comics and art, and you can download a new PDF of all of my comic book covers.
Red Room, the Antisocial Network, and Red Room Trigger Warnings are on the stands as we speak. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics. Try it one more time, because I don't see evidence that it's recording on my thing. Let me just get this last bit.
Did it dip down in power? Is that what caused the stop?
What's that?
Did it dip in power?
Yeah, just 10% left.
Mm.
Did it. Red Room, the Antisocial Network, and Red Room Trigger Warnings. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each of these books contains 4 complete stories, along with about 70 pages of extra material. Thank you so much for supporting the books the way you have, and I'm serializing new comics on my Patreon today. $3 will get you the archive there. More than 300 pages worth of stuff is up there as we speak. New strips every Tuesday. You could get to all these links in my link tree in the description below this video. Jimmy, tell them what else we have out there.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe stickers, fanny packs, t-shirts, mugs, and more merchandise at our spread shop, also in the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy giving us marching orders. Will be on our way.
Read more comics.
Now ain't that about a bitch, man? I just needed 40 seconds more.
That's how it goes.
Alright, I'm gonna have to power. You know what, man? Baltimore was a good cardio for the Japan trip because I feel the burn. I'm just standing on that goddamn concrete for 10 hours even that one day, you know?
Like, here's the cover for that Jim Rugg comic book cover.
Genius.
PDF.
How many pieces are we talking, man? A couple hundred?
About 90. It's You know what? It's only work for hire. It's all freelance stuff.
Good.
So none of my own stuff.
Good that you put a use to that shit.
And annotations in the back, little notes of what I'm thinking on different designs. So it should be pretty cool. It'll go up tomorrow. It was kind of fun. I've been like organizing everything, so everything's getting, you go through these piles of stuff and realize like, oh yeah, do something with that.
Yeah. I'm so happy for you, man. I'm so happy that you're putting some use to that stuff. All right, how do we do this? You can wield the shirts and shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the restroom too before we start recording this batch.
All right. What's up, Kayfabe crew? Let me pull up the chat and see what you guys are saying. Thank you guys so much for hanging out in the stream. And if you're not familiar with these streams, we like to just take a look at our... we like to share the behind-the-scenes videos of how we put our videos together all at once. So you get a week's worth of kayfabe in one big blast if you're just audiophile, if you just need to hear it. But rest assured, you see the camera right here. These will be proper episodes when the time comes. Sam Rojas, thank you so much. Yeah, looking forward to the trip vids. I do plan on capturing some shit for sure. And the wrap-up video that we're going to do today, which is going to be very fun, is I'm going to fill this table full of the manga bounty that I took out of Japan in 2019. And just go through some of that stuff with Jimmy for a while. I think it'll be a fun time, and there's some good stuff in there that I don't know that Jimmy has seen. Some of it has yielded episodes in the past, like the Kaze Shinobu, Ryu, Strongest Man on Earth, some of the Otomo books. I didn't bring all the stuff because a few things are on a different shelf, but I mean, I have, what is that, Jimmy, 50 books
it's a
maybe?
Massive pile of books.
3 big piles.
Yeah.
That we'll go through.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 4 feet of manga.
So I'm gonna grab my copies.
These turtle doujinshis because they're black and white.
Yeah, great.
Oh, and we'll do
Hotel Harbor View.
While we've got the color back
And call it the Frank Miller shit also, man.
Oh yeah, I guess we could do that as well.
Because we ain't gonna be spending too much time on the back color pieces, man. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new luckiest man in comics. I'm gonna say that on the vid too.
That's funny. All right. Oh, you have different colors.
Yeah. Ben Cherry, I believe, is the guy who hooked us up, Jimmy. Get comfortable.
Ben Cherry?
Ben Cherry. Cool cat, man. Super cool guy. I met him at the New Dimension show when it was in Homestead.
I think he mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I overheard. All right. I think I'm good.
Cool.
Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comics that we make, starting with Ed Piscor's Red Room, the Antisocial Network, and Trigger Warnings, the first 2 collections of Red Room. These These contain 4 complete stories. They can be read in any order, so whichever book you encounter first is the one to start with. My latest comics, Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, also in stores now with an oversized Treasury collection coming in early 2023. So you need to pre-order that one. If you haven't already picked these up, grab them while they're still available. And Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive, back in print from Image Comics after being away for almost a year. So grab this one while the printing lasts. 8 complete full-color stories and perfect for any reader, including you. I should also mention, Ed will be at the Tokyo Comic-Con. Talk about a big Comic-Con event. At the end of last weekend in November, along with Jeff Darrow and a host of other Cartoonist Kayfabe favorites. So seek him out if you're anywhere near Tokyo in the end of November. So today we are going to look at bootleg doujinshi Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I should say washed up midlife crisis turtles. Ed, these are amazing. So much fun.
The conceit is right there, right? Turtle Boys, they've been around for about 35 years. What if they grow up?
That's exactly right. Middle age.
And what if they're the age of the people who have the most fondness for them?
It's brilliant. It's brilliant in every way. Like, I was reading these things this week. We picked these up in Baltimore from Ben Cherry. So shout out to Ben for bringing these things by. I'm not sure exactly who conceived of this, but shout outs to whoever did, because it's a brilliant idea. But talk about you reading these in bed, like you say, and we are an age where I can now relate to the washed up midlife crisis version of these turtles.
A lot of knee cartilage talk.
Yes, taking pain pills to continue their fight with evil. And they did these. They're very fun. You can see they're just black and white photocopies, but different color construction paper for your covers. So, here's multiple volume 1s, red and green, yellow and orange. I think they actually gave us another set of colors too for Tom Scioli's set. So yeah, it's a really simple from a production standpoint, but that's all you need when you have quality on the pages.
These are doujinshi.
Totally.
Absolutely, man. Fan-made comics. It's a huge market in Japan. Where there might be 50 to 1,000 doujinshi printed up. There are whole printing factories, print presses, and I'm not talking about print on demand like we do in America. I'm talking about forklifts with the big paper rolls that only publish and print doujinshi. So their convention, Comiket, sees a crowd of 750,000 people coming through, which is 3 times that of San Diego Comic-Con. This is a very big part of Japanese comics culture, and I like the idea of promoting that here in the States, especially when in corporate comics, it's so commodified and there's really nothing interesting being done. And in these licensed comics, where IDW, or whoever owns the licenses, you're not getting royalties on that shit. You're getting bottom of the barrel pay rates and stuff. So their pay rates, it's not much more than $0. You know what I mean? So make the Turtles comic you want without getting any bullshit approvals. And put it out into the universe. The other cool thing about these is that it's not unlike the Mirage comics in a way that are not Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird,
right,
where you just get different interesting people to do their take and give them the space to do whatever they want. Turtles in space, Turtles hardcore.
Absolutely. And going back to the Mirage stuff, you can see grays of all stripes. Some I think are probably digital. Some are screen tones. You can even see the edges of the sketchbooks. Hey, can you lock that in?
Yeah, we are locked in.
I wasn't sure if that was done on this one or not.
Yeah, this is dope. You go back just real quick, man, because there's this part where the young kid,
his son,
has the Foot Clan insignia on his chest, and the old turtle is like, do you understand what we went through with that? In my family, this has happened. My mom tells me the story of I think the Iron Cross was worn by hippies and shit.
Right.
And my Aunt Karen had an Iron Cross locket. My grandfather was in the Battle of the Bulge, was a tank destroyer, has a Purple Heart, and he saw that shit on her fucking neck, ripped it off.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Don't you dare wear that in this house.
That's what's brilliant about something like this. Not an uncommon story for, a generation to do that, and some disconnect there. And so we're going to follow the son as he's going through. We get to see another turtle all like just strung out, passing out on drugs in the turtle battle van.
I like to think that's Mikey, man. Like I feel like that dude was on some lewds or something.
And guess what? Ultimately, this kid that's kicked out of his house
got
ends
radicalized.
up with the Foot Clan. Yeah.
Got radicalized, and you see, like, nobody's looking at each other's pages probably because some of the jokes they hit carry on throughout.
For sure.
And I think even with that one, see, yeah. Well, what if I told you we had a warehouse with a half-pipe arcade and all kinds of rad ninja shit? Like every single kid, when you see that first movie and you see the warehouse where it's all the dopest arcade games of the day, Street Fighter 2, shit like that, there's fish bowls and half pipes, and the main dudes are hooking little kids up with like cartons of cigarettes and stuff. Like it's a little kid's dream.
Totally.
And so there will be parts where there will be like radicalization of Foot Clan, and it will be like, hey, we can give you all the cigarettes you want, kid.
How great is this hand drawing of the fingers and the thumb in the different positions?
Oh yeah.
This is almost like a duo shade on top of that one too. There's so many. Most of these stories look pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you just go back real quick, these are the late period toys. Wingnut, Screw Loose. I forget what the weird chef guy was, but these are the toys that are worth like a lot of money because they're like the least of them. So you have the cool battle scene, and then you flip, and then you realize it's just a little dude playing with toys. Like there had to be one of those stories.
Yeah,
in here.
Classic conceit for this kind of an idea, but sure. Very zine-like, some of these assemblages. I feel like this is totally like something that you would be your underground self-published kind of style. And the thing with the turtles is they're so flexible.
Yes.
Like you can really interpret them in all these different ways, and like you can see there's good cartooning going on here.
Yeah.
And it's a totally different style and voice than the previous two stories.
There's a lot of darkness.
Cerebus showing up.
Got to. So one of them had to do that.
This is amazing. I love this drawing. It's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like real outlaw energy to a lot of this. So this is Ben.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah.
This is another one, like having all these different styles in the same anthology really makes each style sing, in my opinion.
And we were talking about like the Turtles doujinshi and stuff, and he was like, "There's way less incestual gay sex in these doujinshi, leaning more towards the hardcore
outlaw violence, the black blood of the outlaw violence."
And you get a lot of that, like, "Oh man, my knees can't take it. I'm not climbing that ladder down to the sewer. Like, let's go catch a Uber."
All this fighting, and for what? A wasted life with nothing to show for it? It's not fair. It's great. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. Don't know how to tell people how to get these.
Yeah, I have no idea. But definitely can tell people how to make it. You get you and your buddies, and you come up with a really good idea, and everybody does 4-page stories.
Yeah. This is one of the dark ones. This is Michelangelo. He's tired of being the rube. He's tired of being the court jester. What's that Watchmen joke, man? The guy goes to a psychiatrist and says, "I'm depressed. I'm sad. I'm lonely. I'm not feeling well." And the doctor prescribes, "Go to the circus. Pagliacci the clown is in town. He will lift your spirits." As the guy begins to cry, "I am Pagliacci the clown." Like that's our Michelangelo right here, man. He's tired of being the boob. He's no longer the party dude.
Yeah, he's on psych meds. He's dealing with all of this stuff. Probably like PTSD on a psychological level, and then CTE on the just brains getting kicked around the alleys physically.
Yeah. Like,
are we ninja or are we suppressed Irish Catholics?
Professing his love to Irma from the news agency, a little Reed
Fleming cameo.
Yeah, man, they were buds, they were partying, and now it's all over.
Oof.
It's all over. And hey, Mr. Smart Guy, hey, Mr. Leader, just like very antagonistic toward his brethren when he blows his brains out. And when one of the turtles shows up, they lose their lunch because of the sight.
Yeah, that one is definitely dark.
Yeah, I think there's one more real dark one in this one.
A lot of fighting amongst the brothers, which is kind of funny. Like I have a good friend who hasn't talked to his brother in like 6 years. I was just listening to Dane Cook, who had his brother arrested. He was like his accountant. Hasn't talked to him in like 5 years. But, like this stuff happens. It's weird, but not uncommon. Like it comes through if you're doing this midlife crisis kind of stuff. Like there's reality on these pages that I would not expect to work with the turtles, and somehow it works better than you could have ever hoped.
Here's a good one, man. Like it's April O'Neil reporting that there are like green bodies being found like just in pulps and totally fucked up and just destroyed. And then it cuts to an interrogation room where this like detective, McNulty, is like, dude, we just picked you up on charges of giving cigarettes to underage kids. Once again, like the Foot Clan thing. Now you're talking about murders and stuff, and he's confessing to destroying the turtles.
Yeah, killed those insufferable turtles.
But the cop is like, listen, man,
it's not illegal.
Yeah, like, might get you on like animal cruelty charges or something, but who cares? It's just turtles.
It's so good. And he's like, who am I without Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, which is the age-old question about the supervillains. And
I really like the art in this story, too.
Yeah.
And I can't really put my finger on why, but there's something about the lettering and the line art that
has a Fourth Thunder vibe to it.
It does, yeah. It feels like what I want in a comic like this.
Yeah. And this one, I think it's like, we got to get together and kill all the kids who supported us or something like that.
Yeah. So wild. So, pretty fun. The second one, to me, has some of the even better artwork in it, which I wonder how that happens, like if they do an issue 1 and then people are like, I need to do a story of the midlife.
Right. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and I pause on our opening pages just so everybody can kind of see. Like, I like this. If you're going to do your credits, have your follow info in there too.
Yeah.
Whatever I can track you down on social media, like, that's the way to do it. If you're going to do this stuff, I mean, barring the lawyers that might come after you. But otherwise, like, yeah, put your name on this stuff. And love this art. Very strong.
And I mean, this comfortably could have existed in the Mirage Comics space.
Absolutely.
Almost like an Eric Haven approach with lettering.
And it's funny here, too, like one of the turtles is just like a QAnon.
Right, yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's going to make us look bad. It's going to mess up my business with the gyms. These all are stuff just that you could see coming out of like headline. Like it all, the stories all make sense.
Yeah. The designs, like taking existing characters and just kind of pushing it into this dude's own style and all, like it's just beautiful.
I love it. And
each of these.
This artist, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that this is this artist because this is one of the styles that I love it. And you can see, I think that's the same artist, but really strong stylistically. You mentioned about how these would fit as like, a Mirage. I'd buy a full issue of this in a heartbeat.
Total outlaw energy.
Man, that giant foreshortening of the foot coming through. Silhouettes, grimacing faces. Yeah, that kicked in the face.
Yeah, just
great cartoon.
Pushing that nose down.
Gorgeous. Good use of a black background, to change this up as it goes. And then here we go, man. This is another good looking. I don't know if there's a stinker in this bunch.
No.
But here we are popping some meds to dull the pain of the... my bones hurt, but my blade is thirsty.
Well, he's going to quench that thirst when you turn the page, dude.
Classic outlaw. Cutting in half, literally. Nice end credits, too, it's good looking.
This is genius, and I don't even know if the dude even was thinking in these terms, but that... I was going to say Lee Elias, but it's like Elias Codius or something. The guy who played Casey Jones in the first flick is bald like that right now.
Oh, man, that's brilliant.
He's totally bald like that. You could find him, he's in that Cronenberg Crash flick, I think, and he's in Sopranos for one episode. Funny. But he's got that Mel pattern baldness with the comb over and all that, man. So, like, I don't know if the dude planned it that way, but it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to give him credit because it's just too good.
It is great.
The turtles look so old in this one, too, man. All shriveled up and wrinkled. It's a good-looking turtle. Might be more turtle-like than the regular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
It's that fun thing, too, where, like, tortoises can be, like, over 100 years old. Like Rob Liefeld will take pictures of the tortoise that, like, lived in his backyard since California became California and shit like that. Like it's, 106-year-old tortoise that just shows up by his pool. And like I have friends who have like turtles that are maybe 100 years old, like living on their property in California. So it's like they could There's a lot of room to move. We could do the octogenarian, black belt turtles at some point.
Yeah, so you guys need to get this band back together in 30 years, and let's see the the doujinshi then.
And even look at the rat. They also look like the most fever dream, like showbiz pizza, maquettes or whatever.
This is another one I think, like, I really like that panel. It's so much fun.
Yeah, light on the story.
Absolutely, but who cares? Yeah, I mean, I guess the complaint would be, like, do more of it. Same here. Like, this is almost Victor Cairo or something.
Yeah.
Like, just drawing the heck out of this stuff.
Lemmy, Dimebag, Morrison, and Randy.
Yeah, it's funny.
See, there's no lawyers coming after them.
Yeah, that's safe. Look how badass those turtles look. All cut up and scarred up and bloody.
Yeah, like, whenever he hooked us up with them, I'm like, okay, there's got to be a Eric Talbot, like, type dude picking up the mantle. And, like, this is pretty close to it. The one earlier, too, is real close also. Master Shitter. So silly.
The Shredder's like a cheese grater.
Yeah,
like
man.
his body. This is so great too, like right out of a sketchbook.
Yeah.
Almost early David Show roughs or something like that. This stuff has that energy too. Like if you ever look at like Slow Jams, and we have a video on that, I don't know, it's just like an outsider art approach to this stuff. Working in sketchbooks, bringing in collage elements, bouncing around style-wise. Like that's really a great panel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things where like there's no promise of making $1 on this kind of thing. So it's like, what time do you have to spend? And making the most of that time that you have to spend to like make these doujinshi for the fun of the culture, just like
for the love of the comics.
Yeah, it's goddamn right.
Yeah, for sure. And there's these elements that do cross over into like the outlaw styles. Turtles lend themselves really well to outlaw.
Look at that skullet on Casey.
Did you fuck my wife?
Yeah, because it's just describing the guys, man. And it's like, okay, where the foot show up, Casey Jones is Kansas City Johnson, married the reporter, had twins, but when the third baby came, it was part turtle.
Oh boy.
It was 1/4 turtle. This is almost like a Steve Martin tangent.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the arrow gimmick. Love it though. Look at their lair. They're playing video games with just weapons on the wall behind them.
And it's the bros, it's Raph and Casey. Like they are hetero life mates, man.
Dude, you ever shoot up horse into your tail, dude?
Yeah, it's Mondo Gecko chilling, man. Like if anybody was hardcore, it would be Mondo Gecko. This is so fun. This is such an inside joke because I was like, well, how does he fit in? Because he's got the Minor Threat shirt, and he says, "Nah, man, I'm nailed to the X." And Minor Threat is a famous straight edge band. And this is really like Elon Musk, man. This is Donatello is the Elon Musk of the Turtles, and he's using his mental superiority.
I don't know if you read the comic boxes on the back shelf. 9.6 plus graded, MCU keys to be listed, and kayfabe affected.
Amazing.
Oh, that's great. Enzo Garza, Gut Ghost, I think is his. He was in Jacksonville the week before this.
Yeah.
So,
I think
I've seen him at Heroes.
Yeah, totally.
So much fun. Fake ads, like it's perfect.
Yes. So I mean, we're recording a doujinshi next week that is like handsomely printed. What did we do last week that was sexy, man?
Oh man, I don't know, but we need to start the playlist.
Yeah,
this is another one of those, the bootleg, the doujinshi.
You know what it was?
Press.
It was that Batman Nightfall joint. A couple weeks back, man. So like, doujinshi is happening here in the States. We're capturing it, and if you're making doujinshi, maybe you send it to us, and we put some eyeballs on it. If it's good, if it's clever, if it's fun, if it's skilled and stuff. Because this is a ball, and corporate comics is failing us. We like the characters. We like the turtles. I picked up a Turtles comic when I was at the shop last. There wasn't a fucking turtle in it. It was all kinds of other Muppets and furries and shit like that.
There's an audience for that too.
Sure. But these are people for the love of comics, playing with characters and tropes that are near and dear to their hearts. You fill in on every page, and it's very revitalizing to a comics creator who I'm nonplussed by the work coming out, like at the corporate level, with editorialism involved and corporate gatekeeping to make sure that their licenses don't get abused. Fuck it, abuse the licenses, man.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to hurt anybody's value with these things, but they are amazing to see. And it goes back, there is almost an underground history of this stuff. We looked at like Jeffrey Brown's Wolverine comic on here. That would be an example of this. It's somebody that's just gone off the grid with these characters and doing their own thing and putting their style on it. And I love seeing it.
So much fun, man. You gonna
Totally.
go?
Yeah.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in comic shops now. 8 complete full-color stories from Image Comics of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. Pick that one up in time for the holiday season. The Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. The comic books are in stores now while supplies last. The oversized Treasury Edition will be in stores in early 2023. Pre-order that one now. The way printing is, you don't want to be left out. I think it's the best book I've ever designed. Join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can download a lot of my out-of-print zines and mini comics, including my latest PDF there, which is a collection of all my freelance cover art, along with some notes behind that. So if you're into art, if you're into process, that is for you. So join me on Patreon. And Ed, what about you?
Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network are the books that are currently out on the stands right now. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics, and each of these books contains 4 complete stories, as well as 70 pages plus of additional material. I'm serializing new comics at my Patreon, patreon.com/EdPiskor for $3, which is less than a penny a page at this point. You're going to get new strips every Tuesday. Super good value, and these comics that are up on there aren't going to be seen in paper form for quite some time. Hit up my link tree in the description below this video to get to all those links and destinations. Jimmy, let the people know what else we have out there. Maybe we got some visual aids over there.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, stickers, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop, also in the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Giving us marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Make more doujinshi. Super fun, man. Somebody asked, what secrets am I going to shake loose from Uncle Jeff when I'm in Japan? And the truth is, like, all of them, man. Like I was even talking to him on the phone yesterday. Like, Jeff, I've been faking how the hand connects to the wrist my whole life, and I'm gonna have you show me how that shit works at different angles, because I need to quit faking it. I would like to know. And he's like, oh, it's a matter of one line. Like, once you just put this like one line there, it all connects, and it's gonna blow your mind. I'm going with a Virgin sketchbook.
I was gonna say, you save all those drawings.
Yeah.
The Jeff Darrow anatomy, how to draw comics the Jeff Darrow way.
I sent him
Bring
a
it back.
piece. I sent him a piece. Can you give me that trigger warnings real quick? Oh, I guess the people they don't see this camera. But there's this one piece in here. Let me see if I can just pull it up real quick, where it's like this mother-son kind of image, and she's holding a knife down. But I had her holding it a different way, and he was like, "Oh, maybe like have it would feel more natural if you have the knife like kind of pointing downward." So I had her holding it kind of like
I'm holding it under here.
Yeah.
Talk about Kayfabe
like a Michael Myers kind of like with a knife out, and he sent me this little sketch, like maybe have the knife pointed down, and I saw how he constructed that hand, and I'm like, fuck yes, dude, I'm doing that. Like, so I told him, I'm like, Jeff, I'm gonna stretch you a lot and try to figure out how to draw the stuff that I can't draw, and he seemed amicable to that. So.
Heck yeah, why not?
So, did you want me to grab like a Zoo in New York or one or two of the more modern Giro books? I have them all right here.
Yeah.
Because I think I
meant to pull a couple myself.
Yeah. Okay. Let me grab it. What is that one that you have there, man? What is that?
Oh, this is a Viz promo.
I see.
Which will be fun to give a little context, but not the same as like Walking Man or whatever.
Yeah, which I have right here. eye for about 30 seconds.
Don't damage those eyes.
It's very instructive to see this stuff because of what he grows into, because I feel like there was some pressure put on him here. Let's lock this good shit in. Ready when you are, James.
Yeah, man, give it a hit. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into today's video, I want to remind everyone that Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the books that we make. We are working cartoonists. Ed Piscor's Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room The Antisocial Network are now available wherever you buy books. These are collections of his series, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. They are 4 complete stories plus a lot of cool back matter, and they can be read in any order. So whichever book you encounter first is where to start. You can pick up Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive is now back in print. From Image Comics, 8 complete full-color stories about the homeless ninja on a skateboard, perfect for any superhero or action fan on your list, including yourself. And Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. The comic books are out now and available in comic shops. This is a retelling of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. The Oversized Treasury Edition will be in stores in early 2023. I highly recommend you pre-order that book. It's the best thing I've designed, and it is designed to fly off the shelves. So let your local comic shop know that you want a copy of that. And if you're anywhere near Tokyo, the last weekend in November, make sure you go to Tokyo Comic Con and say hello to Ed Piscor in person. He will be sharing a table there with the great Jeff Darrow, along with many other Cartoonist Kayfabe favorites. So that should be an amazing event. But we are going to take today and go further down our early manga road with Hotel Harbor View. Story by Nasuo Sekikawa and art by Jiro Taniguchi, who some of you at home may know from quite a few of his books have been translated into English. These are just a couple of them. A very naturalistic styled artist, although he has done quite a bit of genre work over the years. But Hotel Harbor View, I'm sure, is the first appearance in English of his work, and probably the first time most American readers became aware of his work. And for whatever reason, Ed, somehow I came across this Viz In. You can see free copy, volume 2, number 7. We often talk about Viz, and I mean, biggest comic book publisher in America.
Undeniable.
You know, they're huge. And you wonder where they start, right? You know, in 87 or so, whenever they originally team up with Eclipse for Mai and a few of these books, which we do have videos on, but how do they build that massive empire? When they start publishing themselves, because this is only, I believe this is 1990 is the date for Hotel Harbor View, they're putting this stuff out. You would buy these as like 100 copy packs. So if you're a comic book shop, I think it was like $4 for 100 of these, and then put them in the bags of your customers, right, to promote what this stuff is. And you know, relatively simple. It's just folded in half once, but it gives highlights of what they have coming out. Crying Freeman, Portrait of a Killer graphic novel. I have this sitting on my shelf from way back when as well.
You have Portrait of a Killer?
I have this exact copy. You know, it's this trade paperback of the first volume.
I think I do too, man. Well, that might have to be a Sunday vid.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, these were those early days. We've looked at Cobra #1, so kind of neat to see how this works. Here you can see the Vizen magazine, $4 per bundle of 100. So they were putting these out maybe on a monthly basis as just like, get it in front of comic book readers, you know, let them know that we are doing something and something different. And it brings us to Hotel Harbor View. The way they describe this hard-boiled classic, the hard-boiled is it's noir. You know, and the write-up kind of describes some of the film noir that influenced this stuff. But this is a crime comic, so a little bit before Sin City and maybe a little bit before crime comics were big in comic shops, but a very easy book to get into.
So odd. Like, the stories are so weird. And
they are strange.
Because they're almost, like, the one is kind of barely a crime.
Yeah.
You know, in a way.
Fair enough. I noticed you have a copy that doesn't have... They did 3 books that have this, like...
I threw it away.
Plastic cover on. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, I hate it.
I don't know what that is. If
I chucked
value
it.
added or something.
So, there's what the real shit looks like. Because I hate that, like, lenticular... Without the lenticular.
I don't know what it's about. You know, the other thing I was looking at and trying to figure out. So 1990, this is $10. It's 96 pages. You know, it's basically like a trade paperback or a graphic novel way before those things were a norm on a shelf. That's a big ask, man, going to the comic shop and being like, give me $10 for this.
It really is.
Creators I've never heard of.
Because
and manga that I'm probably unfamiliar with.
The first couple trades that I ever picked up, like a G.I. Joe Special Missions that has like 6 issues, it was $6.95. So obviously not as many copies of this as G.I. Joe, like at that point. This is very sexy, very very Dan Zetwalk.
Yeah, and in case you can't tell, this is like a translucent piece. Very nice book design. I think Viz has been an attractive book designer for a long time.
Yeah.
And starts right in the beginning. So definitely something we talk about, trying to track down an interview with some Viz people to get a little bit of insights into their history, and would love to, cut that up.
No telling exactly, and maybe somebody in the comments will know, like, when this material originally showed up. It has maybe a late 70s to mid 80s kind of vibe to it, in terms of the art construction. And I think that the art, this is not the Jiro Taniguchi that we are familiar with so much, with that very like thin line and less blacks. But I think that maybe the mandate, or certainly what his specific influence was at the time, I think Ryoichi Ikegami was a heavyweight, because this feels more in that vibe, and it feels more pushed that way than what we know Jiro Taniguchi to be. So it has the sex, it has all the pretty people, it has the violence, and it has the big moments. A lot of Ryoichi Ikegami flavor, and I think that was probably even an influence for publishing this in America. Now that paper that you showed us, it doesn't have Sanctuary, which is closer to the Ikegami that I would imagine this would fit by, but there is Crying Freeman.
Right. And I think when you're dealing with this artist too, like, what do you do with a very naturalistic style like that? And to me, like, crime fiction feels like is an application, if that's a style that you are sort of leaning towards anyway.
Yeah.
There's talk here, like, this is an old time hotel with a lot of history behind it, and it's in Hong Kong, the setting of this first story, and it feels like they're very much acknowledging the film influence.
Yes.
As they talk about maybe some Hollywood stars who have passed through here and some movies that they're referencing. And this guy is a photographer. He meets this lady that's coming in specifically to pose for him. Yeah,
and it's very important because, like, he's directing her. Also,
yes.
Also, Jim Lee called me from the airport.
Yeah, I saw that on the reread. I was like, what?
He's directing everything.
Keep this in mind for the Jim Lee shoot.
Right. It's a very choreographed situation that he's creating. So he is like a type A guy, and he needs things his way. He's a control freak.
Absolutely. And very much constructing his kind of like experiences.
Yes. And that comes home to roost.
The other thing that would have been wild is looking at this in 1990, if you pull this off a comic book shop shelf, because like you're not seeing this in American comics.
No.
Two people having sex and nudity and stuff, like this would have been a pretty rare sight in a not behind the counter, hidden underground box kind of presentation.
And I've never seen this book as a kid. Like I bought this comic 2 years ago or something.
Right. So as we go along, you get a little bit of hints of, one, his relationship with this model that he's shooting, but also kind of his life, which is just sitting at that bar and drinking and kind of wasting away in some ways.
He's a real sourpuss.
And now we see him doing his best taxi driver imitation. And it's like, all right, we've got sex and violence mixed up here, a little bit of alcohol.
Still that type A. Like
all the elements of that film noir.
He's practicing.
Yes. Yeah. Hoping to die in this town as he meets another expat and passes him on the street. Casual conversation.
What a psychic vampire.
Yeah. Seriously.
Dude, I was just asking you, how are you? You're supposed to just say, oh, good. That's how we do.
And as the bartender makes small talk with him, he's kind of implying that he's got another visitor coming, and don't worry, it'll be over soon.
Yeah.
And the bartender's like, I don't want trouble here. So you kind of get the sense of something is building. It is a bizarre story, and it's about, I don't know, this is 96 pages, so there are 2 stories in this.
These are one-shots.
Yeah, 40 pages, 45 pages, something like that.
Yeah, these are little one-shots that would just show up. And it's still that same manga pacing, so you have to, like, be expeditious, man, with your introductions to characters and setting the moment and all that kind of stuff, because it's all done in dialogue. There's no captions and stuff.
Yeah, whenever I started reading some of that crime fiction from that era, how concise that storytelling is one of the pieces that stuck with me, and I think that's in this story.
Yeah.
You know, it's there's nothing extra in this story.
See, this is the very Ikigami kind of thing, and this lets you know this is like mid-'80s maybe with that power hair.
Yeah.
I am woman, hear me roar type shits.
You know, he says stuff like, "I'm not running now," as they're having their exchange back and forth, and you realize, like, oh boy, this is the trouble that was coming.
Standoff, baby.
And he's apparently ready for it, right?
Look at the movement of all this drapery. Like, you really feel that.
I was looking at this foot because it feels just slightly like a weird angle.
Yeah.
And I think that's amazing because it's almost in a split second different than where this leg is.
Sure.
You know, like the timing is different.
And it's also like, you know, that is not the footwear to be having a Mexican standoff in, you know. So there's that. And one of the things, one of my favorite images in Akira Volume 1 is a splash page of Kaneda grabbing the dude's hand with the gun, and the recoil is massive. So there is muzzle flash, and then the gun is way up, and you have like more controlled versions right here where that gun is recoiling a bit, and this is where the gun shot takes place. I think that's so cool. It really sells the motion, and it's accurate.
I just put together a collection of covers, and one of my covers is a Western and a guy shooting a shotgun, and it has that effect.
I love it. I love it. I've used it a lot of times. I used it 2 times in the Beats graphic novel with William Burroughs playing William Tell with his old lady.
There you go. Use of motion lines suddenly come into effect. And if you go back through, again, like, timing is such a big part of this storytelling, and suddenly as the time kind of picks up, we get that one moment of, like, a burst of speed with those speed lines, and now we're going to slow it down to the ultimate. And this is the cult reason behind me knowing about this book and picking it up years later.
Yeah, 4 pages.
Because here we go. Her bullet is, we see where his missed, just off target a little bit. Now let's see what hers is going to do.
Yeah, but
this is a classic
But
sequence.
the thing is, like, he hit his target.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, he hit his target. He shot himself.
You're exactly right, and it's where that bullet is going to hit, more or less.
Yeah.
Man, really drawing it out, and then, bam.
Those eyes, man. I mean, this is just so funny. Like, creating bullet time way before the Matrix. And then you get the sense, like, right here, it's that kind of Michael Bay where it's slow, and then as soon as it hits, it's quick again.
Love this too.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of the same size as him, but it's a different plane. You know, the feet.
Yeah, very important. You don't want to tangent that.
No, absolutely not. And he's down. His lover, prostitute, shows up and sees him there. There's a very brief exchange.
And the chicks are like, "Listen, he paid me too." So, like,
I only did what I was told.
Yeah. So did the other lady. You know, the other lady was his sexual interest, and we get character from him with his interactions with her, choreographing the porno shoot, and literally down to the words they said in the gunfight exchange were pre-planned.
Yes.
And he was supposed to be shot, and she's kind of marveling that, like, he drew and shot, but didn't hit her, probably on purpose.
Yeah, I think so.
He just wanted to prove that he was a quick draw. That was what all the practice was and stuff.
It also frees her up, right? Self-defense.
Yeah.
Cancer. So the guy, you know, he was dying of cancer and decided to do this before the pain beat him.
Yeah.
He wanted to be shot dead in a hotel bar in Hong Kong like some cool gangster in an old movie. Wrote my lines for me.
Now, if that was me, I would say maybe shoot me like 10 times real fast. Like, I don't want to feel it.
I do think you're taking a chance. Because who's got the nerves to just like, I've never killed anybody, but let me take this one shot relatively quickly and end your life?
Yeah. Like, shoot me 1,000 times.
I only do what my customers pay me for, just like you. Yeah, a lot of they do a lot of that in this story of like parallel pieces.
Yeah.
In this case, parallel characters.
Let's get our comic book melodrama on the next page, Jim. The hooker with a heart of gold. That's noir.
Yeah, it's a cool story. It's kind of neat to see it done in a with a little bit of a different voice.
More of that Ikigami flavor.
Totally, that's very much so. And this is our second story now. They say episode 2, and this is another crime story.
This is the wild shit right here, man.
Yes, I thought about this. Like, we've all been in this airport, right?
But it looks like, it's dots. But then when there's, like, overlapping dots that taper, like, what the fuck is that? That it's not a Zipatone screen.
You think that's a duo shade?
I don't. Like, if it's anything, because the way it tapers and stuff, maybe it's,
Yeah, because like you can't do that by ganging up screen tones. I
no,
don't think. Because
no,
the
it's
edges
dots.
are rough.
Yeah, it's not duotone because there's very many grays. There's about 3, 4, 5 different grays. I'm at a loss.
Well, Kayfabers, fill in some comments if you know anything about this. We've got manga viewers out there.
But look at the technique, and like we could say, okay, he traced the photograph, fine, but cutting in light rays through the glass of all different value, creating the translucency that way, not touching the edges. There's so much technique in here that even if he traced a photo, there's so much art that's being done here that you can't even hate. You're corny if you're talking shit.
Yeah, the weird reflections are an amazing touch. And look at this as like a reflection in an eyeball. So you have like all that stuff that we see in the first panel, but now it's a little bit circular, wrapped around the shape of the iris.
The zoom out.
Incredible. All right, so we got a story set in Paris, and the story is, well, here we go. These two guys encounter each other, and there's an exchange of guns, and one man kills the other.
It's a real cool move, too. He's got, like, just his kind of finger inside the trigger barrel or whatever that's called, and just flips it up, blast a dude.
Yeah, you get those motion lines with the slight curve.
Other guy shoots the damn ground, and we spend a whole lot of time on that.
Yes, we do.
It even goes back in time, I feel like, the strips. Like this shit is like what happened seconds before.
That's a really strange effect, the bullet hitting the ground and mushrooming.
Yeah.
It's real interesting. It's almost like you did the research on bullets and stuff to do this story, and now you're going to show off what you learned.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it to use.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in the previous one. You know what it is? There's probably a little bit of a fetishization because it's such a, like, they're not fucking with guns out over there. So
yeah, I think you're right.
I've seen some other movie, like I've seen British movies where like the treatment of the gun is like, it's unlike the way that we treat gun. It's this coveted, like, you got a gun, like you're a bad guy and you got, how the fuck did you do that?
So the story goes, this is a known assassin. He's been away for a while and she recognizes him. Also an assassin. Well, that's a problem. He's not supposed to be operating in this town, and she is tasked with basically putting a hit on him.
His eyes are so specific. They're these like long horizontal rectangles with like almost straight edges at the top and bottom.
It's so interesting they do these sequences, right, where they're just passing on elevators, and it's like, did he recognize her?
This one part, man, like, shouts to the fucking letterer cutting lettering in perspective in Zipatone. Like, you could see even some of the cuts up top and shit, so they get mad props from me for that. That's a time-consuming little piece.
It reminds me of, like, some of the John Woo stuff.
Yeah.
You know, where, like, the characters have these connections to each other, these, like, past connections, and there's a real feeling of that. And just pages of no dialogue. It's really cool.
Yeah.
We often look at, like, wordless scenes and stuff and admire them, and I feel like the stuff that they're communicating in the wordless sequences in here, not what you usually see in wordless sequences.
Slowed down to a crawl. You start to fucking put words in it. You start to Stan Lee it up. Just destroy your rhythm.
Yeah, we get a little bit of, this is like found video footage of him from a few years ago training, and it's like, man, that guy's really good. And then painting her toenails.
Meticulous.
Crazy drawing. I like the eye expression here too. It feels like if you're going to, yeah, a little dead. If you're going to be an assassin, a killer, like,
gotta be cold.
That at least fits, I think, with the at least fictional depiction of assassins.
There's the great Jay-Z who said, "Heart cold like assassins."
A lot of this stuff I enjoy. Lights running through the streets at night.
Yeah, that's the thing that Otomo put down with Akira in a big bad way.
Reading comics within comics.
Hey,
always love that.
We're in Gay Paris, dude. So like, it's Bondesne, man. And they're even, like, I feel like he just lightboxed some legit stuff because it has, like, a different kind of line. It has the full French vibe to it. You know, it's a torpedo.
And she's really kind of pushing the limit, man. Keeps exposing herself to him. Like, why doesn't he recognize me?
Yeah. She's putting herself in that position. Like, come on, man.
Film noir, you know, clearly putting their influences on their sleeves here. And she's, like, distraught over this.
Yeah.
He's the guy that taught her to kill.
She's very insulted.
So how does he not remember her?
Yeah, very insulted. You can't do that to a lady.
Yeah, more than a brief encounter. He was the one who taught me to kill. I like this kind of incidental signage, too. Probably coming from some kind of reference, you know, photo reference that they assemble. Yeah. But it's still, I don't know, it adds to it, you know, without it being, like, overly labored in terms of a film or as a, you know, like a photo reference. But it adds something quality to the street.
Yeah, talking about adding something, man. Like, the glint on the windshield at this level adds as much life as, like, when you put the little white glint in a pupil.
So much. And because there's so many of them, it's that Metropolitan.
Yeah, it's clearly communicated just with white.
It reminds me of Drive whenever that movie came out, and it'd be like the neon would be reflecting on the windshield. You'd have those long kind of shots of that. You know, it really has that kind of, like, cool 80s vibe.
Uses real wild screens, man. Like parallel line screens and far more than just dots. Certainly her outfit is a screen. Boy, I'm going to be buying some screens soon, Jimmy.
Yeah.
$4.50. Well, 450 yen, so even less, like $2 at this point with a USD to yen equivalent. I'm coming back with a stack, bro.
All of this drawing of, like, the chain link fences and signs and rivets and stuff.
They have full reference books of that kind of shit. It would just be this photo. And then do with it what you will. Make a high contrast Xerox and then gussy it up with some line art.
Look, this is another one of those, like, spaghetti western stare downs, you know. Across the tracks now, they're looking at each other.
Yeah, very important. And they tease that moment out a long time.
Oh, yeah.
ain't this like your elementary school yearbook photo? With little laser lines? That's some 80s shit right there, baby.
And I love, like, she can't kill him without him remembering. Like, she needs him to remember.
That's her kink. You know, like you got to know who I am.
Smart to do a right-hand page for this, right? That'll get a few extra sales as the guys are flipping through this at the comic shop.
Just gorgeous, like chipping away. Mm-hmm. You know, with like a straight edge, like, you know, razor blade.
There's a lot of drawing both ways on that.
Yeah, good way to put it.
And you see that buildup of the screens on the water, you know, where it's like you're ganging up a screen or doing a duo shade or something on there.
Yeah, it's really not ganging up screens, man. I mean, these are independent dots that are just thicker. I just don't know.
It's so perfect. Like, there's no outline or overlap visible.
Yeah, and there's too much, like...
There's like this stuff, it's scraped away. Like, yeah. I just don't know how you get that edge.
And there's too much, like, of one value that it cannot be a photostat of a gray wash because it would be more fuss, like, inside the dots and stuff. So I have no fucking clue. It baffles me. I think we actually even called out that sort of thing in Akira.
Yeah, it seems familiar.
I think it's the one with Frank Whiteley.
I love this stuff too. Never forget that we were in love. As she's like pulling the trigger on this dude.
This is romance, you know. This is assassin sex, you know. Wasn't there an Angelina Jolie, like, Antonio Banderas movie or something?
I don't know, but assassin sex is a great name for anything.
Yeah.
Movie, book, comic, you name it. And the train comes too, like, so dramatic. Hits him with a couple in the chest. The train comes zipping by to obscure their vision of each other. He falls over dead, and she's
and this is that very
gone.
Very Japanese sequence where this guy just, like, notices and puts the dude's brim on his head. This drawing looks very close to a Don Simpson Bizarre Heroes #0, I believe, drawing. Like there's a dude, and the drawing's almost exactly the same.
Yeah, if
Same
I'm
Zipatones and
not too
stuff.
lazy in the edit, maybe I'll look for that.
Yeah. Remember. So cheesy.
Yeah. This Fred Burke piece is the same piece that appears in here.
I see.
So again, giving some context to the film noir influence and the history of that and where that overlaps. And then this is kind of an interesting piece.
Yeah.
Because the writer, Viz Communications, is honoring the request from Mr. Sakakawa that his profile not be included in this book.
Yeah.
I wonder about that.
You know, there's that stuff like when we were talking with Fred Schott, and he was like, I'm never writing about manga ever again, because when I write this stuff, like, it was okay when it was in the Japanese publication, saying that this guy wrote this ero manga or this kind of porno thing, but when they found out it's being translated to English, like, those people would come out of the woodwork as mangaka and say, no, I didn't do that. Like, I'm not known for that. And it's like, yeah, you are. Like, almost everything you did is that. You signed off on it. But now that it's, like, going to this American audience, who knows what their perception is of that? Like, so they want to put, like, their best foot forward. I'm just speculating, but there's precedent. Like, we've literally had conversations with Fred Schott talking about, like, how the mangaka won a different perception in the West than they have back home. So I wonder if there's something about that. Or if it's like a Chris Ware thing where he's like, I do not approve of this bullshit zippy kind of cover. I cannot have my name on a book that has a little hologram with no hologram on it.
Yeah, I think it's probably more A than B, because how did they even know what this is going to be whenever they're making the book? One last note, look at the blue in his face shadows. Like, it's a very black and white looking, gray kind of cover, but it's not.
Yeah.
This is the thing we used to do in painting where it'd be like flesh color. You'd have greens in it and all these different colors that you don't think of as skin.
And that might be green.
Yeah, it looks like there's some green there, but I mean, the blue is very
Yeah.
pronounced. And whenever I complain about browns and grays on all the full color books. Even whenever you're going black and white, it's like there's color. There's room for color in that stuff.
Yeah, super cool, man. Jimmy, you good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live is back in comic shops, back in print from Image Comics. 8 complete full-color stories. It's action superhero comics at the finest that I'm capable of. So pick that one up if you haven't read it already. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, the retelling of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk. The comic books are out now. The oversized Treasury Edition with the fluorescent green cover that you are going to want on your coffee table and shelves will be in stores in early 2023. Pre-order that now. With the way printing is, if you want a copy, pre-order to make sure you get one. Join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I post lots of comics, arts, Q&As, things of that nature. And I just recently posted a PDF of all of my freelance covers and notes to those. So if you're into art or process, you will enjoy that. And Ed, what about you?
Red Room trigger warnings. Red Room, the Antisocial Network trade paperbacks are in stores today as we speak. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics. Each of these books contains 4 complete stories that are self-contained and 70 pages plus of additional material. You can get these books at any good bookstore, comic shop, or online. And hit up my Patreon, patreon.com/EdPiscor. $3 will get you the archive there for more than 300 pages worth of comics. It's less than a penny a page of comics that are up there in the archive, but I put new strips up once a week. My link tree in the description below this video will get you to all of those destinations, and we thank you guys for your patronage, because that makes these videos possible. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, stickers, fanny packs, and lots more at our spread shop, also in the links below this video.
It's another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more manga. 2 read more mangas this week.
Yeah.
And I remember to say it.
Good videos this week, man.
Fun reads.
Yeah. Happy with whatever you got next, man. Lequin, thank you so much for the super chat. And a cup of coffee, it looks like.
Boy. This is going to be...
Was this the first video that we did?
What do you mean?
Was your first recording Hotel Horror Review?
No, I did the Turtles Dojinshi. This is the third one. And then I have Man Bat.
Okay. Did you read this? The Wolverine 10.
Oh shit! Yeah, that was on my. I have that too.
Yeah. So, do we have far too many videos?
We might.
We should still just do it.
Yeah.
Let's still do it, just to make up for. Just take your time with it or whatever.
Yes.
Cool. I don't see this one being too long.
I don't see this one being too positive.
No. Maybe we should show off the Philip Tan pieces.
Oh yeah, bring those out. Oh, these are sweet.
Yeah. Show them to the stream.
We're going to be getting into Frank Miller's Ronin sequel, the preview that he put out for $1. And this is Philip Tan original drawings. So, man, these are really nice drawings.
Yeah.
We will have these on the final video for sure for you guys to get a better look at. But very, very pretty art.
Yeah, this could be a 10-minuter.
Yeah, it's sadly I don't have a lot of great stuff to say about it, but we'll say it all.
Yeah. If the commercial was longer than the content, it would be so funny. Good to go?
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comics that we make. Ed Piscor's Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room The Antisocial Network are in stores now. These are collections of the first 2 seasons of Red Room. Each book contains 4 contained stories that can be read in any order, along with a lot of cool back matter. So whichever book you encounter first is the perfect place to start with Red Room. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is in comic shops now. It's a retelling of the 60-year history of the Incredible Hulk, and the collection will be an oversized treasury fluorescent green collection in early 2023. Pre-order that one now if you want to make sure that you get a copy of that book and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, 8 complete full-color stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. Back in stores now, back in print from Image Comics, so pick that up next time you hit the comic shop. Today we're going to look at Frank Miller Presents, their $1 sampler ash can edition, where we preview Ronin Book 2 along with some other upcoming publications, I guess, from Frank Miller, the publisher. And Ronin Book 2 is going to be drawn by Philip Tan, who we've talked about on the show in the past. We know that he watches the show, and he sent us a couple of drawings. As I don't know if these are from Ronin, but definitely beautiful
custom
artwork, and it feels like it's in line with what we're seeing in this preview.
Yeah.
And man, these things are stunning. Part ink drawings, your black and white pen and ink, but then also this shaded pencil, and you can see kind of like the broad side of the pencil. We often talk about that for shading. You can see that at work. And you know what's really hard? Making pencil and ink work together on a page.
Yeah.
These look nice.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like look at this one, even having like hatching with the pencil.
Very
on
cool.
there, and it really
and I feel like channeling some of the Miller Ronin isms with some of the cross hatching and stuff in these, but beautiful pieces, man. The guy can draw.
Yeah.
So as I said, the Ronin Book 2, Frank Miller is writing it, created, written, and layouts by Frank Miller, pencils by Philip Tan, inks Daniel Henriquez, and
Sure.
John Workman on lettering, longtime letterer. And you can see kind of like the statement here of Frank Miller's mission statement starting this publishing imprint.
It's published on some good paper, man. Very, very toothy. You like if you handled this paper too long, like your fingerprints would rub off.
This is what's called newsprint now. Like if you get
Yeah.
a pad of newsprint for sketching or something, that's what this stuff is. It's a little bit different than like the old web press newsprint, but this is newsprint, which I don't know if that's why you get $1 price or if it's something Miller looked at and said, I like this, so this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
So this is your preview, I assume, of actual pages that will be in Ronin 2 whenever it comes out. And I'll tell you, man, I did not enjoy reading any of this.
Nah, like it's that Frank Miller, like almost like the parody of Frank Miller kind of thing, where it's the repetition.
It is.
And it's the kind of what do you call it, man? Just like the emotional, like inner turmoil.
So
stuff.
there's a couple of stories that we're going to look at in here. I don't connect with any character in any of these books. Like, they feel like they're just surface level generic kind of stuff, you know, talking about like the inhumane AI is mentioned in here, but it's not like I understand who this is or that this is a real person. Like, she could be the AI for all I know in terms of what we're getting in here. And maybe the bigger book will be different, but it's just very surface level.
Yeah.
And it made me think of, like, reading this, like, read Ghost in the Shell if you're interested in, like, AIs and connecting those to human beings and stuff. And that's pretty damning when you think that book is 30 years old, 30 plus years old, and I feel like it's a little bit more getting into those issues than what I see here. You know, Philip Tan's art, the guy does amazing stuff in black and white and line art, and hats off to his inker. You know, like, there are a lot of lines on this page, and to me they all work together. But I don't know. I wonder also, like, how close this is to what Ronin 2 is going to look like. Is that going to be on this kind of like soft paper? That'd be a good thing. I would be in favor of that. Is it going to be in limited palette like this instead of, you know, full color like Ronin 1 was the beautiful coloring was part of Ronin 1. So I wonder about that stuff. But overall, like, I can't tell you anything really about this story from this preview.
Right, yeah. Like, you could see the Ronanisms and like the whole, you know, playing the hits kind of stuff. Like, you got the famous suicide moment. There it is right there. That makes sense. Kind of a montage sequence. I'm assuming that this is the lady from Ronin. She's got a kid now. You see the lone wolf and cub vibe to it. The layout feels well. You know what? Like, I've seen some of the layouts, and it's you know, it's Miller. You know, like, he does it on the typing paper or something.
I would love to see Miller do the finish on this page, because I just can't quite picture, like, how he treats this.
Right.
It's interesting. Like, would he be doing big black heavy lines for some of this, like, tech? And then, you know, you see, like, very intricate rendering here from Philip Tan and
these cables.
And I wonder, like, it just feels really different than Miller art.
Yeah.
Even though the layouts feel consistent. So I'd be curious, like, I don't know, man. I'd like to hear the back and forths on that, some of the particulars, and I'd be curious, like, what Miller looked like if he were going to do this himself.
Just knowing Philip Tan's work, like, it's fun to see, like, what he... I feel like I could tell what he's retaining from the roughs. Like, these basic shapes feels like a Miller thing where he can get into abstraction, and the way he draws now is, like, pure abstraction at this point.
Yeah, some of the hatching and stuff reminds me of the original Ronin.
Yeah.
You know, Ronin's such a big book for me. Like, that was the book I went to get Dark Knight, could not afford it as a kid, and came home with Ronin. But, man, I was still a Frank Miller fan. So, like, this kind of hatching, there's definitely reference I see to that original style, which is pretty neat to see. I'm going to read a sample of this dialogue because I don't want to criticize it unduly, so everybody at home can kind of hear what I'm talking about. Stripped of all honor now, a cursed man, a fallen man, a nameless man, a shattered thing, a Ronin. He wanders the horrid wastelands, living like a dog, eating rats, sleeping in dung, fighting monsters, endless monsters, seeking redemption, seeking revenge, and finding it. Would this appeal to me if I were 12 and ran into it? Because that's about when I ran into Ronin 1. Would Ronin 1 appeal to me if I only now found it? I don't know the answers to that. So something for, leave comments below, see what you think of it. But I do like this kind of format for a preview. I wonder if a lot of publishers would be afraid to do this kind of stuff. Like, let's preview the books that everybody's coming up with, because I think a lot of them, that would be about as much money as you get from me.
Right. Yeah. No. I was at the Kubert School whenever Dark Knight Strikes Again came out, and everybody who laid eyes on pages had to sign NDAs. They did not let that information out. And the stuff, we'll eventually get there in Wizard Magazine where they have the previews. Well, maybe we won't. Maybe we won't go into the hundreds, you know. But the imagery that you see in Wizard Magazine, it looks like Sin City imagery of the highest level. The question is the one that you always think about, because it just looks like a Sin City image except no face on the dude. And what came out is not what was being sold in those from that sketchbook material, man. So, it's a lot of kayfabe going into stuff. See these poses and stuff, like I could imagine the Miller sketch that went into putting that together.
Yeah, I could too. And I think some of them you're going to see probably, this feels like maybe there's a little more Philip Tan building that woman's face, whereas like some of these things really feel, that's to me very Miller-esque. These poses very Miller-esque. So got to be hard to have that task, where like you're working over a guy's work who's a very distinct visual stylist, but you got to bring your own stuff to the game.
Yeah,
probably takes a little adjustment there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Philip Tan, it's no small feat to even participate, because everybody's going to be comparing it to the OG, and you just gotta divorce yourself from the chatter to do the job. If Frank Miller asked you to do it, you would do it. If Frank Miller asked me to do it, Absolutely. I would do it. So you put in your best foot forward. Try to show improve. If it is black and white, like I think it's interesting that it's a format that Philip Tan really hasn't done. So to see the things that he does different with like negative space on the gi and shit like that is pretty cool. It's not something that he's familiar, and certainly like leaving like lots of negative space is not something that he would typically do.
Some of this like fading, of like your indication of some background elements. I feel like that's an element from the original Ronin. So I'll be curious, maybe we reach out to Philip Tan and talk about some of that, like what that experience is like, because I don't know if he's worked over somebody's layouts before.
Yeah.
Certainly to this extent. And it's interesting, you see people do this, like Carson Grumball did it on with Dave Sim on Strange Death of Alex Raymond. So like it does happen for various reasons. This is another one, Pandora, another book that Frank Miller, I believe, is publishing, and I think he's writing or co-writing. So you see some of the names kind of talking about it. Not much of a sample, but a little bit of a hint of this.
Yeah, keeping the Kubert nepotism train rolling.
Yeah.
Three generations.
Do you know Emma Kubert? Is she an Andy or Adam offspring, or a third?
Yeah.
Is this the Hart family where we've got several Kubert siblings there?
No, it's not a sibling. That's a kid. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a new luckiest man in comics, and it is Dan DiDio.
All right, man. So
I didn't read this, by the way.
I did read this.
I'm sorry.
And I'm gonna say some stuff about the writing here that kind of parallels what I said about Ronin. It's so freaking vague. It's kind of a fun concept where like there are two races at war, and they're going to decide it by sending one warrior each to represent the races. This war's been going on forever. The planets are, both civilizations are on the brink of collapse. But of course, the warriors are very honorable. It is such a like. I was reading it and I'm like, is this like a post-World War II kind of presentation of war where it's very much this honor and, we're not seeing any of the side effects of war. We're being told all the civilizations are struggling, but you're not seeing any of that. And I mean, how many pages have I flipped here where this is all we're talking about is this big showdown that they're heading off to. And on their way, they find out that both of the ships are armed with like a destruction button. So once you win, then you get to kill like the entire, like explode the other planet or whatever. And of course, both warriors are like, well, that's not honorable. You're fighting a war to the death with each other. And I don't mean with these two. I mean with like a civilization against a civilization. So what did you think the outcome was going to be in this war that you've been engaged with forever? Really odd and peculiar. So the ships basically take over these guys, like incapacitate them because, hey, we're having this showdown whether you like it or not. Although I might be interpreting that wrong because some of this stuff is out there. And the ships tell me what's happening. People at home, I mean, look at this. Yeah. It's ridiculous. But I think the ships end up colliding and somehow they end up on Earth where, let's cut to New York City 20 years ago. And we've got some guy running from some generic superhero on the rooftop.
Generic is the word. That's the only word that's in my head the entire time. And like Dan DiDio, former publisher of DC Comics, like I always feel like the administration is like failed creative. Like I put that on them for sure because like who wants to be an editor? You know what I mean? Like you want to make comics, and this is his shot to make a comic, and. There's probably funding behind them in some capacity.
It feels like this is like if you put a bunch of stuff like Star Wars, write this stuff on pages and put it in a hat and then pull out the things to make your comic is what this feels like. Also, look, you've got two spaceships exploding over New York City. Start there. Sure. I don't need any of the rest of the crap. If two spaceships suddenly showed up in the space above New York City and exploded, guess what, man? That's the story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the story that as a reader, I'm in. I'm a human on Earth. Like, that's the part that makes sense to me. The other stuff was just like, what are you wasting 12 pages of my time for?
You need to be Dan DiDio's editor, And also, that shit looks like a fucking mid-90s Image, like, knockoff comic.
This is, I mentioned at the beginning I was pretty disappointed in the sampler overall. And I think of, like, Frank Miller, like, Ronin #1 to me, 20 years ahead of its time.
Yeah.
I look at this sampler and I'm like,
it's 20 years ago. It's like 25 years behind.
It's this
is like that job level.
It makes me feel bad.
Like when Marvel first got computer coloring.
It makes me appreciate a guy like Will Eisner, who like has been criticized for being a little out of time with some of his graphic novels. But you know what he's not out of? Like, that art looked great.
Yeah.
It's his voice on the page.
Yeah, this is...
What, is this a cash-in attempt? Like, I can't even tell, like, exactly what the motivation is behind any of this
Totally.
stuff. Now, we turn the page. This is my favorite spread in the book.
Yes.
One, you get to see some of Frank Miller's wild art. Whether you love it or hate it, at least it's Frank Miller. You know, like show me that stuff. And it is pretty wild art, man. That is... Put your tracing paper on there and draw a human skull. But Manera doing Sin City.
Yeah, so there's going to be 2 Sin City books? Is that what or is that just a pinup?
I assume that's a book. But,
yeah.
I could be wrong. But, man, I hope it's a book.
I'd fucks with that. And, dude, like, I think we're getting a glimpse of Marv's heritage. Look at that nose. Look at that brow, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we may be getting a glimpse of Frank Miller's next run-in with cancellation.
Yeah, right. He's been talking about doing the Western.
He has for
Sin
a long
City
time. From the 90s, I think he used to mention that.
Yeah, so geez, man,
It certainly had some gestation time.
Put him in a bubble. Keep that guy safe.
Gotta love Manera drawing though, man. It's such a delicate line on some of this figure. Really wild stuff. I don't know what to make of that, Ed.
Yeah.
It spins my head around. I can't tell who's doing what, why this exists, what Miller's interest is in it.
Frank, Dan, give the Kayfabe boys a call next time you do another sampler. We'll be your editors because you could use some help at this level.
I'm curious, I guess if that's what it's supposed to do, it certainly raises the bar on that. I am curious to see what one of these things looks like in person.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I want more of these samplers, not just from Miller, but from anybody. Like, this is a really cool format. I don't know how they do it for $1. This must be a lost leader.
Totally, absolutely, man, absolutely.
But weird book.
Yes. Shouts to Philip for drawing those pieces for us.
Yeah.
Them shits are cool as fuck.
Very, very nice. And like I said, I've got questions for him too about all of this that I'd be curious to get into. So
just gorgeous, man. Good to go.
Amazing. Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live is back in print from Image Comics. Get that the next time you hit your comic shop. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, also available now in comic shops everywhere, with the big treasury-sized edition coming in early January 2023. So pre-order that one if you haven't already. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my art and comics, including a recent PDF of all of my freelance covers with notes on how I made them.
Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network. Trade paperbacks are in stores today. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. 4 complete stories in each book, 70+ pages of extra material in each that you can't find anywhere else. And on my Patreon today, patreon.com/EdPiscor, there's more than 300 pages of comics up there. Put up new strips every week. $3, like I said. Go to my link tree in the description below this video. You'll get to all those destinations and help keep the lights on at the Kayfabe Studios. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, stickers, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop, also at the links below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics. You know what I'd sum up on that Frank Miller book, and I should have said it before we hit stop, is I feel like the only person that looks like they care on those pages is Philip Tan.
Yeah.
I feel like he's bringing some new stuff to his art. He's referencing the original Ronin, but man, it doesn't feel like anybody else gives a shit.
No, up and down. It's very telling, the Dan DiDio piece, because, like, you have your chance to realize, like, what, like, the comics you wanted, like, with no editorial interference, and like that, and that's the level. That's where you're going with things.
Yeah, you know what it's kind of like is whenever Jim Shooter goes to Valiant, and in a way is doing comics that are, you know, the a bit of a throwback there. But I don't know that Didio has the Jim Shooter
ability.
Yeah, the history, the
like
creative side.
Just even the word usage on each page abuses old, you know, comics logic. Bunch of talking heads. Didn't we learn anything from episode 1 of Star Wars? Like, we don't care about your trade negotiations.
Yeah.
Show us some action, man.
True.
There it is, dude. Fuck yeah. Well read. Good to go?
Hit it. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piskor.
And Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comics that Ed and I make. Ed Piskor's Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room The Antisocial Network are in stores now. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. Each of these books contains 4 complete stories that can be read in any order, so whichever volume you encounter first is the perfect place to start with Red Room. Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, back in print after almost a year from Image Comics. 8 full-color complete stories of the Deadliest Girl Alive, the homeless ninja on a skateboard, perfect for any superhero fan or action comics fan in your life, and Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. The comic books are in comic shops now, available while supplies last. The treasury-sized fluorescent green edition will be in stores in early 2023. Pre-order that now if you want to make sure that you get a copy. And now, onto our feature comic. Wolverine number 10. Ed, the second comic book I bought when I started buying comics. This is not my original. My original ended up going out with The Purge, so this is one that I actually got later and beat up accordingly. The only difference would be mine would have had the barcode because I bought it at a gas station near my house.
Jim, you have no sentimentality.
I don't, man. No sentimentality at all. But what I do have is Bill Sienkiewicz on the cover. Amazing. Like, look at that drawing compared to your typical Marvel House style.
Oh, yeah,
what I think of
it.
as like feathering and stuff. So kind of a super amazing, great cover. Even the orange and the logo and the coat, super sharp. And then you open it up, and it's John Buscema and Bill Sienkiewicz as your artist. And the reason that I note that is one of probably the first 5 or 6 comic-related, comics or books about comics that I got, How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, featuring John Buscema. So, like, I'm connecting dots, man, within the first few weeks of reading comics and wanting to draw them myself. It was like, this is awesome. I've got the book of How to Do Marvel Comics. I've got a Marvel comic by the guy who did the book. I was off and running. And you can kind of see, man, Buscema already throwing his weight around, twisting these figures out, hitting it with action to start out with. And Chris Claremont doing the writing. So I didn't know it at the time, but of course, longtime Wolverine writer through X-Men.
Yeah, man. And in this one, we play with time a lot.
We do.
So it's now and then, and unfortunately, color doesn't help us denote the past and present.
I had a heck of a time trying to figure this out in the early days of me reading comics. I'd read my couple of comics like we always talk about. You had at some point I had a shoebox when I had about this many comics. Just read the same comics over and over. And the now and then was so confusing to me.
Yeah, like especially as a kid, you're so literal. And it's kind of like, it all feels like of one piece. But you need that color to take us out of the moment so that it is beyond the shadow of a doubt a different point in time.
Yes, and this day in question is Logan's birthday, so that's why we're flashing back to, I guess, a really bad birthday where Sabretooth killed his girl.
It may or may not have already been established in the back pages of classic X-Men. There is a classic backup that Claremont and John Bolton did, where on Wolverine's birthday, and I think if I remember right, it shows it like throughout the years. It's like Tag You're It or something it's called, and like Sabretooth will just show up on his birthday and just like slash his back no matter where he is in the universe. Like, he could put a patch on his eye and hang out in Madripoor. Sabretooth is gonna come up, slash the shit out of you, and then just leave.
You know, when you're a kid, that makes total sense. As an adult, like, I'm picturing Madripoor was like at about 16 hours of plane riding from here. really impossible to track somebody down there. But of course, like you say, this is the birthdays, so Sabretooth is going to be there.
He's got hyper sense of
This
smell.
doesn't help anything either, that we're doing our flashbacks one panel on a page.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really strange choice to make.
One of those consequences of just like you got 22 pages, like we don't have the benefits of giving you a whole moment per page. Like we got to just get it in where we fit it in.
Yeah, I guess so. So it's midnight, which I guess starts his official birthday celebration. He breaks up a fight in the bar, which is something I think you might see in the first 10 issues of Wolverine. Every issue, there's a fight in the bar.
How awesome is that for depth of field, man? Bill Sienkiewicz choosing to just use kind of like a grease pencil on the toothy vellum Bristol to give you that sense of atmosphere.
Yeah, we've often used the word soupy to describe some of the atmospheres, and I feel like there's a real soupiness in this stuff.
It's so fun to look at this because you see the little pieces of Buscema mostly in the faces, and oftentimes like in the kind of the drapery, but it's just, you know, it's that greater than the sum of its parts kind of collaboration.
Yeah, and I had no point of reference early on for this. Like, I look at it now, and it's amazing to see what these two do together. I think it's a great team, and they do the next 6 issues, where I think Buscema might be credited as breakdowns and finishes by Sienkiewicz, I think. But if you look close, it's like this is cross-hatched. It's almost just a black shadow on Wolverine's leg, but you look close, and it's these super fine lines, and I always wonder, like, why that show, you know, like a lot of this stuff, it's probably just you're doing it quickly, but I do wonder, like stuff like this where Wolverine's being thrown through this bar, and it's the black is broken up with equivalent of speed lines, but just enough to show him passing through that black and breaking up that negative space a little bit.
Like that facial construction, unmistakable John Buscema right there.
Right, and when you see his pencils, that's what it feels like, where there's, like, the volume is what is defined in those pencils, and so if you hand that off to somebody like Sienkiewicz that also understands that stuff, you get, again, these super fine kind of hatching to bring that lip out. And so back in the present, Wolverine steps in on a couple of sailors that are on leave from a ship docked in Madripoor, and they've stumbled into an adventure that's a little more than they bargained for, so has to stop some of these locals from killing these two.
Yeah, it's a little bit of Chris Claremont trying to play with that Alan Moore transition stuff. So Sabretooth raped and killed the chick.
Mm-hmm.
The girlfriend of Wolverine. And it was like, I don't take no for an answer type shit. So then, like, the present day is like a modern day, like, attempt at causing some trauma to a lady.
The Claremont writing isms are really funny throughout this. It's almost a Shakespeare kind of writing.
He
except
talks
it's
like
dudes on the ground level, you know, the ultimate ground level of where that doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah, at least when, you know, when, what's his face uses iambic pentameter, you know, Dave Mamet, he's at least, you know, using the word fuck and shit like that.
Yeah, and it's different when people are saying it out loud, too. I feel like that makes a difference.
Yeah.
You know, like reading this stuff, it's just like, wow, this is funny.
But it's the crazy stuff because Claremont talks that way.
These figures are great.
Yeah, yeah, and you could tell. Like, there's a part where it's like, is that Gene Colan? But no, like, nah, that's totally Buscema.
Yeah, with a little bit of probably the Sienkiewicz interpretation, but the shadows of all these figures, just that stuff's magic to me.
Yeah.
Really big fan of it. And, well, let's cut back to a little bit more of the Wolverine Sabretooth fight. And Sabretooth is pretty much at this time considered just, he's going to destroy Wolverine, doesn't have a chance.
Who's your daddy?
Yeah. And they're in Lowtown in Madripoor, very far from the hospital. Ambulances don't even come there, so where do you take your stabbed victim? To the brothel.
Do the war?
It's not just prostitutes with hearts of gold. They also have a medical bag next to the bed.
Listen, it's like the Old Town chicks, you know.
That's right.
They hook up Dwight and stuff.
Where did these tropes get established?
What's the timeline of like these Wolverine comics too? Because you know how they try to have the shared universe Marvel shit. He's running around with the X-Men, so like, is this shit 20 years ago?
This
when
is
he's
considered present because he's supposed to be dead. The world believes he's dead. And I'm thinking it's around like the X-Men, like the 260, whatever the fill-in that Jim Lee does where Psylocke returns.
Right.
I think it's like maybe immediately before that. It kind of set around then.
It seems like he's patched for a long time.
He's patched for, man, at least like the first 18 issues of the series, a year and a half of the beginning of this series.
Yeah.
And then he runs into who? Spider-Woman also is living in Madripoor. This is like Portugal or something. Everybody's buying up some real estate in Madripoor. So bizarre. But he goes and hangs out with her for a little bit because let these ladies take care of our stabbed sailor. And cut back once again. Whenever Sabretooth removes that woodpile that he left Wolverine in, Wolverine's gone and kind of given up. He's running for his life like a wounded animal, but he's beaten. And there's another one of those parallels, Ed, where we see Wolverine climbing up Spider-Woman's apartment building wall and now climbing up this cliff as he's fleeing Sabretooth.
But Sabretooth is Michael Myers.
I don't know if any stories were done with these characters like set in Madripoor. Like,
yeah, I don't think so. But thinking about it, Jubilee does connect with Wolverine in Madripoor during Extinction Agenda,
okay.
And they hook up there and then go to Genosha. So that makes sense.
I don't know about if any of it makes sense.
It lines up.
I love that he's just casually smoking, sitting in their apartment.
And you know, it's
not if somebody's lighting up cigarettes like in my living room.
Yeah, and he's a different guy. It's not Wolverine because he's got a patch on his eye.
Yeah, and everyone kind of plays along with it, which is really weird as a story piece.
Yeah,
very bizarre. But gets to the top of this mountain that he's climbing for reasons that are a little unclear. I know I said he's fleeing Sabretooth, but also if you're hurt, is this really the plan? Right. But gets to the top, and who's waiting for him?
Yeah, Michael Myers himself. Look at that paste ups.
Yeah, high-res photo looks like. You think that's a Sienkiewicz?
Good question, man.
I mean, he's going finishes. I don't think Buscema's photocopying that and putting it down.
That's a lot of heavy lifting. Unless it's like one good image, but it looks like a bunch of shit pasted on top of each other.
Yeah, how many guys had like a photocopier in their studio setup as like a tool that they would use?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's your Photoshop before everybody goes digital.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is 10 years before everybody's going digital, probably. 89?
Yeah, and
computers were expensive for a long time.
And we know Sienkiewicz to use Xeroxes.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet you had access to one. This is, I think, the corrupt police chief, so trying to see if he has any news on Sabretooth, and he lets it known that he knows it's his birthday, too. Everybody knows everything.
Yeah.
As sneaky as we all try to be here, doesn't work. And cut back to continuing this fight, and again, Wolverine just outclassed. Some great stuff like the fist and arms. I copied all this stuff. You know the binders we see where like you copy like a JR Daredevil? Like, I copied probably every page in this book.
Shouts to Tim Truman, creator of the War Duke from Dungeons & Dragons, and that's his character design piece right there.
And look at American Comics ad in 1989, and then take
Pretty
note
slight.
whenever we look at like the early 90s versions where it's full color and glossy, and man, they're selling all kinds of stuff. You know, I don't see a lot of buy 3 and get a price break on this ad.
When comics were crypto.
For sure.
This is a great piece of color. Like hit him with a kind of a finishing shot, and then you sell it with the color.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's also line art to correspond with that, the impact and the feeling. You know, like you don't see that, but you feel it.
Yeah. Man, Sienkiewicz is bringing so much different kind of line quality, too. You know, like the outline of that burst or whatever that is, they're rough, man. It looks like he's dragging the pen across the page in the opposite way that you should. Really different stuff, you know, a tour de force in a lot of ways. Like, I wonder how much of this had an impact on me that I couldn't have registered because I didn't know any better. But I mean, like, set a stage for like, holy shit, this is a really good looking piece of illustration and a kind of slight story. A couple silhouettes as they're going on the docks. These are the guys he busted up in that first bar scene. And now they're back and they've got like machine guns. I think there's a grenade launcher. You know, I forgot about the grenades. Like they kind of a flamethrower. Like, who's he fighting? Who are these lowlifes that are bar fighting on his birthday turn out to be, like, international arms dealers? And as he's falling, they're, like, shooting him out of the sky. He's on fire, being blown up into the air, and they're shooting him out of the sky as he fireballs into the drink, which probably not a good place to be either.
He is Jason Voorhees to the Freddy Krueger of Sabretooth.
You get a hint that there's somebody behind them. And now our next flashback. Wolverine, with one desperate move, man, takes them both off the cliff edge.
Yeah.
Wile E. Coyote style. and then Spider-Woman fishes him out of the drink, and look, it's like green and purple. So I'm telling you, man, that's dirty water.
Oh,
Have open wounds in it.
Gray water.
And before he's even up, he's like, "Thanks for acing the brothers, Drew." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "How does he know anything?
Yeah.
He's on fire underwater. For all he knows, they're standing at the top of the stairs."
He still has hair too. Like I kind of.
And it's dry. It's still in the pointy. I don't know what you call that haircut, but it's still in full form. And then Sabretooth, I guess, thinks that he killed him, and he walks away. Knocked the hair off of him in the fall. And cut back to the present for kind of like one last little bit of wrapping it up. And somebody did kill those two brothers that were after him. Certainly seems like it's Sabretooth, but we don't see any follow-up on that.
That is unmistakable Bill Sienkiewicz hand styles.
No, that's Sabretooth's handwriting.
Yeah. And the other noteworthy piece, man, is in the next couple of issues, we're going to be getting those Kevin Nolan covers, baby.
Yes. Yeah, I bought one of those at Bill and Walt's hobby shop. Missed an issue and picked that one up, man. Was so excited for it. But cool, like, hey, I bought Wolverine for the next, 70 issues or something after this.
What's the pinup?
Oh, yeah, Kent Williams.
No, sick.
This is another one, like, I had no point of reference. I'm looking at this going, like, what is this?
Yeah.
I mean, that's some scary-looking Wolverine to begin with. But, like, for, going from what you picture a comic book to look like, a Marvel House style, and I'm getting this as my second comic going, I don't know what's going on. This thing was, like, nightmare-inducing. The nipple looks like it's on his shoulder.
Yeah, dude, just that cocked back. It's almost like he's being electrocuted. Or
Kent Williams was a bad man with a pen.
Yeah, and his take on Wolverine is unforgettable.
Yeah, I love there were a handful of these guys that would do this kind of like face and shadow Wolverines, and that was the animal version of Wolverines.
He's a fine art painter at this point, and he found the kind of diarrhea colors of the old color palette that kind of correspond with his palette. These like earth tones and like these are colors that were possible to use inside the comic, but they never used them for kind of obvious reasons. But it feels good. It feels like a night scene, It's kind of a darker, like Caucasian flesh tone.
He did Havoc and Wolverine with John Jamuth.
We got a video.
And the Simonsons. Yes, go check out our video on that because that's a really visually pretty spectacular Marvel series. And then he did Wolverine the Killing, which is the pen and ink version of his art. So we may look at more Kent Williams as time goes by, but definitely one other video for everybody to go check out.
Fantastic comic, and the impetus for choosing this one was I was revisiting episode 1 of Cartoonist Kayfabe Wizard Magazine number 1. It showed up as a Facebook memory because November 5th is the 4th anniversary of Cartoonist Kayfabe, and you pull out this issue and to talk about it. I'm like, we never did that episode. And you talk about it, this is one of your first comics. Like, this has to be a show and tell episode. Here it is. We made it happen 4 years later.
Yeah, super stylish, man. Like I said, kind of lucked into it. I feel like this is a good issue in Marvel's history, and it's just random that it was, my second comic.
We laugh and joke, man, at a comic like, oh, this is the comic that'll turn you to a comic reader. The writing of this might be a little wonky, but it might be that, like, Byzantine, Rubik's Cube of interest where you're like,
over and over
with this.
Trying to decode it, trying to understand it, imagining that there's more to the Sabretooth story, and there's a lot of backstories implied. So that is one thing I think Claremont did good, especially with X-Men.
Yeah, totally, man. You good to go, Jimmy?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Live is back in print from Image Comics. 8 complete stories of our homeless ninja on a skateboard. Pick those up now, next time you hit a comic shop. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, also available in comic shops now as comic books. The oversized Treasury Edition will be in stores in early 2023, but I highly recommend you pre-order that thing now. Marvel's pushed it back a couple of times. Let's take advantage of that and let them know that they should keep doing grand designs, and you do that with a pre-order. So I appreciate that. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my work. And you can download a PDF collection of all of my freelance covers and annotations on how I made those and the decisions behind them.
Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network trade paperbacks. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in the Red Room universe, and each of these books contains 4 complete stories, as well as about 70 pages of additional material that won't be able to be seen anywhere else. I'm serializing new comics on my Patreon, patreon.com/EdPiskor for $3. You get the complete archive, which is over 300 pages at this point, less than a penny a page per comic. So hit up my link tree in the description below this video. You'll be able to get to all of those links and destinations. And you buying our comics is what makes these videos possible. So thank you for your patronage. What else do we have out there, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny pack stickers, and more at our spread shop. Link also below this video.
Another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
What a fucking pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
What a pleasure.
Yeah, anybody that doesn't know why I'm a Nolan fan, look at
Unbelievable.
Nolan. It seems self-evident.
Unbelievable.
Take a sip.
Yeah. Good.
Yep. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
And Cartoonist Kayfabe is brought to you by the comics that we make. Ed Piscor's Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room the Antisocial Network, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. These books are both available now wherever books are bought and sold. They contain 4 completely self-contained stories that can be read in any order. So whichever volume of Red Room you encounter first, it's the perfect place to start. My latest books, Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness, are in comic book shops now with an oversized Treasury size edition coming in early 2023. Pre-order that one today wherever you get books. And Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print after almost a year of scarcity. From Image Comics, 8 complete short stories, and the perfect comic for any superhero or action comic fan in your life. Today we're going to look at Secret Origins number 39, featuring Animal Man and Batman. Animal Man and Man-Bat. And we are going to focus on the Man-Bat story because it's by one of my favorite comic book artists, Kevin Nolan. Kevin Nolan doing pencils, inks, colors, and letters on this story. Jan Stranad as your writer, recapping the Man-Bat origin. But I mean, this is the Kevin Nolan show as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
This comes out in 1989, I believe. And the reason I mention that is we looked at Kevin Nolan's Batman and the Outsiders annual from, I think, 86. And it's noteworthy because it's Baxter paper, and again, he's pulling all the art chops and he's doing coloring and he's making that Baxter paper and the color palette of DC look really good. I thought this was older, the newsprint, it feels like an older technology, if you will, but this is actually a newer Kevin Nolan work, and you can see, like, art-wise, he's doing some different stuff in the line art, and I wonder if it's because he's coloring it, and he knows that he's going to be responsible, so in his mind, it's like, leave some space, because you see him doing things like using white for highlights, something that you rarely would see in comics. That's not a color that's commonly used, but look to the great effect. Whenever he hits Man-Bat with a flashlight, that's where you really see it popping.
Yeah. Digitally, I was using a file that it's colored differently. So I'm gonna pay attention a little bit because my copy is a colored kind of blue line.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna pay attention because there's some interesting stuff to pay attention to, and I want to see if it's all the same.
So as a Nolan fan, I would pick up like Draw Magazine when they'd have interviews with him, or I think there's one of those like Modern Masters that's Kevin Nolan that I have. He would file down the tips of his pens for his lettering. Yeah. And when you look closely, the horizontal strokes are heavier than the verticals. It is so tight, this lettering, and distinctly his. For an artist to be that good at lettering, I don't know if I can name another artist that's that tight when it comes to lettering.
Sure. Dave Sim comes to mind. A lot of room to breathe around the bubbles, which makes it a much more pleasurable reading experience. Unmistakable faces. And I think there's a legacy with this specific story because the very first episode of the animated series is a Man-Bat episode that it's not an adaptation of this, but it's very close. It hits all the same major beats, the love interest part, lying for her man type shit. It hits all the major beats, so I think that that is a result of this specific story, because it's like, it's the secret origin stuff. It's fun, right? Like, it's like putting a new spin on an origin, and it even adds wrinkles into Batman's origin.
Yes. Yeah. Man-Bat created by Frank Robbins and Neil Adams, so it's possible that the original story too has some of these iconic qualities, because I have not read that original, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's if there's a lot taken from that, because that's a pretty good powerhouse team, and Man-Bat was a hit right away. That first story had to be pretty good for the response. And we see kind of like quick flashbacks of what happened here. It's so angular and so economical, the story, the artwork that Nolan is putting down on these pages, as this group has infrared goggles, getting the drop on Batman fighting in this like black room whenever this ominous shape, this bat-like shape, shows up and saves his life. And Batman even says so, who's there? I'd like to meet the man who saved my life. And we see Man-Bat just cowering, like Man-Bat knows what's happening to him. He had drunk this experimental drug and is transforming into a bat, into an animal. And it's a nightmare for him. This is like a universal monster. So this is the Fly or something like that, where the experiment went wrong and he knows it.
Right. Yeah. It's very Marvel-like in that.
Yeah, it's tragic.
Exactly. The way that Nolan tapers the cape into that little point is very unique to him. And also, by the way, Nolan will design characters and stuff for that animated series. Like that Man-Bat is unmistakably him.
He's completely different than Toth in a lot of ways, but the one way that he's similar is that economy, where like he can just do an outline and it's like, that's a guy in a suit. It reads like a suit, and it's not much drawing to get that across.
Yeah, it's a pen too. Like he's got a dead line, but then he'll add some bolds to it as he needs.
Foreshortening on that glove.
All of it. The door feels heavy. Like the angle feels right. It's dicey. Like figuring out where to put that neck when you have that 3/4 upshot is not easy.
He's double lighting this guy's face, and it's so perfect because he's facing a dark room, but he's in a lit hallway. So you're getting like the sides of the planes on his face are lit up from that hallway light.
Yeah, perfect is the way to put it, because like he's using ruler on all the straight edges.
All right, man. So we're going into this bat exhibit, and Batman recognizes the name Kirk Langstrom, who's associated with this exhibition. And as we go in, we get the origins of Langstrom.
Yeah.
He was this boy that was lost in the caves under Gotham City. So one of those ties to Batman that you mentioned, Ed.
For a long-ass time, man.
Like 6 months.
6 weeks.
Is it 6 weeks?
Yeah.
This is at this point. I believe they do 6 months when he's ultimately found.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because like this is not him coming out of the cave. This is him going to like bat people or something. I'm not sure. But a tie that we're going to get back to like young Bruce Wayne there. And, you can kind of see that flash back and forth, right? Like, okay, what's the story here and what is happening in this exhibit? The exhibit itself's pretty cool. Like there was a Bela Lugosi painting on the wall, this bat exhibit, skeletons and stuff. And then information on Batman, how he differs from a real bat.
This, the file that I'm looking at, I wonder if it's really colored by Kevin Nolan in like a blue line, because it's all the same.
Yeah, put it over there, because you can see what happens with if you were to take this yellow-gray newsprint and make it white.
Like all of the same strokes are here, and you will see like the color kind of go over the line art sometimes that suggests like blue line color.
Yeah, and some of the stuff, like this guy's face, just looks like it's evenly colored, but when you see it on here, you can see that there's actually a second color on his face.
Dude, I almost went like this. Let me see if I can zoom in on that.
But you can see the like the Batman, the dot on his head.
Yeah.
So I do think this is working from the same source material.
Yeah, and I just wonder if we're seeing real like strokes from Kevin Nolan.
There's a lot of very subtle stuff, like there's shadow on this yellow, I don't know, pajama top or whatever Kirk's Langstrom's wearing. It's like a little bit of a green, but it's, I don't know, probably 25% cyan is what you've got there. Even on his, like shadow on his skin tone, it looks like 25% cyan.
It looks more subtle like on this newsprint, and it's much more pronounced on the glossy stock.
Man, and when he gets into doing like these blacks, whether they're silhouettes in front of the movie screen, that's a really nice panel.
Unbelievable.
But like the street scene and walking through the street lights in and out of shadow, so strong.
The material here with the trees and the Central Park vibe.
Yeah, I see bits of Batman Year One, and mostly in the color palette.
Sure.
You know, like that 100% magenta for a sky. That's something that stands out to me in Richmond Lewis's first printings.
This is so much, if you flip the page, man, this is so much Universal Monster stuff. That's the other thing, too. The storytelling, the visual storytelling is very cinematic in a lot of ways when he chooses, like, close-ups and specific camera shots. So we get, remember Manimal?
Yes.
We get our Manimal transition and just, like, thrust back hard, thrust forward after the transformation.
Amazing. And when I mentioned Alex Toth, these letters could almost be Toth sound effects.
It's true.
They're a little bit like feels a little more rigid, but shape wise it's close.
Yeah.
Certainly has to be an influence. And contrast this sad eye as Man-Bat is making that transformation with the tortured pain that is starting out there, and now it's just sad.
Here's the thing too, like leaving this open space and these like light pastel colors. When we get here, it feels more nighttime. Mm-hmm. Like he's been laying there for the duration of the workday, and now it's nighttime. And
this is the exact cut to our original piece, which you talk about storytelling. Yeah, it's so nice.
That plays 2-3 times in this 20 pages where we have that, like, I need to see the man who saved my life. Like we hear that 3 times.
Yeah, it's really important because Batman's gonna end up doing something that really hurts Man-Bat.
Yeah,
and it's like by having that repeat about this is the guy that saved me.
Right.
It really drives home like, oh boy, that's a bad move on Batman's part.
Yeah, it's true. This is one of Jan Stranad's best. Look at all of the little color play with the different planes of the veiny hand.
It's so subtle, and it kind of is so great. It's almost painting on newsprint.
No, totally.
Great action to, like, after the action. Like this feels chaos, and this is clearly the aftermath.
Yeah. Okay, check this. Well, I'm just looking at this file again, and like, on this file, like, you could see, like, the brush strokes and where it's going out of pocket, and you see that it's off register there also. So it's like, man, is this Kevin Nolan's hand? Is this what he painted? Because, like, we need to have this.
It's a good question, and hopefully Kevin, at some point, we get a chance to talk to him about some of the nuts and bolts of the work that he's made.
Uncle Kevin, don't be shy, man.
Yeah, we would love to hear it. So would everybody watching. I love that he's coloring in our word balloons too. Yeah. Again, it's nighttime. We're not going to use white unless we have a good reason to use white.
But he's established that this, like, green is Man-Bat. That's his monologue and it's his dialogue. So we're keeping that piece.
Yeah, he does a really good job because we will see interior Batman comments, and it's a different font whenever it's Batman's words. Love the night treatments color-wise, and also, like, at this point it's too late. Man-Bat's just this, he's become a monster.
This is one of those great storytelling pieces for me, man, because it's like acknowledgement, lumbering, running forward. You see the bottom of the feet, and on the second panel he's not that much higher. It makes him feel heavy. Like if he was like a little dot, it's like, okay, he's breezing, but that's like hang glider. He isn't. He's a heavy motherfucker. He's still bound by Newtonian physics.
How nice is this as just a standalone panel drawing composition? The hand putting the key into the lock.
Absolutely.
Really great. And I love the subtlety of this is one panel, but it's basically 2 panels, right? It's the light again from the hallway, and then it's Batman, creature of the night, in the darkness of the apartment. And this is Langstrom's fiancée. So she's concerned, and as anybody would be if a guy dressed in a bat suit is standing in your apartment when you get home late at night.
And she's a touch Carmela Soprano, like, she doesn't know what he's up to, but she knows it ain't good. Maybe you could help him. Unmistakable Kevin Nolan face.
Yes, definitely. And a little flashback to their time in college whenever Langstrom, always obsessed with the bats, going back to his time in that cave, and studying their sonar, this bat escapes, and he feels terrible about it because he had blocked its ears with wax to really study the sonar, and unfortunately that bat's going to die now.
Yeah.
He won't be able to find his way around. Good stories, like you say, for Jan Stranad's part, there are heartfelt moments in this.
Yeah, it's good, and it's built, and it has payoff and stuff, and like Jan Stranad, I always think of as like very pulp.
And here, and there is pulp to this. It just has a really good. The character moments are all good. It's all clear what the stakes are. Man-Bat breaks into this lab as Batman rushes there, from the police scanner about this break-in, and this is what I need: the compound that can restore me. I may yet rejoin the human race.
And Kevin Nolan just shining a beacon on that chemical.
Hit that with 100% magenta. Let's make that thing pop
in
against black ink.
And by the way, like if it just has a black and white image, that would pop because it's against black. Totally. Look at his use of it's like 100% magenta and then 100% magenta with like the lightest of cyan put in there to just give you a little atmosphere.
Yep. And here comes Batman, and there goes our magenta antidote breaking.
Yeah, such clear storytelling. This pose is fantastic. It really feels like he's swooping back real far. Like that's as far as that arm can move back.
This is foreshortening too for for a Man-Bat for a wing. Like it's really creating depth in that panel.
Yeah, it's a great pose.
That whole thing, like Batman swooping through and we're breaking the panel borders to really emphasize the impact.
Yeah, and still selling you like, we got light coming in from 2 points, so the shadow's right there in the middle. This guy, every line he puts down is thoughtful. Every single line.
Yeah, this is a masterpiece story in that way. And here's where we realize what all has happened. The last bottle of this stuff, it's gone, and there's no time. Like,
he's going to keep morphing, and now he's hungry.
Yes, and attacks Batman with like that animalistic hunger.
And literally like rabies type mouth.
What a drawing too, right? Like if we're going full on monster, we're here.
Oh yeah. Like lumbering over more. Get the humanity out of the face as much as possible.
And one last human moment whenever he recognizes his fiancée Francine and just runs.
See, this is the pulp shit. Where is it, man? Where he's like, scree! That's the shit right there, man.
Man, the slobber coming out of his mouth, I love that.
Fighting in darkness and then just pop that light on.
How effective is that for your color? A lot of white and then you're 100% yellow.
Yeah, and it just creates that situation like where your like eyes just are not adjusted to the light yet.
Man, Nolan's a master at this. And Man-Bat flying away. And I think in the original Batman comics, she soon follows him to become like
she Man-Bat?
Woman-Bat? I don't know what her title is. But yeah, I think that's the way that works because she's so distraught. I think it's a great face. Those round eyes, it's pretty well done on the expression.
Yeah, his facial expressions are tight as fuck, dude.
So Bruce Wayne goes home, grabs a glass of milk, and then down to the lab to start working on that antidote to try to save this guy who saved his life.
And look at that, man.
3 times in this story.
No OSHA requirements with the railings.
Put a railing up on there, Kevin.
and great little ending. Wrap it up in a bun. I think I might end up seeing this Man-Bat creature very soon.
How good is this story? How good is his color?
Just a consummate like cartoonist, just through and through. One of the best, the rare morsels.
This is why you do everything yourself. I don't even blame colorists for not being able to be this good at coloring because like this is a guy who's laying it all out and has in mind what to do with the colors.
Yeah. Look at that, how heroic that figure is, man. That big, thick neck, like there's like no ball at the back of that head. It's like all muscular neck stuff. I feel like this is the shit that like Chris Sprouse, when he's coming up, he's really studying how Kevin Nolan builds these figures. But just a thoughtful artist, no wasted movement, using colors that are completely non-traditional in mainstream comic sense.
And going that one extra mile, instead of this being all brown or all gray, you just the subtle difference to add that shadow, to add a highlight here or there.
Yeah.
Great at using it to create a point of interest. And I mean, like, study the story. If you want to make comics out there, especially color comics, I feel like this is really impressive as a template. And I think you know, he hasn't done that much stuff, especially like doing everything. I think there's a World Finest where he does finished art, but I think he also does color on it. So we'll have to dig that one out if this video performs well. Everybody watching, like, share this video. Get us numbers on this video. We'll do more Kevin Nowlan because he's one of my favorites. And, you know, if he's one of your favorites, let's pump up this video.
And shouts to the Kayfaber at Baltimore Comic-Con who was like, you know what I would like you guys to do? Secret Origins, what number is that, 39?
39.
Secret Origins 39, the Man-Bat issue, Kevin Nowlan, and right in that moment, I'm like, Jimmy, we're doing that next recording session.
It's a good one. Man, his lettering, everything. Like, what a beautiful comic. I wonder how long it took him to draw that.
Yeah, very curious, because that's what he is,
not a monthly
right?
schedule, I don't think.
That's what he is. Like, you put him on special stuff so that he could take his time, do his thing. You
100%.
want primo Kevin Nowlan, for sure, man. All right, man. Good to go. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live is back in print from Image Comics. 8 complete stories of the homeless ninja on a skateboard. These are superhero action comics, suitable for any age, so pick that up. It'll make a great Christmas gift this year. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness is in comic book shops now in its comic book form. The oversized Treasury Edition with the fluorescent green cover that you are going to want in your home comes out early 2023. Pre-order that now. The way printing is, like, that book's already been delayed, so you don't want to miss out on that first print. Let your comic shop know you want a copy. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see lots more of my art, download some of my out-of-print zines and mini comics, and you can download a new collection of all of my freelance covers and notes that go along with that.
Red Room Trigger Warnings, Red Room The Antisocial Network trade paperback. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in the Red Room universe. Each of these books contains 4 complete stories and about 70 pages of extra material in each volume. I'm serializing new comics on my Patreon today. For $3, you get the complete archive, which includes all of this material, more than 300 pages worth of stuff, and new strips every Tuesday. And all those links are available in my link tree in the description below this video to get all that stuff. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, mugs, stickers, fanny packs, and more merch at our spread shop, also in the links below this video.
It's another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, give them the marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
There it is, man. All right. Manga Quest 1. Take a powder, drink a little something. We've got one more big video to do. This is the one I've been waiting for, Jimmy. And this is one of those ones, no expectation, like just like grab some comics and vibe. Here's the question I have: should I have you in the hot seat to go through the shit, or should I pull stuff and like explain? Because like it's hard for you to see, you know.
Right. I don't know. You should probably pilot it.
All right.
Because you know the highlights there.
I do. Yeah, okay. You want to hit the head real quick?
Yeah.
All right, I'll get us set up, and then I'm going to hit it and get started. But what we're going to shoot now is we're looking at the bounty from my previous manga quest from 2019. I did a stream like the day after I came back from Japan, just so excited, jet lagged as hell, waking up at weird hours, having time to spare, 2 a.m. whatever. And but the stream was not so great because playing with different weird microphones and things. And I never showed Jimmy all this shit, so I think that's the move. Just the wildest stuff, man. There's some real good stuff in here too that we just cannot pass up, like a Shigeru Mizuki Superman comic and Plastic Man. I know that catches your eye.
Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. Wow. There's so much cool looking stuff. Are you putting them in any order? Can I
Not
be
really.
scooping this stuff up and looking?
Yeah. Yeah, just having fun, man.
I need to switch on my phone.
Yeah. A lot of Beam comics in here, because I hung out with about 5-6 of those mangaka. Like, you know how, I'm sure you experienced this, like when you were in Tokyo, like there's no cafe to like chill. Mm-hmm. It's all like, get the fuck in, eat your shit, get out kind of energy. So with that in mind, there are these like rooms that you can rent where you could do business. And we did that with the Beam Comics guys, and there's a dude in here who's like Chris Ware inspired, like Klaus Chris Ware inspired mangaka, which is real fun.
I wonder if I have his stuff, because I have a series. It's three books, and that's how I would kind of describe it.
Yeah,
and it's the guy who did Dragonhead.
No,
but it's a different
dude.
style.
This is a kid. This is a dude my age or younger.
And that Beam stuff, you know, that's that Bambi book too.
It is.
I was looking
yeah.
at that. I posted some pictures on our thing lately because I was in my space and I found that book. But it has the Beam, you know, logo on the spine.
You know what's real fucking fun, dude? Is that Atsushi Kaneko art show?
Outlaw shit everywhere.
That Atsushi Kaneko art show that Peach is going to be a part of, it is not wrapping up on the 14th or whatever. It's going to be up till the 20-something. So I'm absolutely going probably the very next day. Brian Moss comes out there. Like, I arrive on the 13th. It's 5 p.m. or something like that, man. So it's like the 14th is like my fresh day. He leaves on the 14th here and will arrive midday, like the next day, 15th. And it's like, I want to maybe do some other shit. Like, I feel like I should go to Nakano Broadway, like, to keep up the tradition of, like, don't even be in Japan for 24 hours by the time you go to Nakano. But I'm going to go to Nakano with him. And then Jeff comes, like, a day or two later, and we're going to go to Nakano, you know, and Jabo. So it's like, I don't know how to tease it. I don't know how to handle that, really. This is not all of it, so we got to figure out how to just... But I'm going to hit the bathroom again real quick. And I'm going to call this shit like Manga Quest 1 or something.
Yeah. I like the little Spider-Man head sticking out.
Yeah. I'm going to play a little bit of the hits with maybe that Popeye magazine with the Omotomo shit. Because those videos are 3 years old now. Like, there's a lot of people that ain't seen that shit. And the prices on this stuff, 200 yen. Like, as of yesterday, $1 is 150 yen.
Yeah.
So it's a fucking a quarter.
I swear I paid like between $1 and $5 American for everything any book that I bought there.
Yeah.
That frustrates me. I don't understand how they have that pricing on books.
Yeah, just volume, man.
You think that's the secret?
Millions. You know? Millions of fucking copies.
Hey, Ed's in the bathroom. Do you guys think I should be putting a couple of these better looking mangas in my box? Sneaking out of here while his back's turned? He's out of the room. Which one should I take home with me? Oh man, this is a good one. I don't have this wrestling comic.
Is that Mil Mascaris?
Yeah, I think that is it. But also, like, isn't that Dory and Terry Funk on the top? Young.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if Dory Funk ever looked young, but Terry Funk, mighty spry in that one.
It's that fucking Mel pattern baldness.
It's
man.
Mascaris, but I think this is the Destroyer.
Ah, yeah.
He doesn't get the cover treatment, but I think he gets some match time in here.
Go grab that Popeye. I don't think I have it here.
Hey, I was testing out the Kayfabers.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to rip you off and take a bunch of these comics home with me.
Yeah. That's fun, man.
Robert, yes, I've been digging Tales from the Territories.
You know, I haven't even watched it yet.
I'm telling. I sent Evan a message and was like, "Man, you're making the best wrestling content right now."
Yeah.
Absolutely. I know of something that's coming out next year that I think is going to challenge him, but hasn't been announced yet. So
yeah, let me know whenever we're done with this shit, man. I gotta know what that is. Lock me in, man.
You all ready?
Very excited.
Hold on, let me start one more render. All right, now are you all ready?
Let's do it. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to be looking at the bounty from Manga Quest 1 from 2019. But first, you guys got to know that our videos are brought to you by the comic books that we make. And on the stands right now, I have Red Room Trigger Warnings and Red Room The Antisocial Network trade paperbacks in stores today. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each of these books contains 4 self-contained stories, plus 70 pages of additional material. Get them while they're hot. Jimmy has Hulk Grand Design Monster and Madness out on the stands as we speak, chronicling the entire saga of the Incredible Hulk. It's going to be getting that Treasury Edition format in early 2023. Put in your pre-orders today. And Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive trade paperback has received a new printing and is in stores now. Get it while it's hot. Support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Buy our books. And Jimmy, it's no secret at this point, going to be heading to Tokyo, man. So the very last weekend in November, I'm going to be at Tokyo Comic Con with Uncle Jeff Darrow. We're sharing a table. He said that he's done about more than 10 drawings that he's going to be selling out there. I'm going to have prints and we'll be ready to sign and put the signature on whatever you bring out there. But that's just the business that's at hand while I'm out there. You know I'm going to be on that manga hunt. And this is the fruits of the last round, Jim. I did a stream with all of this material when I got back, but you never interacted with this stuff. And I thought we should go through some of these things. Some of these books have yielded episodes. For instance, this issue of Popeye magazine is very, very important because it covers a lot of Western comics, which is fun. So you get to see some some cosplay,
That's
as they call it
fun.
now, with some Japanese
Wow. I
peeps.
love how brightly colored these things are. I wish they would do a Marvel movie where like this is what the color palette looks like.
This is a famous wrestler, but I don't think it's Ricky Dozin or somebody
No.
like that. Like it's some other cat. The important part about this issue of Popeye magazine is you get Katsuhiro Otomo doing Black Panther right there. I think some of this might be come from American books. Like that might be a weird Michael Golden or something. But you have a Ryuichi Ikegami Captain America in here somewhere.
Wow.
Right there. So that's a fun thing.
It's so strange to see them next to each other, like
Yeah.
the American counterpart.
And he looks Japanese there. But there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Also, like for those who don't know, man, Nike sneakers, man. It comes from a shoe from Japan called the Tiger.
Yeah, I got tigers when I was there.
Yeah. $2, $2 wrestling manga. We're looking at a Mil Mascaris one with the Funk Brothers. You showed off some of these in one of the earliest, what do you call it, man? Show and tells that we did.
Yeah, wrestling box of gimmicks, I think, if somebody wants to go back and find that video. I think they've done at least 15 volumes of this series,
Dude,
most of them featuring
that's
one guy. That's cool.
That's absolutely Luthez.
Yeah. He wrestled, I think his last match was in Japan at like age 74, and his artificial hip did not hold up well.
Rest in peace, Antonio Inoki. Yeah, so I grabbed a couple of the Shonen Sundays, which is the Shogakukan wrestling comics, and I got a couple other joints, man. I got the Jump ones also.
I just want to mention, like in this one, because you get these kind of cameos. I believe this is the Destroyer.
Yeah.
So if you ever see like that Blondie shirt with the X Mask wrestler,
Yeah,
that's him.
Yeah, sure. Got this one at Book Off, man. Just an issue of 14 by Kazuo Umezu, who was mentioned in the Peter Chung shoot interview as being like one of his favorite mangaka. And it's on the strength of this guy right here.
That's amazing.
That I scooped this thing up. I don't know if it's gotten an American translation yet, but I'd be very curious to read this thing.
That is incredible looking. I love the two color, the black and red.
Yeah, it's
Don't
not like
see
that
that
throughout.
much, but still.
It's not like that throughout. You know how it goes.
This
But
looks great.
Just a fever dream of a comic. This is the cartoonist who did Drifting Classroom and Cat-Eyed Boy, which I think is getting a new reprint deluxe edition from Viz Comics that is showing up as targeted advertising on my Facebook.
Of course.
But Peter Chung's one of Peter Chung's favorite mangaka, and you could see why.
Yeah, great horror mangaka.
So Jimmy, like Beam Comics, like this is the dude who is the like Chris Ware, Dan Clowes.
Isn't that funny?
Kind of inspired guy. It's not okay. You could see it like this kind of shit.
Yes. Beam Comics, we heard
Yeah.
about it recently on our shoot with Peach Momoko talking about Bambi.
Yes.
That's published by Beam. Do you know much about Beam Comics? Are they kind of like a young, hip?
They are the I said it on the Peach thing, man. They are the Fantagraphics of Japanese comics. It's the same deal where it's like, we're gonna put your comic out, you're gonna make a royalty, we're not paying you a dime up front, like, you will make money based on what you sell. But it's the most kind of avant-garde, left of center kind of comics that come out of
Makes
there.
me want to go home and look at the spines on my manga now.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the most interesting stuff is Beam Comics, and it's not the last Beam comic that we're going to look at. Okay, like this one, for interest, my homeboy, I think, no, I don't think my boy Takahito drew this one, but another Beam comic that was kind of interesting. What happened was, we booked time in this little office space, and I was kicking it with the publisher of Beam Comics and about 5-6 mangaka who have fresh books out at the time, and they were laying things out, telling us about the business model of how that kind of comics works, and it sounded very similar to our kind. And in fact, these comics they don't sell at the biggest numbers either, because they don't have that weekly support.
These go straight to graphic novel.
I think they do. Like maybe not all. And just super wild stuff. What would happen is I would have guys put shit into my hand. Like,
Sure.
it's like, you know what I'm into. I'm telling you what I'm into. I'm showing you the stuff that I'm fucking with.
This isn't King Terry, right?
I don't think so. Look at that. It's very Gary Panter-ish.
Yeah, it feels like it's in that vein.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of manga that looks like this. This is another two-color of the red and black.
It is full on.
It's very attractive. Kind of makes me want to do a red and black comic now.
Yeah. Yeah, you know where we would see this would be like Bazooka Joe.
Yeah.
For
Sure.
real. Or
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, here's the pink of the skin and here's like the red of the shirt. Scatological. Very important.
Right.
We did a whole big video on Otomo books, so whenever I see a new Otomo that I don't have, I think you brought this one back from your travel.
Yes, I have that one.
So it's like, fuck, I need to get my hands on that.
I was there without the benefit of a translator or somebody, you know, any guides, and I would just go to these shops at night and just go through like shelves and shelves and shelves of manga, and I would find like a Otomo section where it'd be like a whole horizontal, you know, whole shelf full of it, and just pull stuff off and grab it. Because like I said, the prices are so much different than here. You know, like a book like that here is $20-$30.
Yeah, easy.
And there I probably paid $5.
Otomo's getting expensive. The Domo, you will not find a Domo for less than $40, even at the volume that was published. But there are the complete books that are coming out right now, and there's one coming out December 2nd. It's layouts and key artwork and backgrounds or something of Akira. And I guess he does a lot of the key artwork and layouts. So that's going to be the book. It's a 70, it's like 7,700 yen, around 60 something bucks at this point. But it comes out December 2nd, and I am going to leave and not come home until I fucking have that book. Like, that's the one book that I must get my hands on.
I know we've talked about that off air. And I'm very curious to hear the report on finding it. Like, it has to be in every major, like every manga shop, right? A book like that comes out.
Yeah. The thing is, like, my closest connections are the dudes at Mandarake, but Mandarake is arbitrage. It's old rope that they're selling, no new stuff, man. So I don't have a direct connect in a proper shop, but I know where a couple proper shops are in Shibuya. I'll hit them up, see what's up, and worst comes to worst, I'll hit up Aki and say, dude, I gotta get this thing, man. Man Ben. We love Man Ben. And Naoki Urasawa, straight from the horse's mouth, Frederick Schott was like, Naoki Urasawa is the Osamu Tezuka of modern day. So I grabbed volume 1 of a bunch of his series, the ones that really haven't come here yet. There's a Billy Bat in here somewhere. So Yawara, I think she's like a tennis pro or judo master. Let's see. Yeah, this one looks judo-ish.
Yes.
And it's, 20-something volumes of this. However many volumes of this.
Happy.
Yeah. And these are very early works. I haven't seen them translated in America. Okay, she's the tennis pro. And it makes
Hernandez-style brother skirt.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, like, on top of just being prolific, how do you learn about being a tennis pro and being a judo master, and then Monster is a brain surgeon?
I agree. I'm very curious. Information to try to glean when you're out there talking to editors. I think the editors actually do some of that. I forget who was telling us that. It might have been Frederick Schott.
Yeah.
It would be a thing that they would assist mangaka. They're basically catch-alls, right? Like, you're producing this work, we need it on deadline. What do you need from me, the editor? What can I do?
And I've heard situations while I was out there of the editors, like, going to museums and taking pictures of, like, fine art and weird columns and stuff that could find their way into the comics. Kaze Shinobu is a revelation that I had while I was out there. I knew his work from Heavy Metal. There's a strip. This strip is printed in Heavy Metal, and I have that issue. But getting hold of these collections, you see that Drulier type shit.
Look at this eyeball, man. Every one of these pages we could stop at, but look at this, like, I don't even know what to call that. It's foreshortening, sort of, but not really. Just such a distorted drawing. It's really cool.
Just wild out
Great
of control.
images.
Look at that shit, dude.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
An apprentice of Go Nagai and helped him out on a lot of Mazinger, Devilman, that type of material. But then when he came into his own, this is the crown jewel, and we have a video going through this thing, man. And of course, the quintessential Kaze Shinobu piece is when our boy goes out into outer space and comes thrusting down. Down, page after page after page, busting through like a Buddha statue, going through.
This stuff is so strong graphically. That like starburst panel, close up of eyes of his.
Look at that, man, going through the earth, pushing forward, and then cracking the earth like a gobstopper, bro.
He does so much great visuals. I'm surprised this has not been translated.
I know,
because
man.
the visuals are so spectacular. It feels like it'd be easy to sell this as an action comic here.
Absolutely. Just far out shit, man. Far out shit. Little weird toy magazines.
Love that.
That show off,
If you grew up as like a Kanuki Man muscle fan, these things are great.
Yeah. Wrestling toys, like the history of wrestling toys,
dude. Abdullah the Butcher.
I think these are the first wrestling toys ever created. Like this, Dory Funk was in that one Mandarake for like a lot of money.
Wow.
Harley Race. It's all heels too. Look, Stan Hansen. I don't know who that dude is.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either.
Hogan.
That Hogan's hilarious.
With like gold paint. Antonio Inoki.
I have so many questions about this stuff. Yeah, Andre the Giant.
With the grapes.
Wonder if that thing's bigger.
It's not that big.
No.
Yeah, it's about the size. Is that Bob Backlund? That can't
So
be right.
lame.
He doesn't go to Japan, does he?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's funny though. Either way, look at the shoelace paintings too. Like, what a little detail that would be a pain in the ass.
You know something? If you re-listen to the Peach shoot interview, there's a part where like you guys could talk to me about like business stuff. Like if you need somebody to ask, and when Yo translates it back to Peach, I'm Edo-san, and that's how people say my name, and you'll be able to figure out how they say your name, because I heard the Jim, and I think it's like Jimbo-san or something like that.
I wonder like how these licenses work for like the wrestlers. If that's something that goes through the wrestling companies, and that's factored into like, okay, we're going to pay you these large amounts. Wow. That's a really nice book. Like to have generations of wrestlers represented in there as toys, pretty cool.
Yeah, this is our generation. My little brother was able to get these joints.
Yeah, I remember those figures.
AWA figures? That's what that is, huh?
I think these things are worth like...
The Remco joints.
Yeah, the AWA figure Road Warriors I always see for like several $100s now. And it's like, I used to see those things for like $5 in the toy store and want to know parts of them.
Yeah.
It's so stupid on my part. Vader. Wow.
Yeah, it runs
this
the
is a
gamut.
cool catalog.
Runs the gamut.
But I do wonder, like the licensing of these kinds of likenesses. Because I mean, they talk about like Hogan leaving AWA and having issues with Vern Gagne over that.
Right. Some kind of Shigeru Mizuki collection, something like this. Somebody put in my hand and just like gave me as a gift. Not too sure what all that one's about, but there will be an important Shigeru Mizuki that's going to come underway. Scoop this one up. If you remember Nakano Broadway Mall, there is on the top floor, like the third floor, there is a bookstore that is just like weird, perverse, occultish kind of books, and they had some manga, and it would be the most hardcore of stuff. So this comes from there, which I thought was just very, very rigorous in its treatment. I like that there was no real screen tones, and we get to a strip where there's lots of screen tone, but just
it's very attractive, and it's kind of, it looks like the reproduction's a little bit rough.
Yeah,
that's neat.
So there's that. There's this one that I see people showing this off on Instagram, so it must have some cult status. But this was in that weird bookstore.
Man, that reminds me of like Landgraf and Dr. Peculiar, those first couple of pages.
Yeah.
Heck, even a couple of those pages.
It's that very old school. Like this is very old manga. Like I wouldn't be surprised if it's from even the 60s or something.
Did you pick this up on your own or somebody handed it to you? Yeah, this is a good find.
Because I would see it a lot. And like I said, there are people who are showing it off like to this day on Instagram. It'll show up on my Explore page.
I can see why. I really like the drawings in it, and it's just peculiar looking.
Yeah. Look at that stuff, man. Yeah, wild shit, man. So that was in that weird store, and this was also in that weird store that, if a catalog, somebody put this in my hand. Just sent me home with some shit. Just a bunch of cool, fucked up images. Alright, man, this is a Beam comic, man. This Miki Yamamoto. Her stuff is, it feels like cartooning of our stripe, like it's almost like a Jules Pfeiffer, Harvey Kurtzman kind of style. She has a lot of translated editions, like in France and stuff, and I think she is working to try to get some stuff together with American publishers.
Makes total sense. I see shades of things like some European people, even some early Paul Pope, like the Ballad of Dr. Richardson or something, some of that. Great drawing, and I can see why the Europeans would like it. It feels like cartooning. It looks like she's drawing with different tools than most of the manga books.
Yeah, it's true. And speaking of different tools, here's a crazy one. Another homeboy from there, you see it right there, man. Beam Comics. This dude Takahito Murizumi, he inks with just a chopstick.
That's chopstick inking?
Yeah.
Wow.
And literally like the chopstick that you eat your sushi with.
You know whose line that reminds me of is Andy Watson.
Yeah.
That's really neat. It's graphic too. Like if you'd have told me it's a chalk or a pencil or something, I would have been like, okay, yeah, I could see that. Chopstick, wow. Like how do you get to that?
Yeah, just trying to get that organic, wobbly.
Trying to show people something they haven't seen.
Yeah.
There's also elements of Matsumoto that I see in that work because like he's a guy that seems to switch tools and styles and line and stuff from book to book. And I feel like there's some of his stuff that has that textured like line.
This is a distinct book off purchase. I didn't know that Ricky O was a manga. I just know it from like the Brutal movies. And there's that section in book off where it's the 100 yen section, fucking 100 yen. That's
it's $1. It's less than $1 now.
Yeah. And
yeah, this very attractive cover, and man, it already looks amazing.
There is some key imagery here, man. Dudes killing dudes on like elephant back.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great looking series.
There's a good one.
True brutality. The shit that we dig. Look at that
wow.
shit, dude.
Look at that shit.
Yeah, man. But check that shit out, dude.
Yeah.
Murking dudes off freaking elephant back. I love that stuff. Yeah,
that's a good find. You pull this off of you saw Ricky O
and I was like, oh shit! Like I know the movie. It's so hardcore. Look at that dude just fucking up an elephant. Look at that shit, ripping the dude's face off. And like, why is this not translated?
Badass.
It looks like a total cousin to Fist of the North Star.
It does.
Hera Tetsuo type work.
It is curious, and I wonder if like the I mean, there's lots of violent manga, but in my mind, like this feels like, oh yeah, this is a Wednesday. This makes sense, but I guess that's a lot of group that maybe doesn't buy manga.
Check this out, dude. Man, gets the arms like
the Blob.
Yeah. I think he's gonna bite it in a real cool way. We should have that payoff. Oof! Puts a rock in his face and then jabs his jaw. Such cool imagery.
It looks great. Is this a long series?
It is. Yeah, there's a bunch of volumes for sure. Like after I got this one, I started to see them all over the place. So
it's funny because like in my mind, you're pulling stuff out, and I go, "That's a great cover," and then I'm going, "Why is that a great cover?" It's so simple. I think it's the color combo.
Sure.
Because what else is on there?
Yeah.
But it stands out like in a table of looking at 50 of these books. Like I feel like this one pops.
I don't know the name of the mangaka, but this is his most popular series, and I scooped it up because I wanted some more of his work in old Shonen Jumps. In fact, this is a Shonen Jump that I had as a kid that I lost through just moves and stuff. And when I saw it out there, it was exactly the same feeling as when rediscovering Wizard comic, like a Wizard magazine that I haven't seen in a long time. And so I had this issue. I had to scoop it back up to just like replace it, just for that nostalgia's sake.
Did you get that brain surge when you looked through it?
Yeah, absolutely. Now this one may or may not have a chapter of a strip called Bakudan, which is the lesser known strip that artist drew that is fucking incredible. Okay, so it's not in this volume, but I'm gonna be on a hunt for some Bakudan. Don't kayfabe affect me. There's 2 tankobons of that, because there's already dudes out there with the kayfabe shirts on at Nakano Broadway Mall showing like, "Yo, Ed, look, I got that Popeye magazine." Like all that.
That's
and it's
pretty
like,
cool.
And it's like, fuck, I wanted to pull that Popeye magazine for Jeff. So gonna have to hunt for that. But there's 2 volumes of Bakudan. It's like a kickbox comic. So I wanted to get some more of that guy's art because I really kind of like the style. I think he was an assistant to Hara Tetsuo, the guy from Fist of the North Star for a while, and kind of came into his own. And this is from a I forget exactly what the genre is called. It was in Shonen Jump, but it's like evil teens or something, like bad schoolboys. I forget the general like title of it, but these are like school kids that are assholes, but then they become more disciplined and things. I think I grabbed 2 volumes of that, one of the early volumes and one of the late ones to kind of compare and contrast.
You know what's really neat
artwork
on this video, and I didn't think about it ahead of time, is just seeing all the covers next to each other.
Yeah.
And seeing what pops. Like when you talk to book designers, they talk about that, laying
Yeah.
out book covers and sort of like seeing what they respond to and
Totally.
what stands out.
I'm that dude whenever I go to whenever I have a book that needs designed, like I'll go to the Barnes & Noble and just fuck off for a while and just see like, okay, what's working? What's making me pick up these books? Speaking of Hara Tetsuo, there was this book called Cyber Blue that has several volumes, maybe 5, 6. I saw it out there. But Luke, check this shit out, dude. That's your title page, right?
Once again, I mean, I guess the volume is too great to translate everything, and probably some of these creators don't want it translated, but wow.
Yeah.
I mean, the rigor on those pages, the detail, the sci-fi character designs, like, that seems like it would sell, right?
Yeah, and if I'm not
incredible.
mistaken,
Jeez.
this is 100% Hara Tetsuo, where Fist of the North Star is written by Boronson.
Yeah.
So, this is his voice, and I would love to see exactly how his voice translates to the comic page.
There's something to be said about this size as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, yeah, blow this stuff up. I like to see the art as big as I can. But the density of that is just incredible. It really is kind of, for creating a world, you could do a lot worse.
So 300 yen would be $2. Somebody put this in my hand. It was, there's an anthology, or there's a comic about everything. This is literally a bunch of stories that include smoking.
There is a comic about everything.
There is.
Absolutely.
But the reason that I have it is somebody put it in my hand because it has an Inio Asano story that isn't translated anywhere else. That would be this right here. And Inio Asano is one of the guys from Man Ben, whose work I responded to the most. So,
any chance of meeting him?
We almost made that shit happen, but schedules, man. These mangaka, they don't have time. But check out that for cool imagery.
Yeah, it's good.
We did a week's worth of videos. I forget if it was one video or like different videos over time, or we looked at like Spider-Man ones, and we included Spider-Man manga. And this is the first volume of the Ryoichi Ikegami Spider-Man manga, which has very little Spider-Man in it. These comics, they're shrink wrapped when you buy them. So it's like, oh, I'll get the origin. I'll see what the origin looks like. That decompressed storytelling, my man, like this origin might be this complete volume, because as you notice, you ain't seeing no fucking Spider-Man in this shit.
Not much. That's a shame too, because those
That's
little
pretty
glimpses
cool.
are good looking.
Yeah.
You need to find the volume that's all Spider-Man action.
Yeah.
Grab that one. Yeah, it's cool that some of this stuff has been brought over to English.
The other cool piece is to see what very early Ryoichi Ikegami artwork looks like, because it's
some
very
real
different.
standouts. Yeah, very different, but also some real standouts. Like there have been some great panels as you flip through that.
Yeah.
Some great page layouts, and I mean, like some of this stuff. Like there was a crowd scene at night there, backlit by cars. Wow.
My one homeboy hooked this up because he knew that I was into wild shit, so he just threw this my way. I thought it was kind of cool.
That's about as wild as you're going to get within this context.
Yeah.
Like from the stuff we flipped through today, that feels like the furthest out.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe. I think this is a Mondarake catalog. There was an art show out there. Uh-oh.
Wow.
I think this is Takashi Sensei's, the Afro Samurai dude. I think that's his wife's, this is his wife's favorite manga.
Man, look at the cartooning. That's not what I expected from that cover. Looks so sparse.
Yeah, very dense, huh? Got that primitive energy.
I feel like I've seen some of this. I bet you this is in one of those, man, I feel like I've seen this in something. You know, there's a couple
Maybe
of those
it's
like
Comics
weird...
Underground.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 or 3 of those. I didn't see that part. A couple of those anthologies of like some of the stranger, more alternative manga, and I think it might be in one of those.
Yeah, you can't unsee it.
No, thank you for that.
This dude was real funny. He had some of my comics. He had Takashi's comics, and he had a couple Rufus Dayglow like Tank Girl comics, and wanted all his stuff signed in, and he like signed these to us.
I like the marker he's using.
Yeah.
Yeah, I held out that one up for the Kayfabe audience.
And it's got that urban flavor, you know. Like I just saw a Black Flag shirt.
Mm-hmm.
So you know he was down with the hip hop family tree shit for sure. Another Takahito piece with the chopstick inking.
Very neat looking. Again, though, I don't know. Draw with a pencil.
Right.
You know, it's very close, and then you don't have to dip it in ink.
Yeah.
A lot of discipline there. I guess maybe the struggle of drawing with the chopstick is part of the sparse. Like, make those lines count.
Yeah. I don't remember, like, you know, something like this would be put in my hand, so I don't know. But it looks great.
Yeah. Gekiga
Yeah.
kind of style. Nice drawing. That lady biting her fingernails was a really nice drawing. Those rooftops look great, too.
Is this a show?
The shadow on there, very nice. I wonder if it's more than one artist.
Yeah. The author photo.
So impressive. The fact that like this stuff we don't even have knowledge of this.
Yeah.
It really illustrates just the richness of that publishing industry. Man, there were some pieces in here that are just spectacular.
This was something that I was on the hunt for based on this dude, Tsune, who is an amazing graphic designer, amazing artist. Like when we were at Nakano Broadway, we went to no less than 3 places that it had artwork that he kind of contributed to, from doing graphic design for like Bandai robot toys, like doing the box, to like a fluorescent light tube art installation thing, to just an illustration on the cover of something. Like the dude just a total Renaissance man. He's hooked up with Pun P and that rap label, but like check this shit out right there, dude.
Yeah, that's
cool
hard.
as fuck, right?
That's really awesome.
And he was like, yeah, this is the one. He's like, you're not gonna find it in Japan. Like you're not gonna find it. It wasn't popular.
That face like melting off the skull.
Yeah,
very
it
nice.
feels pre-code, right? And this is kind of
that
like
looks great.
Yeah, it's like a Terminator. They're like Terminator
Sure.
dogs. Yeah, check that shit, dude.
You know, we laugh at that, but that's our world. It's closer to
remember
this
those
than
little
ever.
like Terminator horses
Oh man,
that can't fall.
you're right. Those dudes would just kick them as hard as they could.
Yeah, there's too much gyroscope in them.
Guess what? Machines don't forget.
Here's a killer one for you, Jimmy. You know what? Maybe I should even save this one for the last. Billy Bat.
I feel like this has been a murderer's row these last several.
This is the book that Urasawa would be working on during the tenure of Manben, and I think even in the newest season, like he wrapped it up. You know, he's on some new shit already.
Yeah, I grabbed a bunch of this on Scanlation sites.
Yeah, they said
This is my kind of like I like this comic a lot for the meta elements of like the cartoonist and then some stuff in that world.
Did it ultimately get a translation started? Because they said that it will probably never happen because the cartoonist is supposed to like live in America, but it's like
That's
it ain't
what I always
America.
heard. Yeah, that's what I always heard is that it's kind of too weird for or you know some whoever the gatekeepers are feel it's too weird, but who knows? He's great. You know, like you could see him having like a complete library printing or something at some point in the next couple of decades.
Yeah, and you could tell that this Urasawa is way different than the Yowara and Happy.
Yeah.
You know, this guy has leveled up significantly.
Dude, it's almost the They Live kind of face.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, these are great.
A couple more pieces. Popcorn is the American reprints in Japanese. And it's interesting to see the stuff that gets the translation.
Yeah, is that
Frank Robbins or something, maybe?
some Japanese mixed with this, or is that
Yeah.
some other like non-Japanese comics folded in?
Yeah, it looks pretty Japanese.
Yeah, it does.
This is the kind of
blend.
this is the kind of comics that you could imagine you could do like 20 pages in a week. Some of that shit. But this is
How must the American comics be received in the middle of this package? Because
Right.
probably 60-70% of what you showed there.
Japanese.
Wow, look at that cover.
yeah.
You know, it's still predominantly it looks like manga and Japanese creators. So I wonder like is Spider-Man just weird as hell if you're like picking this up?
And it's definitely different than the Spider-Man that they have out
Yeah,
there.
For
Where
sure.
he's like a denizen of hell. And how do you even make sense of that right there?
That makes sense. I feel like the storytelling around it might be a little bit odd, but fun to see that the purple ink like one color line art.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Little
Is that
George
Gene
Tuska.
Colan? Ah,
You get your manga in there. Cinderella Boy.
and how?
It's for the new millennium.
What?
Pretty sick, huh?
Wow.
John Romita Stan Lee. You know, the 70s joints with Falcon.
Yeah.
Maybe contemporary for the time.
Yeah, not too far off. A lot of the Marvel comics in this one.
Good sample, too. Some Barry Smith.
Yeah, it's interesting how this stuff just doesn't get very far.
Right.
I think that comes down to story.
Yeah, and the way that it's laid out and...
I mean, the stories are lousy. We talk about, you know,
Yeah.
the majority of that stuff. And, like, you're talking about really sophisticated stories for a lot of this manga, regardless of the age group.
Yeah. I think this is Mandarake toy catalog or something.
I think that's a big difference, the way they approach that I don't know, the idea of story.
Giant Baba versus Antonio Inoki Shonen Sunday
That's a big one.
book.
That's I mean, that is Japanese wrestling history,
Yeah.
like
Two rival
you know,
factions.
Generation 2 or something.
New Japan versus All Japan.
It's NWA versus WWF.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was going through these, man, when Antonio Inoki passed. Just seeing, like, how people communicate that jaw line.
Yeah. Pretty fun.
So we knew
Little
about...
Megaton Man jawline there, huh?
We knew about these ones, but these were a revelation. The Jump versions.
Yes, I had not seen these, and nobody's better suited for manga than Road Warriors.
Yeah, look at that.
I
Look at that
love it.
Arthur photo.
Absolutely. Lean into it.
Stan Hansen,
Mm-hmm.
my favorite. Stan Hansen and Bruiser Brody, like giving the lariat.
Yeah.
It looks like he's getting it as a receipt.
Wow. Bruiser Brody.
Andre watching from a distance.
Super cool.
There's a part where Hawk does the thing with his neck and gets the collar to fly off.
It's so fun.
I was showing this piece off when I got back, and then people started to tweet that they bought the whole set.
Right.
You know, I think there's about 10 volumes. Oh, dude, that was even Precious Paul Ellering.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I guess he was out there with him. Look at that, dude. The ominous impending Road Warriors coming to Smash. The Gaijin are always heels.
The 10-volume set, is it all Road Warriors, or is it like that other series where it's different wrestlers?
See, this is another issue. Yeah, they each get their cup of coffee. And I don't know, like, I don't see, like a MacGuffin character. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I'm also not paying attention for that. I'm like, oh, look, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're selling. Harley Race?
Looks like it, huh?
Yeah. Man, I've been seeing Stan Hansen promos for some reason. It popped up in my feed. It's so weird how this stuff shows up. And it's just him, like, eating tobacco and...
Oh, yeah. He's crazy. Just dripping on his chest. Look, the Freebirds, dude. Terry Bam Bam Gordy.
Yeah, how about that?
Michael P.S. Hayes.
That's great. That's a pretty good P.S. Hayes, even just the body language twisting around a little bit.
Yeah, and just, like, dainty with that chest hair and stuff. Yeah, he's the first, like, pronounced chest hair of wrestlers that you notice. Look at him, just so kind of metrosexual.
It's great to see how they interpret these characters, because they're already caricatures, right?
Look at old Road Warriors.
Wow.
Pre-makeups.
Yeah.
So Harley Race and Hulk Hogan were a team, huh? How about that?
In this comic.
Yeah.
I don't know, you ever watch Hogan Japanese videos?
Yes.
Like, he wrestles.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There was a tape that I would get
Takes
from
bumps,
Farmore.
it may be ill-advised.
But, like, the Gaijin are always heels. Always. No matter what. No matter who they are. You know, Steiner brothers.
Yeah, I bet they would have been fit in well there.
Yeah, stiff.
Yeah.
Stiff workers.
Brody, just a god.
Dude, we're gonna go see some wrestling out there, and I saw the poster, and there is one Gaijin guy, like he's like a fatter dude, and he's got like a contact lens in one eye, so it's like the milky eye. I think he's a monster that comes through the crowd. I hope so. And I asked people, like,
it'd be fun to see.
Like, do we buy our streamers and stuff ahead of time? And they're like, yeah, go to like Tokyo Hands, go buy your fucking party favors so that you could throw that shit. I digress.
For good reason.
Takashi Okazaki, man, did this weird, like, a whole complete graphic novel for, like, that, like, ramen noodle company. That, like, Nissan Samurai Noodles. But he was commissioned to do a whole deal.
Strange.
It's in English.
Yeah. Love the format.
Yeah.
Even the cover, that's super cool.
Yeah, very curious. You know, it's just a promo piece for some, like, cup noodles.
That is ambitious.
Yeah. Samurai noodles. This is one of those weird ones that somebody put into my hand is like, oh, this is my favorite comic. Don't have much context beyond that. And what I'm looking for is, like, bombastic imagery.
Absolutely.
You know? And then you get to, like, a lot of build-up for this right here.
Yeah.
Pretty fun, right?
Very tight lines in this one. Like the subtle differences. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot less of the grays that we see in some of the other books. And some of that's probably paper related.
Yeah. This is another one of those pieces that was in that weird porno.
That makes total
store.
sense. It feels format-wise in line with at least one of those other ones.
Yeah.
I like this stuff too. This feels outlawish. It feels a little bit like when I see like Americans that are influenced by certain manga doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like it. I like the attention to the figure work and stuff.
A couple more to go.
I even like the subtlety of, like, for cover, again, you know, mentioning covers, like, we haven't seen anything with this sort of green.
Totally. If it looks like Risograph or something. Mm-hmm. This is one of the dudes that was chilling at the Beam Comics Summit that we were a part of. It looks like a whole anthology.
It does.
Oh, yeah, there's that Takahito
that feels,
dude is in here.
like Beam.
Yeah. I'm not sure the context for this one. But the lettering is hand done, which is fascinating. I think this might be from like a rental manga reprint or something.
Like super old.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Some kind of Kinnikuman catalog.
You went to an exhibit of this, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that where you got this?
I think so.
It's neat to see it on like a glossy paper.
It's all that crazy graphic design, man.
We miss out on not having Kaneki Man in English.
It's true. I mean, we just have the scanlations. This is that same lady who has the foreign editions from France and stuff. This is her first comic. Jimmy, when I put my luggage together to leave, you couldn't fit a piece of typing paper inside that zipper, or else it would have busted.
I was gonna say, you got to take like medium-sized luggage and not large luggage. Because what would that weigh? 150 pounds? You pack one of those large bags?
They have these portable scales. Like my buddy Aki had a portable scale, like that you like lift and it lets you know.
Right.
And I was playing like
Sure.
some kind of game to get each of those to 50 pounds. Let's go Raw Magazine. This is that Sujay guy. Like you recognize this.
Mm-hmm.
Right there, man, reprinted in Raw several places, and this is just a giant.
Yeah, Comics Journal reprinted what's the Screw Style?
Yeah,
Is that his famous story?
just a gang of his work. I don't know if it's one continuous story, a bunch of different stuff, but this would have showed up in Garrow
Yeah.
over a number of years, and Garrow was one of those places like, we're not paying you $1. We're giving you a place to publish. Be thankful.
I think I have that Comics Journal that reprints that one story and probably gives some context that we could look at on an episode if you wanted to.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But, you know, you just make mention, like, there's such a gift-giving culture. Like, you just mention a dude, and then this shows up, and they're like, here, please take it.
Yeah,
at
but
that.
some of his stuff has been translated, as you mentioned, in Raw.
Yeah. And to add confusion, though, there are two
Right.
Sujays. And thanks to Uncle Fred Shop for telling us how to say that
Right.
name. And here's what we'll
Sweet book.
yeah.
Interesting to see
Nice
that format
package.
presentation.
Totally.
You know, like obviously a revered guy.
Yeah, you get the full treatment. So this was the revelation. This was the book that I was like staring at a bunch while I was out there, man. Shigeru Mizuki, he's got 100 volumes of stuff. A lot of it is Kintaro, but on the outside label of this, there was a bootleg ass looking Superman, and in here, he does not only a Superman comic, but he does a Plastic Man as well. Before he starts to do Kintaro,
This is early in his career.
it's exactly. I think even in the 50s.
Yeah, the style, you can see it's very early. Wow. Boy, his water's really good.
Yeah, look at that alien, dude.
Look at the perspective on that cooling stack. Yeah, that's neat. Best costume I saw this Halloween, somebody had made a jellyfish. Made it themselves. We saw him walk down the street in the daylight, and it was like, oh, that looks cool, streamers. Walking back, there was some light source under it. Looked just like the jellyfish at the zoo.
That's so cool.
It was
man.
good. Reminds me of that monster.
But here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, like with the S on the chest, man. Straight up.
A lot of European influence on this.
I would say so. Yeah, real clear line. You know what it is? It's the 50s. They haven't established their language yet.
Yeah, it's wild.
Here's your Plastic Man.
Are they licensed, do you think? I mean, the likenesses are really similar.
Yeah, I mean, Woozy Winks is in here. Like, it's the whole deal. So I don't know about that, or if it's just like, they'll never find out. See, there's Woozy. Doesn't it feel so rough? Like this could have been like a 2000 era SPX comic.
Yeah, I would accept like kids comic.
Right.
With the same deal where like you're copying your favorite Plastic Man, but you're 11
Right.
or 9.
Yeah, it's 2 stories apiece. Like it's 1 story each for the Plastic Man, 1 story for the Superman. So it's either a short-lived thing or.
That's hilarious. Getting rolled over with a steamroller,
Yeah.
flattening him out. That's neat to see. It's fun to see him been around in all these different forms.
And the fact that it's Shigeru Mizuki, who has his full own career. These guys have their little cup of coffee with like American stuff.
It's another one of those without the screen tones.
Yeah.
That really stands out.
I don't think they existed at the time that this stuff was made. And, you know, a nice companion piece to Bat manga.
Yeah, this is sharp. I don't remember seeing this when we looked at your haul before. But it does make you wonder, like, did he get a grip of those comics and, you know, draw influence from them?
Right.
Because, like, Plastic Man, pretty good comic.
Yeah.
Superman, cool? I guess, very iconic.
Very popular.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. And some of this looks like just like that rental manga, cheap, dashed out, quickie shits, man. But he's got hundreds of volumes. Like this exact set, you know, like with this graphic design treatment, it must have been 70, 80 books. Like a whole bookshelf. But there it is, man. That's the bulk of the haul.
Amazing.
From Manga Quest 1 2019. 2 Saturdays from now, going for round 2. You know, I hope to get some videos out there in Japan. I hope to get some shoot interviews and stuff like that. You know, got a little representation myself with Japanese hip hop family tree. I think there's going to be a Tankobon, like a Shonen Jump style collection with like all the hip hop family trees, different color inks, all that kind of thing. It's not going to be out this year, but probably next year. This is the best printing of hip hop family
tree. Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Edo-san. But expect some things to come from this next trip. Going to be out there for a month. Going to be out there with Jeff Darrow, so it's going to be like, oh, Jeff, put some shit in my hands, man. You know, he's already sent me some real cool manga. That one armed samurai thing. Mm-hmm. The guy just died not too long ago. So that's where we're at. There's the fruits of the first one. I think I have. Well, I'm not going to say just in case if I still have to hunt for it. But Kayfabers, if you have recommendations, put something in the comments so that I have some good idea of things to hunt down. You see the flavor of shit that I dig. So let's be fruitful with it, man. Good to go, Jimmy?
Yeah, man.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, dude.
Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, back in print from Image Comics. Pick that one up next time you hit the comic shop. Also a good one for a gift this holiday season. Perfect for any age reader, including your adults in your life. Hulk Grand Design Monster Madness. This is in comic shops now as comic books. It will be in shops in early 2023 as a beautiful, oversized, fluorescent green Treasury edition, but you got to pre-order that one now. Let wherever you buy books know you want a copy so that you don't run into some kind of weird printing problem. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see a lot more of my art, including a recent PDF collection of all of my freelance covers.
Amazing, man. Red Room, The Antisocial Network, and Red Room Trigger Warnings are the book collections that are out there on the stands as we speak. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each of these books is completely self-contained. It has 4 stories apiece, 70-plus pages of additional material in each book. Get these at finer bookstores anywhere, Amazon, eBay, wherever. And I'm serializing new Red Room comics at my Patreon, patreon.com/EdPiscor. $3 for the archive there. And new strips every Tuesday, more than 300 pages. Have a link tree in the description below where you can get your hands on all of that stuff. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have out there, man.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, mugs, stickers, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop, also in the links below this video.
It's another great way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Given those marching orders will be on our way.
Read more manga.
Boom. There it is, Kayfabers. Another successful week of shooting.
That's a big one.
Yeah. Oh, I'm curious how long we've been streaming. Damn near 5.5 hours, Jimmy.
Yeah. We work hard, Ed.
That's goddamn right, man. Double shift on Thursday. One more session before I dip.
That's right. If I'm ambitious, maybe I'll dig out my manga from 2017. We will see.
Yeah.
See what the week holds. Looking forward to having a week at home. First one in 5 weeks, I think. A continuous week.
Yeah. Good for you, man. You deserve it. sleep in your same bed at the same time. You know what I mean? Every day in a row.
Talk about taking stuff for granted, right?
Straight up. So, Kayfabe audience, thank you so much. Everybody who was at Baltimore Comic Con, thank you for welcoming us.
Yeah, absolutely.
To the festival in the way that you did, man. It was fucking huge. It was nonstop. I had to rest for 3 days afterward because I was so freaking exhausted in the best way. You know, I was just on my feet.
It's what we go to those shows for. So as you say, man, many thanks.
It's that social battery thing that also needs recharge, where we're used to just being at our house, sitting down, head down, drawing, doing our thing. Now we're engaging nonstop. Saturday, 10 hours.
Yeah.
And that's when the civilians could come in. That ain't the people like when you and I are fumbling with our gimmicks to try to like to raise our Jolly Roger. And they're like, hey guys, hey dudes, oh, you having trouble, blah, blah, blah. And then you wouldn't be like, just come back in a second.
A lot of good food, though. Fun weekend.
Oh, dude.
I ate a lot.
Brazilian steakhouse.
A lot of crab cakes.
And you know, we had the idea to like, oh, dude, we're going to pig the fuck out and get some dessert. But it turns out that once you go over that Mason-Dixon line, like the portions are much bigger. And you ain't getting dessert. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to think. No desserts any night.
No, because it's like Brazilian steakhouse the one time. The other time we got that like the something trio. So it's like crab cake, a whole fillet of fish, and then like what was the one other like meat? There was like 3.
Yeah, shrimp.
Maybe. Yeah, shrimp. It was shrimp.
A lot.
It was like beer battered shrimp or something.
It's for anybody that doesn't do comic shows, like that's always my favorite meal is like the Saturday night meal where it's like you work all day.
Yeah.
In this case, you've got Friday and Saturday under your belt, and it's like, go eat Saturday night.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Hard earned.
And go get that coma, food coma.
That's right.
Super
Great
fun
show though, man. Thanks to everybody, and